Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Got my leftover beer from the 4th of July. God bless America.
God bless America. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friended Forever. Today, we are on time. That's right, bitches.
Yeah.
It's 4 o'clock, motherfuckers, and we're here.
Not a minute, not a 30, not 10, not 1 second late.
Not 1 second late. That's right. So, happy day after the 4th of July. I hope you all had a good America's the greatest country on the planet day.
In the universe.
Celebrated accordingly. In the entire universe. You're right. You're right.
In
all
the
those alien
multiverse.
Civilizations, all those Star Warses out there in galaxies far away, screw them. America, #1.
Yeah, take that. Other universes.
You know why? Was it the Fermi paradox, right? That's the why are there no aliens anywhere?
Yeah, because we're all going to die.
You know why there's a great filter? You know why there's no other alien life out there in the universe? Because they didn't have America.
Exactly.
That's why. That's the answer. America, the world's savior.
They're waiting for us to come liberate their universe.
That's right. All these aliens spread throughout the galaxy are just waiting for America to come and liberate them, to show them democracy.
Yeah, how it's done. Exactly.
Right. Anyways, today we're going to be watching Fat Slime. Ugh.
Oh God. Painful.
I know. I'm sorry. I do feel a little bad that we're inflicting thought slime on you guys. A little bad, not super bad, just a little bad. Thought slime is over here like, well, guys, did you know that nostalgia leads to fascism? That's right. The Quartering and anyone else, any of these other reactionaries who dares to insult any sort of cartoon or media today is just a nostalgia critic who wants to bring in fascism into America.
What? Really? You mean if I like old television shows, I'm a fascist now?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
What if I like the original Star Wars? Does that make me a fascist?
Fascist?
What? Really?
Did you not know this, Adam? How did you not know this? Okay.
What if I like the original Alien?
Fascist.
Oh my God.
Fascist. If you like the original Terminator 1 and 2 over the new ones, fascist.
What if I like the original Ripley's behind in Alien when she's running around in her undies?
Well, then you just have bad taste because she has like a little boy butt. So
oh my God,
that might not be fascism. That may be something completely different. I'm not sure about that one.
I was waiting for you to drop the sexist, but I guess I got away with it. I'm pro. If you like the original Alien, you are pro LGBT, according to PSA Sitch, right here.
You caught me.
Ripley representing for all those cute little boy butts out there that you like.
That's right. If you like Avatar: The Last Airbender but don't like Korra, it's because you're a fascist. Okay.
Oh man.
Liking old things makes you a classical music, fascism.
What? Classical music?
Classical music, fascism. Okay. Classical art, fascism. The Venus de Milo. Everyone knows that Leonardo was a classical fascist artist.
Does this extend to games? What about like Pac-Man and Pitfall? What about asteroids? If I like asteroids.
Look, well, I don't know about asteroids, but
how about Centipede?
Obviously, Pac-Man is fascist propaganda, okay? You have one guy eating up all the food. He's taking all the food away from the poor ghosts. Why do you think they're ghosts, Adam? Those are the ghosts of the dead workers, the dead farmers who slaved away making those power pellets for the bourgeoisie pack people, okay?
Can't we just teach them colonialism and save the ghosts?
No, see, Pac-Man's all about colonialism. Every level, it's like representing every level that he goes through. He's eating the food of a new country.
Oh my God!
That's why he's like.
It all makes sense to me.
Yeah, see, that's why he's like a yellow circle. He represents like a fat gold person because he's like the gold standard, eating away all the food of the poor people. It all makes sense. He
always comes back. He gets infinite lives.
Exactly. Because fascism never truly dies.
Well, this is depressing already. I liked a lot of these old things.
That was the point of having Palpatine come back in the new Star Wars. It was a message, okay? It was a message that you have to be forever vigilant to fascism.
Kind of like an atonement thing. Is that what's going on here?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Exactly. They felt bad that the original Star Wars is really fascism, even though the fascists were the bad guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all nostalgia. Anyways, before we get into that video, is there anything you want to tease that we will talk about at the end?
I'm cool. What do you got?
No?
Yeah.
Nothing?
Well, there's a bunch there's a bunch of stuff that I'm sure you're going to make me talk about. You're probably going to make me talk about Trump's speech.
Oh, so no, but see, this is why S class is best class. Okay, I'm taking notes. I have like a Word document called Sunday Show Notes, and whenever there's like a story or something happens, and I go, oh, we should talk about that at stream. I like go and I open up the file and I type it in. But I'm like, nah, whatever. I ain't gonna write anything down. I'm just gonna. I
got my notes. Hold on, I got my notes right here. Where's my beer?
Okay. So here's things we'll tease. AIU got his channel deleted.
Oh, I did have that down. Yeah. AIU. Yes. It's so funny. What's going on here? AIU gives us a shout out. We talked about racism of the gaps, and this is a term that he came up with.
Yeah, which I didn't realize.
That everybody's using now. So he uses us in the intro of one of his videos, and I'm like, yes, we're in an AIU video. The next day, channel's gone.
Channel
Motherfucker.
Deleted.
What the...
I know.
That's terrible.
He got his channel deleted, so we'll talk about that. Stefan Manu got his channel deleted.
I know. We're supposed to talk to him. We never talked to him, though.
We never talked to him. There's a bunch of other people who I don't know who they got their channel deleted. So, but there was like a wave. This is so weird. Like YouTube does this. They have like these channel deletion waves.
Yeah.
Scott Adams,
this would be a good time for you to come out and endorse Biden just to keep our channel safe here. Here at PSA Sitch Undaily.
Ride in with Biden. Don't delete the channel.
Yeah, okay? Exactly. Susan, take pity on us, okay?
Scott Adams had a very contentious, controversial, and I think shitty take on Twitter, so we'll talk about that.
Yes.
There's a follow-up to the story we talked about last week about the Russian bounty story. It was kind of interesting. Trump tweeted out a quote from Dave Rubin's book.
That's crazy. That's totally crazy. I did see that. Crazy? I did. Yeah, I was thinking.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Dave knows how to climb that hierarchy.
He does. This is so funny. I just thought that was so funny. Jonathan Haidt. Adam's first love, his political bae, his political waifu. He has a Jonathan Haidt, what's it called? Like sex pillow in his room.
Come on.
That has like Jonathan Haidt like clothed on one side and naked on the other side.
This is urban lore, okay? I'm not that. I like Jonathan Haidt's ideas. I'm not in love with the man, obviously. So,
I don't. Does anyone buy that? Does anyone buy that in the chat?
This is right up there with the red shorts, okay? This is urban myth.
Adam always wears red shorts, except now that he's self-conscious about it, and he loves Jonathan Haidt. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Okay. But Jonathan Haidt came out with a very strong take against Donald Trump. So he's putting Adam in a strange, sticky situation.
It's not true.
No, it's not.
What did I say What did I say right before the stream began?
I don't know. What did you say?
I said very specifically, Jonathan Haidt has TDS. I said that.
Oh!
I said that specifically.
Adam is coming out against his political bae. Oh my God, guys. This is like breaking news. What is happening?
This is one of the interesting things about Jonathan Haidt, because Jonathan Haidt constantly has people sniping at him on Twitter, calling him a right winger. And I keep thinking, what the hell? Just because he understands conservative thought and conservative philosophy and has done a very good job of explaining it to a lot of progressive bubble people, people immediately classify him as being a right winger. No, Jonathan Haidt is so far on the left. It's unbelievable. Like he's a progressive from New York City. Come on, he wrote the Righteous Mind to help the progressive team win, to beat conservatives. That's the whole reason that he started studying moral psychology to begin with.
Adam, if you insult SJWs or the left, you are obviously a far right extremist. What don't you understand about this? Okay. What don't you understand?
That's the way. Yeah, obviously that's the way they think, but it's not healthy for them, not healthy for society. You know, obviously we're fighting against that. So Jonathan Haidt isn't obviously entitled to his own political opinions, his own political philosophy. So that's fine. But obviously he's a human being like all of us. So
right.
Yeah.
And the last thing I guess we could briefly mention was, yes, someone asked in the chat, I did watch Sean versus the Serfs. I thought it was a very interesting debate. We might watch it in the future. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll talk about it. But I think Sean destroyed the Serfs completely and handily.
Yeah, obviously I agree with that. Someone, a friend of the show, sent me. You left a long comment on that. Well, not that long. You left a comment on that debate, and someone screenshotted that comment and sent it to me mysteriously. I don't even know why.
I don't know why, but
it was Brooks. Like,
wait, why?
I don't know.
What did Brooks say about it? Did he have a comment, or he just screenshot it to you?
He just screenshotted it and sent it to me. I was like, yeah, I read that comment. Well, I didn't actually respond, but I thought
that's interesting.
Okay.
Sean hearted that comment. Okay.
I saw. Yeah.
Maybe
he's maybe he's worried you're becoming friends with Sean.
You know what? I bet this is why. Okay. So the comment that I left from the video was that the Serfs. Well, we'll talk about this at the end.
Yeah, let's do it.
That'll be the tease.
We'll get into the video. Into the video. I always come up with these cool little things, and Sitch always tries to steal. Like he's trying to steal my bye-bye. Now he's trying to. Well, actually, you know, it's a play on the Into the News.
Oh, okay.
Into the video.
You know, I was just trying to have fun. You know, Adam's saying a thing. I'm just trying to join in and have fun. Adam's like, no, Sitch, that's my phrase. You can't say that. Only the A team can say that. That's my phrase.
Well, before we begin, do you want to get our definitions out of the way so we don't fall into Adam and Sitch's law? Are we gonna
definitions of what?
Nostalgia.
No, not really.
Okay. I see that you're conceding the point, so let's just move on.
Is there? Fuck you. Is there? What's like a definition you think would be contentious? I think we all know what nostalgia means, right? Like I don't.
People in the chat got it. No, let's just move on. It sounds like you're in full agreement with everything I've said. Mm-hmm. So let's continue.
Oh, I see. Did you threw in Adam and Sitch's law? I didn't even. Thank you, chat. He snuck that one in. He snuck after this motherfucker. He accused me. He's like, Sitch stole my word. He was stealing my phrase to have fun on stream. So I'm gonna steal his law.
Into the video.
Yeah. Okay. I see how.
Let's get into the video.
Okay.
This episode made with blast processing. Thought Slime does what Nintendo don't. Hello, only 90s kids will get this video. I'm BrainThink. Nostalgia is not an ancient Greek word that means the pain of an old wound. It'd be very poetic if it were, but it's not. It's more accurately translated as the pain of homesickness. The fact that the meaning of this word has been misremembered is very fitting in my opinion. We're all
Do we suffer from homesickness at all? It seems like we're basically disaffected liberals. Like we're politically homeless, I think sometimes people say it. Which makes me think maybe we suffer from this nostalgia.
Right. But anyone who says something used to be on the right track and then gets knocked off that track and goes in a bad direction, anyone who says that at any point in time could be accused of just being blinded by nostalgia.
True. I do think that conservatives could be more motivated, obviously are more motivated by nostalgia. You think of conservatives are maintaining the status quo, the social norms, those kinds of things, and the progressives are always looking for change. The liberal progress narrative versus the paradise lost narrative that the conservatives often lament.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. You know, I mean, part of the great lie is that there's always some truth in the lie. And there is truth to this concept of, like, as you were saying, generally the idea of nostalgia and going back to a better time is associated with the right, because the left is the people that want to move forward in a new direction generally, and the right is the group of people who wants to maintain or conserve a direction that they've already gone.
Yes.
So
yeah.
But the thing that's very interesting about this video is you'll see, and part of the reason why I want to do it was that he goes over. Thought Slime makes the same mistake that I talk about in my very first ever video.
Wow.
So there you go.
Cool. You gonna bring that up when appropriate or now?
I will bring it up when appropriate.
Okay.
A better version of the past that never actually existed, where nostalgia had a cooler definition. Nostalgia is a longing for the past, a desire.
It is a little ironic that someone who I'm sure is fine with redefining gender and racism and any other word that they want to any way that they want that suits their narrative, now they're like, oh, isn't it ironic that people have the term nostalgia has changed meanings in this time period? Isn't that wink, wink, nostalgic? Oh, yeah, it's like, okay, buddy.
Desire to return to a better time. Everyone feels it sometimes as they age, but people of my generation in particular, in my corner of the world, tend to have a far less healthy relationship with it. We grew up in a time that was very stable, or rather, appeared quite stable to us, the benefactors of the instability everywhere else. We came of age...
Yeah, I know. Oh, man.
He's saying, hint, hint, you terrible cis white Americans.
You oppressors.
You oppressors taking advantage of the rest of the world.
When you were standing on that very stable stage of life, you could not actually see underneath was the souls of little tiny children working their fingers to the bone to make life stable for you.
All those Chinese kids working in those factories, all the souls of past...
Oh, well, that's still happening, right?
Yeah, I know.
Come on, let's be honest here.
All the souls of the past victims of racism and slavery. You're standing on top of it all, blind and ignorant. Shame.
Be shameful.
Watching that stability become dismantled after 9.
I don't know. You know, when you talk about visual persuasion, do you want to, like, put yourself into a fucking sewer?
Hell no.
With, like, slime, like gook and slime. You're just like, what does this say about your ideas?
Bad ideas.
Bad idea. He's a big American flag right there. Just a giant American flag with guns and eagles blazing. That's what he needs.
I almost put that stuff on the thumbnail because I thought it would trigger. Like, if we put him standing in front of an American flag, oh my God, the symbol of oppression.
9/11 and the Bush administration's erosion of civil liberties. Then when we entered the job market...
Hold on. You can't let that go. Oh, my God.
Wait, we have to go back. I missed the context of this sentence.
Go ahead.
Stable to us, the benefactors of the instability everywhere else. We came of age watching that stability become dismantled after 9/11 and the Bush administration's erosion of civil liberties.
Okay, erosion of civil liberties by the Bush administration. I think the social justice apparatus has eroded civil liberties as well. So I think it's very interesting that he actually talks about the erosion of civil liberties. Is he talking about privacy, perhaps? Is that what he's talking about?
Yes, I'm assuming he's talking about all the spying stuff that happened because of the Patriot Act.
So what about cancel culture? Like, isn't that a form of spying and looking up into people's pasts and like broadcasting it to the world? Like, doesn't that seem a lot worse than the actual?
Yeah, I would say it's probably invasion of privacy and retribution. Obviously bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to make people unemployable, trying to hinder their freedom of speech because they're terrified to say anything because they'll get targeted by this call out culture, this cancel culture. It seems like you could make an argument that is as bad or worse than the Bush administration and the Patriot Act and that kind of thing. I mean, at least the Patriot Act was, and you can obviously argue whether or not it was successful, but the ultimate goal of the Patriot Act was to protect us from terrorist activity, right? What exactly is
it's protecting us from racist activity.
Yeah, exactly. But is that racist activity real? Even a real threat?
No,
Come on, no,
it's not real. To the extent that they think it is, it's not a real threat to the extent that they think it is. Though obviously, I'm not in favor of the civil liberty violations that were instituted by the Patriot Act either. So,
yes, correct.
But I do. This is interesting to me because I'm assuming he's around the same age that I am.
Yes, and I think he's pretty close to the same age.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of bullshit in terms of. I think you had to be significantly old. Maybe this is an individual thing, but I think you had to be significantly older for 9/11 to shatter your worldview and to really change you. You know, I think people that were in like middle school and elementary school at the time of 9/11 weren't like drastically changed by 9/11 at all. I think the thing to me that really changed the way Americans kind of perceived themselves was the housing crash, which happened obviously 7 years after 9/11. So I don't buy this 9/11 narrative.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because if he's characterizing himself as a civil liberties fighter, like cancel culture is so far away from cancel culture is the ultimate expression of the erosion of civil liberties. Are you kidding me?
Well, and that's the inherent hypocrisy with the woke SJW crap in the first place.
Yeah, you can't get out here and say, yes, well, we have to maintain our civil liberties and let me search every little detail of anyone I can find on the internet and broadcast that stuff to use it against them.
You made a joke 10 years ago that was totally fine to make 10 years ago, but now is considered offensive. Canceled.
Yeah, exactly. You can't characterize yourself as a fighter of civil liberties, against all of this deterioration of our civil liberties, and at the same time be a cancel culture warrior.
Of course.
It's completely contradictory.
The biggest and most important part of civil liberty is free speech.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And he's not this fucking guy isn't some big free speech advocate. He's just, he doesn't give a shit. He's like, cancel and silence all who I deem racist and fascist and offensive. Get rid of them all. So yeah, the whole thing's bullshit.
Yeah. Anyone that I characterize that way.
Right.
Market, an enormous recession kept us from building up the type of self-sufficiency that our parents had enjoyed before us. Robbed of that
I know
that's actually not. It's funny because I like to blame the housing crash for everything, but that's not even really true.
Oh, really? What's your take?
Well, no. So the thing that prevented the younger generation from building up the wealth that our parents did was the global market shift that Mark Blythe always talks about in the 80s. From because we turned away from manufacturing and we turned to globalism and neoliberalism, as the kids like to call it nowadays.
All those middle class. All those middle class jobs basically vanished overseas, and you couldn't support a family on one income any longer.
Nope.
Seemingly natural progression, we escaped into happy memories of childhood and tried desperately not to grow up. And maybe I'm projecting a little bit here. A lot of people didn't have the privilege to regress in this way, but I sure did, and so did plenty of other people. Their sewer background behind me is sometimes picked.
Actually, I think that's a far too simplistic single factor analysis of the situation. I think far more relevant to this is that this is the first. I was thinking about this the other day, not in this context, but just it's kind of interesting if you realize now, in this point in human history, humans have the capacity to be entertained infinitely at all times, instantly.
God, it's so true.
And we've never experienced this before as a species, ever. And I think that's the big factor here in terms of making people more reliant on nostalgia. I think that's more the big factor here in terms of making people act more childish or younger because they have all this entertainment options available to them that they never had. So you don't ever have to grow out of things anymore.
True.
And also, even Red Letter Media brought up this point years and years ago, which is they said, why are all movies nowadays remakes and sequels? And it's because since we now live in this world where there's so many options of entertainment available, if a movie company, is going to spend millions of dollars, right, making a movie, they want to make something with the broadest appeal ever. But you can't really make things with broad appeals anymore because the audience is so segmented into Netflix, Hulu, TV, cable, video games. Everyone has like their own different niche interests nowadays.
Yeah.
So you have to go back in time to like the 90s and 80s, back when everyone kind of had like, the handful of movies that everyone watched or the handful of channels that everyone watched.
Yeah, you could tap into nostalgia back then.
Right.
Pixel art because I grew up playing Super Nintendo, like on my shirt. Like on my shirt? So I drew a bunch of pixel art, and it frustrated Hammerbeam T-Corp so badly that she had to make a good one. And it's a sewer full of slime because I grew up watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The Eyeball Zone, whatever that is aesthetically similar to a Canadian children's programming block from the 90s. I spent a considerable amount of time last week.
See, he's doing nostalgia right, but people like the Quartering are doing it wrong.
Oh, I get it.
Okay, you get it. You get it. That's the setup.
Because Jeremy's more popular than him. Is it? Oh, did I get that wrong?
I think you got it a little right. He actually talks about that. He talks about his jealousy.
Modding an SNES Classic so that I could play Boogerman, a pick-and-flick adventure, which I played to the end and beat, even though I'm an adult and I'm very busy, and I definitely had more important things to do.
Did he? Did he really?
Probably not.
Literally anything is more important than beating Boogerman, a pick-and-flick adventure. I literally had video games that were more important to play. I've been trying to start a gaming channel for weeks. I could have been playing video games more productively than I was doing. And all of that is spiritually pathetic, but also harmless. Who cares if I want to smoke weed and watch Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? It might not be edifying for me, but it's not hurting me, and it's
There's like this weird aesthetic.
It is hurting
of like leftists who it's like the Some More News guy. It's like, I'm going to be a kind of like doughy white guy, and I'm going to be very mock myself.
Deprecating.
Self-deprecating, that's the word. I'm going to be very self-deprecating and talk about how pathetic and lame I am, all while I'm trying to tell you that my worldview is correct and I know what's up.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know about this, guys.
We have each other to be deprecating towards.
Right.
It saves us being self-deprecating.
No, there's nothing wrong with being self-deprecating. Obviously, you want to be humble.
Yeah.
But it's just like
this doesn't come off as humble. This comes off as like it's humble bragging.
That there's like this specific aesthetic of like the doughy white boy self-deprecator. He was like, oh, because I'm a doughy white boy who's been privileged, I have to constantly whip my back to show you that I understand the guilt that my people have oppressed on the lessers for so many years.
That's so sad.
Certainly not hurting anyone else. But it does mean that I care about silly stuff sometimes. I get mad if DC Comics makes a bad editorial decision, which means I'm always kind of mad. But some people care a lot more about this cultural
I agree with that. That Watchmen comic was fucking terrible.
Ephemera. Some people care about it to the point that they're willing to hurt others. Hey, you know that part in The Empire Strikes Back where Luke heads into a spooky cave?
Uh-oh. Here it is.
There it is.
I love this movie. Don't make fun of my movie.
And he sees Darth Vader, but then...
Oh, this is such a good scene, too. This is amazing.
And he kills Darth Vader, and he finds out that Darth Vader has his face. Because guess what, dickhead? You can't hate someone without carrying them within you. We hate most that which we cannot face within ourselves, dummy! If I were to head into that cave, which I would not...
It's tangibly, though, in the movie... It's both. It's not just a spiritual affinity. It's his dad.
Right, exactly. That's why it's so brilliant.
That's called a setup.
Mm-hmm.
There's a payoff in the end of the movie. I bet you can't guess what it is.
I can't even imagine. I can't fathom.
What could it possibly be?
Can't imagine. that Luke is really Darth Vader the whole time? It's like Fight Club.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wouldn't it be so cool? Wouldn't it be so cool? Like, whoa.
No, it would be fucking stupid. The dumbest shit ever.
I am you. What?
What?
Yes, every action in this movie is been from your point of view.
Oh my god.
I
sense a reboot coming on. Let me call Universal.
JJ,
because
you know what's up.
I have no interest in becoming a Jedi. Jedis are cops. I would see
Whoa!
Yeah, I know. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa! Sargon, it looks like you have another person on Team Sith. That's like
Jedis are
he wants to join you on Team Sith, Team Anti-Jedi.
Wow.
There you go.
Does he know that he's agreeing with Sargon? Because he probably doesn't like. If he doesn't like Jeremy, he doesn't like Sargon. Come on.
No, I'm sure he hates Sargon.
that cave, which I would not do because I have no interest in becoming a Jedi. Jedis are cops. I would see Jeremy Habley, or the Quartering, as he calls himself online. I've talked about this dingus a lot on my channel.
They always do that too. They're like, let me use your real name here.
Right, right.
Yeah. I don't want to threaten your civil liberties or anything, but let me let you know.
Well, I mean, it's not like people don't know Jeremy's name.
No, I know. I know.
Open. But it is interesting.
You got to admit that's a common thing that they do, though. They're like,
well, okay. So let me know how you feel about
Jeremy
this.
Hamley of.
We talked about this without saying the specifics. We talked about this the other day, one of our story meetings, about how the topic came up about how women don't like, in my experience, when I meet women on the internet, they are not comfortable with calling you by your internet handle.
Your fake name.
Fake name. And I found this in my entire internet career. Like whenever I was playing like video games or like anything, you know, if I was playing WoW with the guild or Left 4 Dead or whatever, like the girls in the group would like, what's your name? Like that's like one of the first questions. They're like, I don't want to call you by like your fucking internet name. And I thought it was interesting because I noticed that guys that I interacted with would be totally fine calling, like they could know you for like years. Like I knew people on the internet for like 3 or 4 years. I never knew what their real name was. And I'd always call them by their internet name. And it never bothered me. So I thought it was this interesting like sex difference. So maybe it's a little interesting that you say that, well, the leftist types, even if they're male.
Oh my God, I didn't think of that. He's like,
have this, even if they're male, have the same feeling about this as women. I don't know. Maybe
same instinct. Maybe.
I don't know. Am I being sexist? It's just a little interesting. Just a little interesting. I don't know.
Be proud of your sexism, Sitch. I'm tired of you hiding it.
Look, I'm just asking questions, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just asking questions.
A lot more than I probably should. I'm a little bit obsessed with him. For those that don't know, the Quartering is a pop culture commentator who got famous for being too toxic for the Magic the Gathering community because he kept harassing women within it. Nowadays, he sits in front.
Is that true? That doesn't seem like the case.
So, well, first of all, it's funny because he says, too toxic for the Magic the Gathering. Like he's acting like Magic the Gathering is some like den of misogyny. When first Magic the Gathering community is super woke SJW, like to an insane
toxic central.
Yeah, it's like they like it was recently Magic the Gathering rescinded like older cards that had like pictures of black people on them that made it look like they were doing something bad because they're like, oh, it's racist. You have a black guy doing something bad. And people were complaining about because there are different colors of magic in Magic, and one of them is black. And people are like, oh, this is all racist.
Oh, black magic? Oh, man.
Right. There's black magic and there's white magic, and white magic's about law and order, and black is about sacrifice, decay, and zombies. So,
interesting.
Racism. But no, so the thing, but even though that's bullshit, I do think that I do disagree completely with Jeremy's take, which is the thing that got him in trouble, because he goes too tradcon in my opinion about a lot of shit. And
Jeremy
Jeremy does. And the reason he got like in trouble with the Magic community or whatever, I don't remember if he got like banned or something, but it was because he was complaining. Maybe someone's wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering it. But he was like complaining about a girl who was like dressing, all the cosplay girls, they dress up like very, sexually provocative.
Oh, I like that part.
Right. That's the best part. And
of course.
And I think he was.
Come on, come on, wear your scantily clad costume.
I don't want to. Not strawman. I don't want to paint the wrong picture. I think he was.
I think you might be misremembering it, because didn't he get assaulted?
He was criticizing the girl for selling her sexuality. He was basically criticizing simping before there was the word simping.
Yeah, and he went after Anita Sarkeesian as well. But didn't he...
That wasn't what got him in trouble, though.
You'll help me out in the chat, because I thought what got him in trouble was he went to some event and he got assaulted. And they decided to revoke...
That was later.
But wasn't it revoked after he got assaulted?
No, it was before. No. So he was attacked. Mm-hmm. He got revoked or kicked out of being able to participate in Magic or judges or I don't know, something like that. And then he was attacked. Those were separate instances.
But he got attacked at one of these events.
It wasn't a Magic event, I don't think.
Oh, okay, it was another event.
It was in like at a restaurant or a bar or something afterwards. But that was after. That had nothing to do with the.
People in the chat are saying the assault is much later. Okay. So he got kicked out of Magic the Gathering. Then he got assaulted later at a different event. Right.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sheep saying in the chat that he was complaining about like the concept of e-thoughts before other people, like, early.
Yeah.
Now it's okay to talk about e-thoughts. This was before anyone was really talking about e-thoughts.
Right.
Now, obviously, I don't think you should get kicked out of Magic for criticizing e-thoughts or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do disagree with this kind of, I think, tradcon take of like, oh, well, we should insult girls for selling their sexuality. It's like, okay, look, there's nothing wrong with selling your sexuality. I agree that there's something wrong with the people who are pissing away hard-earned money to buy pictures and to be simps, obviously, but that's on those people's behavior, not on the person who's just being sexy for money. So that's my take on the whole thing.
Front of a wall of all of the same stuff I like, the same stuff that makes me happy because it reminds me of my innocent childhood and weaponizes them to spread hate and bile. I can't help but think that if I met this guy at a party, if no touchy political subjects came up, we'd probably hit it off. We have a lot of interests in common. On paper, we're practically the same.
I don't like that word weaponize. Like how is what, like, Jeremy's out there pitching his ideas for an ethic. How is that weaponizing culture?
Because
I don't know that it is.
It's an ethic that he disagrees with and doesn't like.
Right, but it's, I mean, someone giving their opinions isn't weaponizing something.
No.
It's like, here are my opinions.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Thoughtline's doing the exact same thing. Is he weaponizing culture? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure I'm sure Thoughtline would make some point about like, well, it's because he's utilizing nostalgia and all these things in his own political fashion that weren't intended to be that way. And he's using them to promote his fascism. So he's weaponizing pop culture.
Yeah.
That would probably be his terrible argument.
It's funny. I think so many of the opinions that people spit out either resonate with a population or they don't. And so many people conceptualize it as backwards, as top down, when it's really bottom up. Like, Jeremy's popular because he is articulating intuitions that a lot of people possess. So then people like Thought Slime come along and they see that popularity and they think, oh, well, Jeremy's just assigning those opinions to people. No, people are following Jeremy because he's articulating intuitions that they themselves possess. And if Jeremy wasn't there, they would find someone else that was articulating those positions. But you have to look at the popularity as there's a lot of people who feel this way. I think a lot of times on the left, like, they have this kind of top-down approach where they think, if we just make Superman say the right incantation of words,
right,
a bunch of people will fall in line and believe that. And I don't. There's obviously a give and take there, because there is something to be said for celebrities adopting certain positions and other people adopting them as well. But I don't know that takes place in the realm of YouTube, because I feel like people on YouTube are not. I mean, they're gathering an audience in a different way than someone who's in like a big institutional movie or something.
I don't think people generally grab their moral intuitions from other people, but I do think they grab, they find someone who aligns with their moral intuitions, and then they'll copy that person's opinion about how to interpret an event, as long as it fits within that framework.
Yes. Well, if they're articulating the feelings that you have better, it gives you an opportunity to utilize those the way that they're saying it to be persuasive for other people as well.
Right. But there's a Scott Adams point, which I think is very salient, which is that he says people don't have opinions. They're given opinions by the news and other sources. And I do think that's true for the most part. People hear a story framed a certain way and they just accept it.
Yes.
And thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot there's another big story we have to talk about at the end of this. The Jordan Peterson Defense Force is back.
Oh, yeah. Jordan Peterson.
There was that crazy article that was like, Jordan Peterson is a Hitler apologist.
Oh, I know. They took a bunch of quotes out of context and shit.
I know. And I got into a protracted Twitter fight with the author of the article.
Really?
Yeah.
We had one author on that wrote a hit piece on Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
He was actually
he
pretty good
basically
natured.
hadn't really followed Jordan Peterson, and he just read a bunch of other articles about Jordan Peterson and based his opinion on that. So, illustrating the point I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Same person, schlubby white dudes who rant to YouTube about their political views, often guised in the pretense of pop culture analysis. What's more, he's wildly more successful, which is galling. Audience, you know me.
Well, at least he's honest about it, right?
He is. We got a super chat from the Quartering too. What's up, man?
Hey.
So there, just in time, he admits it.
According for $10, Super Mario Trump 2020, Ninja Gaiden Saved by the Bell, and Gak Vote the Way I Tell You. Exactly. Exactly.
Good luck with that one. I don't know if you're going to get Sitch to vote for Trump in any.
I'm going to vote for Gak. I'll vote for Gak 100%.
In any universe.
I was talking. I have some friends, okay, who are like 8 to 10 years younger than me. Okay. They didn't know what Gak was. And I was like, what? What world how do you not know? Who doesn't know what Gak is?
Uh-oh.
What is this? What is this, Adam? Are we such old men that we know what Gak is?
Well,
I don't think Adam knows what Gak is. See there. Okay. We're lost.
Gak is a euphemism for crystal meth. I don't know if you know that or not. What is
Chat, help me out
what
here.
What is Gak?
I'm too old. My friends are too young. I'm just stuck in this nostalgia nightmare. No one knows what I'm talking about. I'm just quoting Invader Sim to myself, and everyone's like, "What are you talking about?"
I'm just saying, if you meet a girl and she wants to go out and get some Gak, you might want to move on. You might want to move on to the next girl.
Okay.
Thought slime? I don't tend to self-aggrandize very often. I know that I am garbage, and I make garbage, but I think the garbage I make is much better than the garbage he makes. So maybe some of my obsession is bitterness, but I feel like I suffer a lot of guilt by association with dickheads like this. That the communities I want to be a part of, video games, cartoons, comic books, sci-fi, horror, are all dominated by some of the worst chuds on the face of the earth. They become...
See, this is always the bullshit argument. It's like, oh, I like all these nerdy things, but the nerds are the evil, racist, misogynist, and they're ruining the experience for me, so I must expel them from my things that I like.
Yeah, you want to hear my take?
Yeah, it's so bullshit, because if you look at the history of the of the nerddom fandom shit, it's super clear that this is all one-sided. Okay, people who were very heavily involved in Star Wars and magic and video games, they weren't the ones who started to say we need to bring back racism and sexism. Definitely not. Yeah, it was 2012, 2014. It was the social justice advocates who came out of nowhere seemingly and went into those fandoms and said, hey, you nerds, you're all sexist and racist because the things you like are problematic. And if you dare question anything I'm saying, well, that's just proof of your sexism and racism.
Yeah, straight out of the Robin DiAngelo playbook right there.
Exactly.
Any denial is an endorsement.
Right. Classical Kafka trap.
Breeding grounds for reactionary weirdos, and the more toxic they become, the more I feel like I have to hide my interests because I don't want anyone to think I'm like them. Or worse, maybe
I can't say that I like things from the 90s and early 2000s because people will think I'm sexist and racist. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Doesn't that speak to the kinds of people you interact with? That liking nerdy shit makes them think you're sexist and racist?
Yeah, totally.
Isn't that
Isn't
the
that
real
like
problem?
prejudice? I mean, I learned about that when I was a kid. When you just assume somebody, you know, because they like certain things is a certain way. It's called judging a book by its cover.
This is just proof, Adam, that we need a second civil rights movement because the real oppressed people, the real oppressed class
don't
here
say it.
is gamers.
There we go.
I am like them. Maybe I'm more like them than I'm willing to admit. There are a lot of reasons that it got this way. I don't want to simplify this too much, but it's Gamergate. Gamergate did it. Gamergate brought it to the forefront. Gamergate transformed these.
Sitch just gets a huge hard on anytime someone does that. Gamergate.
Gamergate. I know the classic.
It's Gamergate.
The GIF Zofrat's made was so perfect. Crocker from Fairy Odd Parents. Gamergate. It's exactly. This is so stupid because it's like the Gamergate lie will never die. Okay, it's just the zombie lie that it will be perpetuated forever into the future. Like Gamergate was responsible for making all the people and all the nerds sexist and racist. When it's like, fuck you. It was literally like, so, Gamergate is so stupid. It was so stupid. It was the beginning of the I'm going to use sexism as a defense. It's like
totally.
Someone accuses their girlfriend of cheating on them with a bunch of people for positive press. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, completely irrelevant. And then all the girl's friends and herself all come out and say, "Oh, that's sexist. How dare you? And if you dare question this narrative, that means you're sexist."
Where's the fainting couch?
It was literally the beginning. This was so pissing me off about Gamergate. Gamergate was the perfect example. It was the beginning of the Kafka trap. It was, if you dare question the narrative, you're a sexist. And people said, well, what the fuck you? Like, you can't just immediately call me sexist and say I'm not allowed to even question it. Otherwise, that proves I'm sexist. And idiots like this fucking guy just eat this shit up. They just go, Gamergate. It's the Gamergate, guys. He's like, I don't want to simplify it. I don't want to, make it too dumbed down. But obviously, this is all Gamergate's fault.
Isn't this weaponizing the allegations of sexism? Seems like that's exactly what.
That's 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're getting into real weaponizing.
Right. No, that's all they do. That's all they do is weaponize allegations of sexism and racism, and they make it so
homophobia too. Don't leave homophobia out. Yeah.
And transphobia and all phobias, and you can't defend yourself or question it because any act of defense or question automatically is proof that you are the thing they're accusing you of being.
You're like, dude, I just like Star Wars. No, fascist scumbag.
And the Gamergate, and you talk about people resonating. There's a reason that my first video that ever got
was it the Gamergate video?
My Gamergate.
It wasn't your. That wasn't your first video though, right?
Well, no, it's my first. No, it wasn't my first video. It was my first video to blow up.
Right, I remember.
To break 100,000 views, I think. And it's because, and unfortunately, I don't think Gamergate did a very good job of vocalizing this themselves at the time, because my video didn't come out until like 2016. It was like 2 years after the fact.
They didn't have us yet.
Yeah, they didn't have. Is because people. Gamergate was just a reaction to people accusing everyone of being sexist.
It was injustice, a reaction to injustice, right there. False accusations. Right. It's the same thing as Comicsgate. Exactly.
It's exactly the same thing as Comicsgate. It's just saying you're sexist because you like X.
Yes,
you like video games? Well, that means you're sexist. You like comics? That means you're sexist. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just like over here playing my video games, drawing my comics. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's worse now because it's like, you're not going to go protest with us? Then you're part of the problem. It's like, what? Yeah, exactly. Now I have to do whatever you say?
Silence is violence, Adam.
I know. Oh God, I hate that. I hate
violence.
That. Yeah.
Spaces from, there's simmering reactionary subtext, to spaces exclusively for dipshits. Spaces where it was no longer just annoying or disgusting, and sometimes even unsafe to be anything but.
Is it sad that there's so few channels on YouTube that are like liberal, like left channels that aren't leftist RedTube crazy channels?
Yes. Obviously. I hate that. People are always asking us, like, who can we listen to? That gives a fair-minded take, and
like
I
struggle. The problem. I know, because it's like, the only person there's only like a couple like not leftists. When I say leftist, I mean anti-capitalist, communist, anarchist, socialist.
Yes.
There's very few like people on the left that are popular that aren't leftists.
That aren't communist, is what he said.
Leftist
is typically communist. Although I did look it up the other day, because I conceptualize leftists as the same thing. It's anti-capitalist. But the definition, I think in Merriam-Webster's, was just someone who has left-leaning politics. And I thought, well, that's not useful. That's like as broad as can be.
That's not a useful term.
Because people were saying, I guess Vosh was, no, not Vosh. Peter Coffin was supposed to speak at the Mines IRL thing, and he backed out.
Was it Mines IRL or MythCon?
MythCon. I think, are they related? It's MythCon, definitely.
They're different, yeah.
I thought it was originally, no, it is MythCon. I think they joined forces maybe anyway. This Peter Coffin was supposed to speak at they pitched themselves as kind of a heterodox conference where they try to get lefties and right-leaning people to interact.
Yes.
And Peter Coffin was going to represent the left, right?
And debate Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos, which would be huge for Peter Coffin. I mean, it seems like Milo Yiannopoulos has a larger following, a larger social standing than So it would be good for him. Although Peter Coffin,
He's kind of an idiot.
Yeah, we were gonna do a Peter Coffin video where Destiny just destroyed Peter Coffin.
Yes.
And so maybe Peter Coffin thought, well, and this is the thing on the left, because if you go into one of these things and you do a good job, oh yeah, it's great. We need to confront our political rivals. If you go in and do a bad job, we should not be interacting with our political rivals, like by any means at all.
Stop platforming.
Yeah,
people
stop.
That are
It becomes
bigots.
So there is that challenge that they face on the left, and I think Peter Coffin was like, oh, this could go badly for me. So he bumps out on the thing, and Destiny comes in to take his place. And people were saying that Destiny is a good replacement because he's a leftist. And I thought, well, Destiny's not a leftist. Destiny's a capitalist through and through.
Right.
So.
Well, see, no, it's interesting because when Destiny replaced him, some people were like, well, that's good because Peter Coffin's an idiot.
Yeah, he'll do better.
Can't argue against Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a very good orator, or however you say that word. And Destiny, on the other hand, is. And then Peter Coffin's response to that was very telling. Because Peter Coffin was like, it doesn't matter that Destiny is good at speaking and will beat Milo in debate. The problem is that Destiny is a liberal.
Yeah.
And he'll make liberalism look good. And liberalism is what stands in the way of communism. And I was like, wow, fucking mask off, Peter Coffin. Thanks.
Jesus, I know. That's a weird thing because it's the anti-capitalist stuff that I think makes the left lose all credibility whatsoever. Right. Like as soon as they start peddling out this, defund the police, we have to be full communists, like get rid of private property and stuff. Any kind of social change that you're advocating for, everyone just thinks, well, these people are insane. Like we can't do anything they say, which I don't understand why they do that. I guess it's because they believe that capitalism is evil and that communism will usher in the utopia.
Because it's the problem we talk about a lot, where people there's a problem. There's a problem with society and the economy. Everyone knows this. They feel it. They say, "Oh, okay, there's
income inequality,
huge wealth. There's huge income and wealth inequality." But people are too lazy or stupid to figure out what causes that problem and what a solution would be. So
progressive taxation.
Right. So people on the right have their own moral intuitions about what the solution is, and people on the left have their own moral intuitions, and then people on the far left, their moral intuition says, well, obviously the solution is communism. That's what we just got to kill all the rich people and take their money.
Oh, that's so wrong. That's so wrong.
It's just very stupid.
But a straight white dude, but actively unsafe at all times. It started this constantly escalating pushback to diversity in media, the frothing hatred to even the recognition that other people exist.
It's interesting, he only focuses on like, Gamergate created this pushback to diversity in media. This is what I was talking about when I talk about my very first video on YouTube ever. Very first video ever, if you've been with me from the beginning. It was on dog whistles.
Yeah.
And it was about this very subject. It was about people getting mad every time they replace a white character or a male character with a female or a non-white character. And the problem is that the people like Thought Slime over here, it's funny, I don't even know what his real name is. The people like Thought Slime over here.
We don't need to know it. We're comfortable with his hacker name.
Because I'm a male. I don't care. So,
Mr. Slime.
Mr. Slime here. Okay. Little Slime, because he's like a little boy. Little Slime here. They look at that and they say, oh, the reason people are against replacing white male characters with non-white female characters is because they're racist and sexist.
Right?
And it's like, no, and I'm like, this is like the dumbest down, lowest resolution take of this. I'm like, that's not why people are mad. People don't care about replacing characters. In 2011 or 2008 or whenever Miles Morales replaced Peter Parker, because Peter Parker fucking dies in the Ultimate Spider-Man and gets replaced by a half black, half Puerto Rican kid. No one cared. No one fucking cared. Okay. It all up until 2014, all up until Gamergate, there was tons of media that featured women replacing men, et cetera, and no one cared. If the female Ghostbusters movie came out in 2008, no one would have cared about it. I mean, it still would have been a bad movie, but it wouldn't have been like, they wouldn't have got the hate that it got when it came out. And it's because, and this is what these people keep not understanding when they complain about this shit, is that every time we see a character who was a white or a male be replaced by, like a female or someone for a diversity quota, what makes us mad is it represents to us that the woke politics are infiltrating that piece of media, that medium. That's what bothers us. We don't care about the replacement itself. We care that what it represents. It represents, again, another shift to the SJW side from all this stuff. That's the problem.
The critical theory, critical race theory, communism,
right?
Uber woke faction has infiltrated, and this is just a sign of it, a symptom, as you would call it.
Exactly. It's the same thing. Yeah, like if the new Star Wars movies had come out, in 2010, people still would have. I mean, I still think they would have sucked. And say they're exactly the same, they still would have sucked, right? But they didn't have the additional animosity of like, oh well, they had to make Rey a Mary Sue because she has to be a strong, independent woman for the woke crowd.
Yeah.
So it adds a whole level of animosity onto this, and it's so funny because they don't understand that. They're totally blind to that political reaction from them inserting their own political bullshit into comics and video games and movies.
I loved Into the Spider-Verse, but they did the substitution in a logical way. I think a lot of people rebel when they take characters, because the whole Luke Skywalker narrative is part of this as well.
Right.
So not only they didn't replace Luke Skywalker, but they completely emasculated him. Like, people wanted to see the success of Luke Skywalker years later, and what they showed was what an utter failure he had become.
Right, exactly.
And it totally we're not watching young Luke Skywalker start his adventure to know at the end of it it's all miserable, worthless garbage.
Yeah, it's all just you go back and you watch the original Star Wars and it's hard to put out of your mind.
Totally.
Where is this going to end? This is going to end with Luke Skywalker becoming a angry old hermit who gives up on life on an island somewhere.
Yeah.
Tries to kill his own nephew because he had a bad dream.
But that's part of this is also part of the woke culture, like infiltrating these various institutions of ours, because it's the same exact. The whole Luke Skywalker narrative is not dissimilar from going into a park and like tearing down a statue. Like they say, you know, here is the statue of Luke Skywalker, you know, young adventurer out to save the world. And all of a sudden, like, let's turn that into something completely different. Let's completely destroy that narrative.
Right. No, I mean, and I did an entire video on this very subject, on comparing why Into the Spider-Verse worked where
I know, that's an amazing video.
The Last Jedi didn't work. Because it's exactly what you're talking about. Like, and it's so funny because you look at Into the Spider-Verse and it should trigger all those same things. I mean, you have Peter Parker, the classic hero, is basically reduced to being an old, out of touch guy who's given up on life, being replaced by a young black minority character.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And yet they handled it and they handled it perfectly. And it's because it was written well and it was written so funny and charming. There's also a million other reasons why it would work with Peter Parker than it wouldn't work with Luke Skywalker. That it shows that it has nothing to do with racism whatsoever.
Yeah, it has to do with respecting the characters,
Exactly.
respecting the tradition. You know, the left is so good at that.
Well, and here's the thing, like, even like if they had kept Luke the bad way that he was, but everything else about the movie was written well, like people wouldn't have liked the Luke stuff, but they still wouldn't have like hated it to the extent that they did.
Oh yeah, totally.
So like the whole like destruction of Luke's character was just kind of like, that was like taking the pile of shit that was the Star Wars sequels and then like spitting on top of it and then handing it to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it was already a pile of shit, okay?
Well, and then also all of the elitist attitudes that so many people that are involved in these movies give people, as in, you know, you're not, the only reason you don't like it is because you are unworthy.
You're sexist.
Yeah, exactly. You are unworthy of this masterpiece.
There were so many people that are like, you're not allowed to criticize the Star Wars sequels because if you do, it obviously means you're a sexist.
Yeah. That's a great Kafka trap for corporate America, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Hey, we're corporate America. If you don't like our products, it probably means you're a racist.
Yeah, exactly. Write a bad review? Racist.
Let alone any changes to accommodate them instead of us. Diverse representation in mass media is not a huge win for marginalized people, it is an extremely small win. It does not fundamentally alter the power structures which have marginalized them. It simply allows them to exist within those power structures. Even that, the most minor concession imaginable, is enough to inspire frenzied contempt among the man-baby industrial complex. But it wasn't hard to see coming. That type of yearning for an idealized prelapsarian past is the foundation of all reaction. It's a difficult balancing act.
See, this is why he's so stupid. He doesn't even try to understand the argument. He just says, well, the man babies are just mad because they're racist. But even if it's not because they're racist, it's just because they're blinded by nostalgia.
Yeah, losing their political power.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe they don't want to see a bunch of political nonsense infected into every aspect of their life. Maybe that's the problem.
Why can't they just develop new characters? I don't get it.
Because laziness.
Okay, well that makes sense.
But Adam, they did develop new characters, and they turned out to be terrible. They were Rey and Finn, and they were awful. And it's so funny because Rey and Finn, the setup for Rey and Finn's character is actually, I think, fantastic.
Yeah, great.
Fantastic characters. The setup for them. You have the idea of humanizing a stormtrooper.
Yeah, totally. No,
very
I'm
interesting.
With you.
Yeah,
that's
a very new and interesting direction to take Star Wars in. And then you pair it up with someone who's been like in some shitty orphaned life somewhere, and you go, okay, this is like the perfect setup for like two characters who are heavily psychologically damaged, finding their humanity through Han Solo, right? Being the father figure.
Literature Devil even had a great take on how you could have Rey as a Mary Sue and get away with it if you set it up that she's just was like half trained by a Jedi and then left in the middle of her training. So that's why she has all these amazing powers.
Well, I don't.
You don't like that take?
Well, no, okay, I don't agree with that because me and Literature Devil have different conceptualizations of the problem with Mary Sue's.
Okay.
So, the reason I don't agree with that. Well, no, the reason I don't agree with that is because typically, it doesn't matter if there's a reason for why a Mary Sue is a Mary Sue. Like that adds to the Mary Sue-ness if there's not a good reason, but it doesn't really matter from a story perspective, right?
Right, because they
like
have to have some kind of struggle. It's a Superman problem.
Right, so Superman, like old-fashioned James Bond, like there's an excuse for why he's a Mary Sue, right? Because he's just a super awesome trained super spy, but that doesn't mean that he's not this ridiculous Mary Sue character.
Right.
The way that you get away with a Mary Sue character is either A, the story is a intentional popcorn self-insert action movie like the old James Bond movies, like the original Indiana Jones movies, you know, like something that's not about the characters. It's not a character-driven movie. If it's not a character-driven movie, your character could be Mary Sue and it doesn't matter that much. Or you have which is more difficult, and you see this in a lot of animes, you have your Mary Sue character has a flat character arc where basically their goodness inspires all the characters to kind of become better. This is what Superman's supposed to represent. This is what characters like Goku are supposed to represent. So there are ways to do it.
I really enjoy the problem. And for those of you who don't know, the Superman problem is that it's difficult to create conflict for a character who is basically invincible.
Right.
What I think is interesting about the Superman problem is it pushes the conflict more into the cerebral realm, because the way that they conquered it with Superman, I believe, was, you know, he has his friends and family who potentially are at stake. There's also in the Star Wars universe, there's always the threat of, you know, becoming super powerful and turning to the dark side, which is, you know, also a potential threat that you could have thrown at, well, I think they actually did throw it at Rey, even though people didn't, they teased it. I don't know if they played it out or not.
I think the way to handle the Superman problem is you have to handle it the way Mob Psycho did. Mob Psycho is a anime and manga created by the same guy as One Punch Man. And the main character is a kid named Mob who has the most powerful psychic powers ever from the beginning. Okay, he's just super powerful. And you go, well, how's this supposed to work? But the way it works is because he's trying to he doesn't, even though he starts off physically powerful, his psychology, his mental state isn't the best. So he's working on becoming a better person. So that's one way to do it. Or the second way to do it is you have that character is just like inspirational, and it kind of makes everyone around them better. And I think that's the way Superman has to be done. You need to have Superman kind of exist around other characters, and you see how Superman kind of elevates other people so that he's an inspiration.
Yeah, that's good.
To find joy in the past without developing a fear of the future, of progress. Because what if they take away your fake maple syrup? And that leads...
Wait a minute.
No,
let me
I don't like...
Tim tweet.
Go ahead.
You sat back and said nothing when they tore down the statue of Thomas Jefferson. You fanned me away when they announced schools named for Jefferson Washington would be renamed. But now it's too late. You could have stopped this. I'm pretty sure Tim is joking in this.
Yeah, totally. That's huge sarcasm there.
Yeah.
Take away your fake maple syrup. And that leads to some far...
Oh, so speaking of that, so I understand, I actually was talking about this the other day with some people. I understand them changing the name of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben, because I didn't notice, so I looked it up. The whole concept of calling like elderly Black people uncle and aunt who aren't related to you is like a direct thing that they used to do in like slavery times.
Oh, really?
Where you would call like the house slave that served you. If you're like a kid, you would maybe call the house slave that served you like uncle or aunt or something. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But the weird one, the one that I do have a problem with, was the Mrs. Butterworth one. I didn't think Mrs. Butterworth was Black. She's like an anthropomorphic maple syrup bottle. Why would you change Mrs. Butterworth? How is that racist?
I don't like, he said something that bugs me about, he intimated that conservatives are afraid of progress, which I just think is a complete mischaracterization. Like conservatives are in favor of progress. They're afraid of regress. They're afraid of, you know, maybe if we decide to restructure society so we have 72 genders and you know, anyone can put anything on their driver's license, crime might go up. So
Right. Well, it's Sitch's law. They're defining
What?
The left is defining progress one way, and the right's defining the progress as regress, as he said.
Well, no, I don't know. I disagree. I think you have to look at contemporary conservative philosophy in light of like Enlightenment values, that they're just as much in favor of progress, as in we would all characterize progress as, lower crime, better economic
No, that's
standing.
right. Yeah, so I'm saying the way
thing.
people define the word progress is different.
Right. Yeah. So, but he's saying that they're afraid of progress, as in, I mean, whatever you're going to do to society, the left will often conceptualize as progress when we don't necessarily know if it's progress or not. Like all the transgender stuff that we're talking about, the jury's out on whether or not that's progress. They already are saying it's progress. Like we did the same thing with gay people. Everything worked out fine. Like, okay, I think conservatives would agree with that. I don't necessarily know that they would agree if it's when you're talking about giving hormone blockers to children or stuff like that. Well, you understand the argument that I'm making, right?
Yeah, no. Well, here's the way I think the conceptualize it. Progress is a loaded term because generally progress has a positive connotation to it, built into the word.
Yes. That's why conservatives are in favor of progress. Like to say that conservatives are afraid of progress makes them sound like backwards hillbillies. Which
but that's why he uses progress and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like the more accurate way to describe it would be that on average, not always, but on average, the left is pushing for change. And the right is anti-change.
I've made this argument with Academic Agent, and he actually cracked up because, like, I understand society has so many working parts, and I think you agree with me that we've come to believe no one's driving the ship. Like, it's just things are happening.
It's a ghost in the shell.
Yeah, exactly. So, a lot of things that. Like the left just constantly pushes for change that they conceptualize as progress, but you never really know. And I told Academic Agent, I'm like, this is an evolutionary process. It's exactly the same as the biological evolution. It's like random mutations are random, and sometimes
some of them are good, and some of them are
good, and some of them are bad. And he started laughing at me. I'm like, but I'm honestly telling you that when the left comes up with changes, they might as well be fucking random because whether or not they're going to be good for society, they don't know. All of this trans stuff is the perfect avatar for this because they don't know if this is going to be helpful or harmful. I mean, I would guess it's going to be harmful. But obviously, we'll find out. We're going to find out in 10 years.
Right. Well, I think I'm assuming Academic Agent takes... he agrees with Mencius Moldbug's left-right definition, which I don't agree with. Left is antinomian and right is pronomian.
The Mencius Moldbug stuff is trying to conceptualize.
That's distributus, not Academic Agent. I'm sorry.
He's conceptualizing progress as decay.
Decay of rules, right?
Right. Yeah.
Which I don't think makes any sense.
No. Well, if you like individual liberty, like, I don't know.
Well, no, but I'm saying like when you look at like SJW shit and communism, like that's not anti-rule. That's just that's more rules. It's just more new. It's just different rules, but there's chock full of rules and standards and all sorts of shit.
We're pushing in a direction for more individual liberty. There's a certain point where you have so much individual liberty that society doesn't even cohere.
Right.
And
Which obviously you don't want to reach that point.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to reach that point.
That's the ANCAP point. Yes.
Right. So, but this is like the left and the right. The left is constantly pushing towards the end of that line, and the right's saying, "Well, we have to have society cohere." Like when society doesn't cohere anymore, then obviously we've gone too far.
Well, maybe that's a better way to. That would be, I think, an accurate way to conceptualize it. But I think people would have too much of a problem with that.
Individual liberty is just one vector, though.
Yeah, there's multiple vectors.
Yeah.
Developing a fear of the future, of progress. Because what if they take away...
he does it right there.
Yeah, fear of progress.
Yeah.
Fear of the future.
No!
Well, you can be... Yeah, it's fear of change leading to a bad place.
Yes. Yeah. It's fear of the dangerous changes.
your fake maple.
I don't think losing Aunt Jemima is really going to hurt us, though, guys.
No,
I think we'll be fine.
But people get triggered, right? But people get triggered by it because this is what I was talking about. It represents, even if there's a valid reason.
It's true. It's true.
It represents, woke culture infiltrating somewhere else. Because there is an argument in terms of like, well, even if Aunt Jemima, the term harkens to something racist, like I didn't know that. No one knows that unless you look it up. So does it really matter? Like if no one knows the thing is problematic?
Yeah. Yeah, and this is like a huge signal. We got commies in the maple syrup industry.
Yeah, it's like
commies have taken over.
Some far worse territory.
Well, see, and this pisses me off too, because all these leftist types, they criticize every time one of these companies does, because they're so anti-company. They criticize every time a company does these woke performative bullshit things, like change the name. They go, "We just want police reform. We just want police reform." But then when you have the actual politicians right now in Congress who are advocating and trying to pass police reform laws that they'd agree with, they just ignore them. And they don't care about them because they want to tear down the whole system of democracy and replace it with this communist bullshit.
It's just fake.
Totally faked.
There's a phrase you've probably encountered online, maybe as a meme mocking the original concept, or maybe sincerely. The phrase is reject modernity, embrace tradition. The first time I read these words, it was on a poster for the group Generation Identity, a far-right xenophobic hate group dedicated to fighting.
You know, you have to already be in a pretty small niche space to see people talking about reject modernity. Modernity.
Yeah.
Like when I do occasionally see people tweeting that out, I'm like, there's a handful of people I know. They're very far right that do that. Like this is already a very tiny population of people.
You know how you can reject modernity? Don't go to the hospital when you get sick.
There you go.
Just reject it. Lose a finger and just live with it.
Just live with it.
The Islamification of the West, i.e. Muslims being allowed to live free of persecution. And this is the part of the video where I have to...
This is a problem with this shit, because everything he says is so like one-sided stupid.
Totally.
It's just so like, oh, well, you know, they just don't want Muslims to be able to live, you know, free of persecution. It's like,
not really.
Some people, but not really. Some people are like, well, they don't want to have a Muslim minority coalesce in a single area of wherever they live. Just typically more in Europe than in America, in a European country, and then sort of have like their own Sharia law courts that dictate a law in that area.
Yeah.
And this is a big problem that Sargon talks about in the UK. And that's completely valid. Why the fuck should there be some sort of like religious court dictating people's behavior in a fucking country?
We don't want them forming rape gangs.
Or there's the rape gang stuff too, of course.
We don't want them, we don't want them practicing honor killings in the street.
Well, and here's what's so bullshit too. It's because like, yeah, I have zero problem with a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or any religious group, who's like practicing the more like quote unquote like liberal form of their religion. Current year form of their religion, where they're kind of like, yeah, I practice my faith, but people can do whatever they want. I do have a problem with people who have a very orthodox version of their religion, where they're like, everyone outside of my religion is like fucking evil, and it's okay for me to commit evil acts against them. And
yeah, totally.
The leftist types, and it's so funny too, because this really shows the privilege. Okay, the leftist types are only able to complain about Islamophobia because they live in a country where Muslims are a minority. So they don't have to worry about like a gang of religious extremists, killing a gay person because they're gay.
Mm-hmm.
To trot out Umberto Eco's definition of fascism from the essay Fascism, as all people on left RedTube are contractually obligated to do. He lists off a series of traits that
music is awful, Guy.
Isn't that? The music's very awful.
Assess that terrible music.
And it's very loud and distracting. Yes.
This video is a mess too. Like, it's no central focus, no central theme. He just bounces around. This is kind of a view into the leftist mind here. It's like,
are you taking the Scott Adams approach? He's an artist.
Is he an artist? Oh, that would make sense.
I have no clue. I have no clue. He's a leftist.
Nascent fashion boot. He lists off a series.
This is the comedy portion of the video, you guys, just so you know. The outtakes. Let's read some super chats. I feel it's time. Right. Let me pull up the
time.
Hold on. Should we pull up the graphic? I think I have a new graphic for super chats.
You have a new graphic?
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
What did you... it takes me like 10 seconds to see whatever you put
we got a new Sitch avatar here.
Oh, my God.
A new submission into the Sitch waifu club. I love it. Like, people are kind of forcing you to transition for me. If I transition, it's going to be all your guys' fault, right? You know that, right? You're pressuring me into transitioning into a hot anime girl. This is a difficult thing to pull off. Often, as an artist myself, I like to get I like the T and I like the A, but it's hard. I don't know if you know this, but the T is in the front and the A is in the back. Like, you have to pull off a very specific pose to get the T and A in one shot. In one frame. So who made this masterpiece? Vincent E. Tundo sent this to me on Twitter. We held it all week. He agreed not to share it ahead of time because I don't know if you saw the meme going around on Twitter. That's like the Sitch waifu fan art has reached a plateau. It's like the domino thing. Yes. Where the guy knocks over one domino and the dominoes get progressively bigger. Tech Priest started this train. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Who knows what we'll see next week? But this is who knows. You got some nippy showing there. Is that actually? I don't know if that's technically. Got some areola. You might want to get a bigger bikini, like just a little tad bigger here. I'll move it down. I love to show. Look, I have to show off to my fans, Adam. I'm not a prude. Okay. There you go. I have to properly thought to my fans. If they're fans only account win. There you go. Anyways. Are you going to leave that up the entire time? I am. I love it. Look at this. Okay. Now put it over Thought Slime. No one wants to see his face. No, his face. Oh my God. It's funny because I was like, Adam, don't show it in the beginning because we'll get the stream link removed. Oh, I know. Zara Richard for $2 says, "Is everyone a Riri? Am I a Riri?" Yes, to both. Potentially, yes, yeah, somewhat. Yeah. You have a Riri to. We all have our blind spot. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Bobby for $5 says, "Can't listen live, boys, but here's my tithe. Thank you. A-team all the way. Boo. Persons of Shadow. What? Persons of Shadow really can't be any else but psychics." Wow, Bobby coming out hard as a racist. Hard as a racist. Oh my God! You've adopted the leftist playbook here, haven't you? Look at those tits, Adam. Those tits can only belong to a protagonist. Okay. I agree. I like it. I do. Eric Drummond for $9.99 says, "I can't decide who I'd rather simp for, female Sitch or Adam's red shorts." It's a tie. Derek Drummond, I already did that run. Mick Desert Runner for $5. Aussie Buck says, "Can't listen live, but S class is best class." Hell yeah. How come you don't, when someone says the A team is the best, how come you don't use that kind of enthusiasm when you read the super chat? Because you're the sidekick and I read the super chats. No. We need enthusiasm for all our super chats. You can't be, then you can read the super chats. You're the super chat reader for the entire nation. As a super chat reader, as the named person on the channel, I can do whatever I want. You know how they always say, I'm going to be the president for everyone? You need to be the super chat reader for everyone. I see. You need to be magnanimous about it. Stoner4311 for $5 says, "Hey, sidekick Stitch." Oh, wow. No. How come the A team is way more successful than the S class? Because it's not. That's just, you can just say whatever you want. You're just lying. You're just lying to yourself, Stoner, because you're too busy high on the drugs. Okay, you're too busy high on. Way to be. Did you watch the actual Justice Warrior with some other guy? Happy 4th. Yes, we did. We talked about that. Yeah, we did. It was great. John dominated the serfs. Yeah.
Jeffrey A. Hyder for $10 says, "Did you see the Chaz interview Thought Slime did?" No, I did not. He interviewed some crazy guy from Chaz. Maybe we'll watch that later.
Thought Slime did? Oh, interesting.
Apparently. Stuck for $2 says, "Being on time is a breach of contract." I agree. I agree with that.
You think we could get Thought Slime on? I think we've done a couple of his videos now.
I think this is the second one. Or is
maybe come on and castigate us in person.
Sure. The Rooster for $1.99 says, "Monarchism is better than democracy, which is equivalent to fascism." Our archaeo-futurist gang, the Rooster. There you go. Gemini Samurai for $5 says, "I don't know how I feel about Adam's man crush. I too love mature intellectual types." Ooh.
Yeah. Not a man crush.
Are you a little jealous, Gemini? Are you a little jealous?
Not a man crush.
Oh, it's totally a man crush. Writer John Buck for $10 says, "We need an anime where Adam's taken to an alternate dimension where his best friend Sitch is now a harem of moody gamer girls with TDS trying to get him to save the progressive movement from bad faith actors." I like it. I like it. But here's the thing. They all look like hot, moody gamer girls.
Oh, no. Oh,
but they all have my voice.
Oh, no. That's the worst.
Isn't that the worst? Isn't that the worst thing ever?
It's awful. Come on.
I'm
torn in all kinds of directions.
I know. That would just completely fuck your psyche up. The Rooster for $4.99 says, "Isn't Height the one who said that left-leaning people are immoral and subhuman because they lack 3 of the 5 moral intuitions?" Seems pretty base to me.
Yeah, he did say that.
I don't think he said they were immoral and subhuman. No, I don't think he said that. Corona Virus for $2 says, "On 9/11, I went home and watched Dragon Ball Z." Thank you, Corona. Corona brought it all back. Somehow Corona was able to distill everything into a single sentence.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
GP for $3.49 NZs, which I assume means Nazi dollars, says,
"Thank you.
Zima Blue was a masterpiece."
Oh, hell yeah.
You're a big Zima Blue fan, aren't you?
I'm a huge Zima Blue fan.
I hate Zima Blue.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I hate it. It's so fucking depressing. It's the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life.
There will be Zima Blue references in our comic, just so you know.
I've had a debate with people about the interpretation of Zima Blue.
Yeah, I know.
Which, by the way, if you guys don't know,
with
Zima
me,
Blue
you've debated me about it.
Well, I don't remember if it was you or someone else, but Zima
Who
Blue
else would you debate about this?
I've debated many people about Zima
Blue,
actually. Yes.
What? Holy cow!
I watched it because a friend of mine in real life was like, "Sitch, you gotta watch Zima Blue." Oh my god! I was like, okay.
Oh my god! Well, was it me? I said the same exact thing, and you're like, whatever.
That's why. Yeah, you think I listened
the real life friend? What's she look like? What's this real life friend look like?
They had huge tits.
There you go.
You
okay.
totally got me.
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
I nailed that one.
You nailed it.
My boobs say watch Zima Blue today. Otherwise, you can't look at them anymore.
Zima Blue is a short, animated short from the series on Netflix called Love, Death, and Robots.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you think the ending was depressing or inspiring?
Inspiring.
Without giving it away. You thought it was inspiring.
Inspiring.
Okay, I thought it was horribly depressing. I thought it was the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life. But Alex Karras for $10 says, "Adam, is there a way that I can make a laundry cleaner by using DaVinci Resolve?"
A laundry cleaner. Let me think. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. Good question, though.
Brian K for $10 says, "Spiritual apathy and nihilism can drive people towards many things. Ideology, religion, cults, obsessions. A comfortable society makes no demands on young men to discipline and grow, and childhood is relived." I agree. That's very true. That's also true, yes.
Sounded like Zima Blue reference.
No. That's nothing to do with Zima Blue.
Or does it?
Zara Richards for $2 says, "Adam, have you seen the red Tesla shorts?"
No.
Adam, are you going to have to buy some red Tesla shorts?
The red Tesla shorts.
Oh, shit. Tesla shorts. Tesla launches shorts for real, and the internet goes crazy, and they're red.
Tesla shorts. Okay, let me see.
You got to buy some Tesla shorts, Adam.
Let me see.
They say sexy on the back in lead speak.
Holy cow.
Wait, why are they $69?
It's Tesla.
Or is he just joking? I don't know.
Oh my God. If you look up Tesla shorts, it's all about, and look at the images, it's all about people shorting the Tesla stock. No!
You have to type in red Tesla shorts.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys in the chat. We're going to need you in this one. I want everyone to demand that Adam buy and wear on stream the sexy red Tesla shorts.
Tesla shorts.
He's got to buy them.
Have they come out with the Y yet? Have they come out with the Y? Because that was the thing. They were going to have the S and the E and the X for the...
What?
That's why they say sexy, because the model of Tesla, they came out with the Model S first, then they came out, well, I guess they came out with the Model 3, which is E backwards, and then they came out with the Model X. That was going to be that was Elon Musk's joke on the world. The various models spell out sex. Yes.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Well,
he knows what sells. Come on, he's Elon Musk.
There you go. I'm gonna pester you every week. I don't see you wearing.
Oh, you want me to wear these?
Yeah, I want you to wear this Tesla shorts.
Come on. No one wants to see this.
I want to see Adam wearing the sexy butt shorts.
No one. This is not what anyone wants to
Gemini
see.
Semini wants to. You know that.
Maybe. That's true.
Corona Virus for $2 says BioShock Infinite is enlightened centrism the game. I have a huge problem with the end of BioShock Infinite, even though I think it's a really great game. But you're right, it is enlightened centrism. It totally is. You have the society is dominated by white racists, and then when the minorities take over, they just become the new aggressors and oppressors. So very true.
Wow, that's based.
Very based. Utter Nonsense for 499 says the Jedi aren't cops, they're terrorists. Long live the Empire. I like it. Lord of the Rings for $2 says a true name is a callback to sympathetic magic. Do you know what sympathetic magic is?
A movie from the 90s?
Sympathetic magic is a primitive or magic ritual using objects or actions resembling or symbolically associated with the event or person over which influence is sought.
Oh, I think the movie I was thinking of is Practical Magic. I think that's Russell Crowe.
That is what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Put the butt on your side, Adam. You're the butt with the sexy shorts, not me.
That's it, girl. I feel I need to put this up here so you know
need to put it over your
butt.
screen. You need to put it over your screen. Okay.
Yeah, we can't cover up this sitch.
The sitch thought and the Adam butt.
We're done with this.
Enough
sexy.
Adam is anti-sexy, guys.
Too much
Zara
sexy
Richards for $2 says, hashtag white player lives don't matter. Hashtag black man is superiority. I agree. Most of my decks had black in them, not white. So that's true. Jar for Love for $2 Aussie bucks. Thank you very much, Jar for the Lord. Love. Lore of the Nerds for $2 says, Sitch approves thoughts exploiting younglings for cash.
True.
100%. True.
One of the places we disagree, Sitch.
Keep your credit card away from your horny children, guys.
Keep America non-degenerate. That's what I always say.
Gothic Criollo for 50 R's says, the most insulting thing Jeremy said to the thought was cosplay and lingerie and got kicked out because misogyny.
Wow.
Yeah, he shouldn't have got kicked out. That was really stupid, obviously.
Wow. That's so nothing. That's such a nothing burger. Yeah. Cosplay and lingerie. Come on.
Right. I know.
I need to Google that. Maybe I can find this picture. Cosplay
for, research purposes.
In lingerie.
Wink. Yep. Stug for $2 says Donald Trump started Gamergate to win the office. That's very true, Stug. That's very true. Eric Phelps for $19.99. Thank you very much, Eric Phelps. It's hilarious to me that these people will abandon or hide things that they like from their friends because they don't want to be associated with the Nazis, completely ceding their favorite things to the bad men. I know. It's very sad.
We're not going to do that, right? We're not doing that, right?
We're not doing that.
No.
That's Thought Slime's doing that.
We're hanging on to our good things.
We're awesome.
All good things.
All good things. All good things, never bad things.
Exactly.
Adam Friended 2020. Oh, we forgot. We also
I know.
Kanye's running for president,
Holy
everybody.
Shit.
Woo! Is Elon Musk going to be vice president?
I'm voting for Kanye. I'm totally
Can
voting
you imagine
for Kanye.
The Kanye Elon Musk ticket?
Yeah, I have to vote for Elon.
That'd be crazy. Stug for $2 says, by the way, your Gamergate video was my intro to you, Sitch 1010. Thank you. Glad you like this, Doug. Zare Richards for $5 says, so I found out that the slime ball made a video sending his cancerous fan base to attack on the few good D&D skit channels. Communism is a tumor.
Yeah, totally.
Wow. Yeah, I saw that video that you're talking about. I didn't watch it, but I saw it. And I was like, what is he doing? L. Lechero for $5 says, Kate Herzog and Jesse Single's podcast, Blocked and Reported, is pretty good for left-of-center opinions that aren't SJW comics, etc. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I was thinking of YouTubers, but that would be a good podcast if you want that kind of content.
Vincent is giving me a hard time on Twitter because I didn't read the tagline on his piece of art, so I feel compelled to do it.
What was the tagline?
I feel compelled to do it, even though it totally makes fun of me, which I don't like.
What's it? Read it.
Somewhere on the other side of the country, a pair of ordinary red shorts gets slightly tighter. Not even. Come on. Well, maybe. I mean, this is a pretty good. He did do a good job.
He knows.
I need to. This face, though, you gotta understand. Like, it's a battle right here. Like, I'm looking down and I'm thinking, oh yeah. I'm looking up and I'm going, run.
You don't like the teeth, Adam? What are you, a bigot? You don't like sharp teeth? You don't like the piranha mouth?
Oh my God, no. Oh, make it stop. I do like your little tie.
He's got a little tie. Look, I have like a little like a sexy freckle too on the lip. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Mike the Bike for $2 says, well, we all know Sitch is going to vote for Kanye, 100%. Well,
wait a second.
Elon Musk,
yeah,
maybe.
there we go.
I don't know. Kanye.
Well, Biden.
I'm not a big Kanye fan, I'll be honest. The opinionated one for $14.99 says, referring to Coffin and Destiny stuff, we are seeing the dialectic play out in which one side left is going too far and the other is pulling the other way. Eventually, things will settle at a center. Yep.
Hopefully.
One hopes.
I watched a thing with Jonathan Haidt today, and Jonathan Haidt is so...
Man crush.
It's so dire about the whole situation. Sometimes I wonder if it's a generational thing because, like, he just thinks... Well, he did go as... It was funny. Jonathan Haidt said, I don't think there's going to be a civil war or anything. And I was like, hey, Tim Pool. But he's not optimistic that we're going to get... that things are going to get better, which I feel like we're winning. I honestly feel like people are fed up with this being called racist, sexist, homophobic all the time. And they're like, I'm not racist, sexist, homophobic. And Robin DiAngelo can fuck off. Like, basically, they're not going to fall into that Kafka trap.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, right?
That's very good.
Yeah.
I'm positive about the future too. Gothic Criollo for 50 Rs says, I think nobody really cared a lot about female Thor until she started citing feminist propaganda.
Exactly. Yeah, it's when the comics become preachy that people check out. They're like, what the... And it's bad too, because can you imagine if in a comic book some character, female Thor or whatever it is, just like comes out and says, well, have you learned about the power of Jesus Christ forgiving you for your sins? Like, can you imagine?
I know.
You'd be like, what the fuck? What? All of a sudden, well, I had no idea female Thor was a Jehovah's Witness. But they shove that shit in from the woke religion and nobody does anything.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Yeah, and I thought it was like the first issue or one of the very early issues where female Thor is directly like makes some weird comment about like the patriarchy or something. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
There was even, I remember it was the same time the female Thor was going on. There was a Wonder Woman comic where she literally says, the lasso compels truth, but it can't stop mansplaining.
No way.
Yes.
Oh
it's
my
a real
God.
Wonder Woman comic.
That's so crazy.
And then it features a woman punching a man in the face right after that.
So you're thinking not only like oh, that's so evil. That's so evil. Mm-hmm. It's like turning all these characters into political hacks. All of a sudden you're going, what the fuck is happening?
Captain Smith for £5 says, do you think some of the SJW media is a lack of creativity? They can't come up with anything new, so they take existing characters and race gender swap. I think it's a lack of creativity. I think it's what I said earlier, where everything has to be, in order to reach the broadest audience possible, everything has to be based off of pre-existing ideas and characters.
There is a little bit of killing two birds with one stone, because not only do they want to tear down the past, they want to create role models for, various interest groups that they have. So it's like the twofer. They're like, okay, we can show women can be strong and powerful Thor type gods, and at the same time we can get rid of that pesky white male, straight white male history of Thor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Corona Virus for $5 says Spider-Verse sucked. What? Get out.
That's that's like a revenge take right there.
Oof. Terrible.
I wish they know take. What is that? The people who don't like that or say it's overrated, I don't get that. Yeah.
It's so good. It's so funny. I mean, I'm really biased because I love I forget the guys' names. The guys that wrote it. They did Clone High in the Lego movie. I think they're so
Lego
hilarious.
movies. Fantastic.
Yeah. He continues, Miles goes from level 1 to 100 when he believes in himself. Only good thing was the Kingpin. Also, they didn't add enough of Waifu Penny. I mean, yeah, I agree.
He does give reasons.
Go from 1 to 100, but that's because 99% of the movie is him sucking, and so there's not time for them to have like a training sequence or whatever. So but I'm fine giving that to Spider-Verse.
Yeah, it's so tough to have a perfect movie. So
I'm totally fine with that. It's hilarious. Mike the Bike for $2 says Mob Psycho is a 10/10. Yes, it is. Paper Relic for $2 says Mob Psycho 100 is damn amazing. Watch it, people.
So I got to see this Mob Psycho, huh?
Okay. You got to watch it. It's fantastic. It's hilarious. Jonathan Harden for $5 says questions the left can't answer. Progressing towards what? Not being able to answer that is why no one understands each other and works together. Well, they would say progressing towards a non-racist, non-sexist society or something like that.
Yeah.
Though that's very vague, obviously. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says progress versus conservative is rooted risk assessment. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Sure.
Yeah, big time.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, why Chrono Trigger combat music? It doesn't match. Adam, how dare you say that about Chrono Trigger music? Yeah, how dare you, Adam?
I'm got in trouble for saying his music sucked.
It was Chrono Trigger music. That's why you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to speak ill of Chrono Trigger.
Well,
which Adam doesn't know what Chrono Trigger is.
Context, I don't know.
I've only played Chrono Trigger once. I'm sorry. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says PSA Stitch OnlyFans account. I would simp that. Oh yes, it's gonna happen. Have some sexy.
Bad. You're so bad.
Sexy female Stitch ASMR. It's gonna happen. Just you wait. Just you wait. The Wooster for $4.99 says, you guys are horrible when discussing Molebug. If you want to hear a valid analysis of his work, look up The Worthy House's video critiquing his views. That's fine.
I like Distributus's Molebug video, and it is interesting to conceptualize progress as decay. I mean, there is a point when what the left is calling progress is not progress, it's regress. So, but I don't think you can say all progress is decay. I really don't.
So I'll look up that guy because I listened to the Distributus video on Mentress Molebug, and I actually was trying to find an audio book format of I forget, one of Mentress Molebug's books / long blogs.
Mm-hmm.
The one where he talks about all the main concepts. I forget what it's called. It was the gentle introduction.
Yeah.
And the only one I could find was like, I tried listening to it. I couldn't listen to it on YouTube. That was like this awful like text to speech voice. And I was just like, I just couldn't deal with it.
Oh yeah.
And then I looked at like, because you can get the text of it online. It's just, and I'm like, I'm not gonna read this. I don't have time to like fucking sit here and read this shit. Like I don't care enough to read it. So I'm sorry, the Wooster. Okay, I tried. Okay, I listened to Distributus' take on it, and I listen to the prosecutor's take on it. That's what I'm judging it on. So you can complain to the prosecutor and Distributus and say that they did a bad job.
Yeah.
Okay. But I will check out the Worthy Houses. Check on it. Jonathan Harden for $5 says, under communism, Sitch wouldn't have enough food to get teats that big. That's very true. That's very true.
Unfortunately.
Gemini 79 for $2 says, I gotta see Adam in those sexy shorts. Don't we all?
Already stood up, not wearing them.
You're gonna get the Tesla shorts.
Oh, yeah. Let me order those right now. Here. Here's me ordering them.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, it is time once again. Speaking of pestering Adam, I know.
I know.
Have you finished
I knew.
reading my comic?
Fuck? No, I haven't done it. This week has been murder. Sitch and I did make a lot of progress on our own comic, though, which was very good.
Right.
But we're still working out the last scene. So no, unfortunately, I didn't read either of those. I tell myself every week, I put it on my list, and life gets in the way, guys. 4th of July. Excuses. I need some good excuses here, some better excuses. Next week.
Yeah, it's always next week. Ryder John Buck for $5 says, hope you both had a great 4th of July and Adam blew up some shit to get his fix.
Yeah, I didn't really blow anything up, but I was in Los Angeles when they tried to basically blow the whole thing up by minor explosions all over the place. I was telling Sitch before the stream began that my wife and I went for a walk at 7 o'clock. We went for like a 45-minute walk, and it was just, you could hear fireworks going off everywhere. It wasn't even dark yet, and it didn't stop. I woke up at 11 o'clock, and it was still going on. So, yeah, Los Angeles did its part for America.
Mm-hmm.
Fireworks everywhere.
Stubadub2K for $20.20. Thank you very much, Stubadub2K. Sure You Barbie for €10 says, Adam, I just sent you a sexy Sitch on Twitter at @BobSaget_combos. I also sent both of you a Robin DiAngelo drawing I made after your stream, but you seem to have not looked at it yet. Did you get another sexy Sitch?
I did. Look at that.
Where is it? Is it up there?
Not yet. Well, I'm supposed to put it up there?
Yeah, put it up because I haven't seen it. Alagus Art, I just retweeted it, sent me this, sent these really awesome, like, JoJo pictures of Sitch that we can put up too. These look great. Wow.
People are going nuts. Send them to me. I'll go ahead and put them up.
Well, I'll read the next one before I put it up.
Do it.
Laura the Nerds for $5 says, Wooster's right. Neither of you read one line of Molebug. That's true. You both constantly give the low resolution leftist straw man, typical Bugman, be a needle already.
Yeah, we loved it. We loved a straw man. Straw man's like one of our favorite things to do. We like to think, what the fuck? Who cares about this little bitch?
Yeah, who cares? Look, I told you. You guys give me some source that I can listen to, right? I don't have time to sit there and read like a giant fucking book, right? God. But if you give me a source that I can read, I will 100%. Listen to. I will 100% listen to your quote unquote good take on Mencius Molebug.
Oh man, look, she's gonna squeeze your wiener with the OK sign.
Where's this picture? Did you? Oh my God.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
She's coming for you.
I like that people are sending it to you and not to me.
Oh, this is my spank material. Are you kidding me? Come on.
The last two sexy Sitches not sent to me. They were sent to Adam. So I think there's something going on here. They're trying to say something at him.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Trying to win me over.
There you go. That's hilarious. Thank you, Shoryu. Lord Nerds for $2 says Neo wasn't a centrist. He found the out mold bug once. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't think Lord of the Nerds was around when you actually see. I don't steal your stuff, Adam. I will fully admit Adam coined the whole Neo, the true Neo line.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I sent you the two.
These are great. Oh
yeah, there's two more too, but those are the Those would probably be the best to put on stream. But these are really great. Oh, Algus, if you're listening.
Yeah. Reach out to me. These are awesome.
From those are I forget the character's name. The bomber from 4th season of JoJo. Jay for £1 says.
He even got the face right. Like we were working on turnarounds for Sitch for the comic. Mm-hmm. We were like saying, "Nah, this is way too masculine. Sitch needs to look. Needs to look more. Here, let's make him with big boobs." No. Mm-hmm. I'm just kidding. That's not what we're doing. But it's a complex thing.
Maybe the white lines are too much because he did blackface lines.
He did, but your face looks gray, which we're still working out the details. But this is pretty bitchin' here. Uh-oh.
What?
It's a huge file, so it took over the whole screen. But here you
go. Jay for £1 says 400 linguist academics are trying to cancel Steven Pinker from the LSA. Here's the president in her public email. It'd be a shame if her inbox was filled with support for Pinker. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see why, but I saw a bunch of assholes were trying to cancel Steven Pinker.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny because he's pretty far on the left too.
Oh my God, yeah, and he has the TDS and everything.
Yeah,
I don't understand this. How do you guys plan on winning an election if you're going to go after all of your big thinkers just because they're white males in positions of power?
Because anyone that doesn't pull this is how you know it's bullshit. Anyone who doesn't pull the woke narrative, even if they're on the left and they have TDS, still gets expelled and excommunicated.
Well, it seems to be just straight up racism. It's like straight white male, Steven Pinker, let's go get him. Well, you know what to do.
Right.
Position of power, professor at Harvard. We got to take him down.
Well, see, but that's why. But this is all the ploy. This is why so many academics and professors have to give in and they have to follow the woke rhetoric. Because if they don't, they know there's this mob of people. Doesn't matter how far on the left you are. Doesn't matter how much TDS you have. If you don't agree with the woke narrative, they're going to come for you. But look,
sad.
Cancel culture isn't real. Cancel culture isn't real, Adam. It's just a figment of your imagination. Shut the fuck up. That's so good. Gabe, thank you very much, Gabe, for $15.44. Thanks, Gabe. If I assume that's Felix. Donation for the donation gods. Social Justice Detective 2 when?
Yeah, they sent me a draft of Social Justice Detective 2. So I did actually read that this week. Sorry. Sorry. But I haven't gotten back to him on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Inky Pinky for $3.22 says Pac-Man has a hidden anti-diversity message. Did you ever notice the ghosts are diverse and then Pac-Man has the lightest color? Ooh, I didn't notice that. That's true.
He's lighter than Pinky? I don't know.
Well, he's like yellow and all the other ghosts are like vibrant colors. And once he eats them, you know what happens? They all lose their color because they all become eyeballs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when he eats the power pellet, he turns them all to a single color. He removes their cultural diversity, and it allows him to eat them. I think we've stumbled upon the secret meaning of Pac-Man, guys.
Yeah.
Latin student for $10 says, tell Adam to stop using post hoc as an objective. Post hoc means after this or after the event, as in Height's post hoc realization, or is short for the post hoc ergo proctor hoc fallacy. Use ex post. It's Latin for from ex after post. Thanks.
Okay.
There you go.
It's funny that James Lindsay was on Rogan and he actually credited Height with coming up with post hoc reasoning and post hoc rationalization.
Right.
So yeah, I guess those are Height's terms. Yes.
Yeah, post hoc is a verb, right?
Yeah, it means after. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you use it? When did you use it as an adjective? I don't listen to Adam when he talks, so I kind of missed it. But
I used it in some videos, and Rationality Rules misconstrued what I said as the post hoc fallacy when I was talking about post hoc reasoning.
His complaint wasn't that he used it as an adjective. It was he didn't know that Jonathan Haidt had the term.
Right, yeah, because he doesn't read anything, so he doesn't know. He's not hip on what's going on.
We got a Latin student. His Latin information is finally coming into use, Adam, so you got to listen to him. Okay, stop it.
People kept wanting me to do Rationality Rules Talk to Stefan Molyneux, and I started watching that today, and you're right, man. It is boring.
So fucking boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still might do it on obviously on my other channel, just for, I don't know, to torture myself.
People say it gets like interesting later, but I don't know. Like 20 minutes in, I'm just like, what the like? This is going into like deep philosophical terms. I'm just like, I don't care about any of this.
Yeah,
shit.
who gives a
like,
fuck?
Oh,
yeah,
oof.
We're about reality. What's going on? Yeah.
For $2 says, I'll donate another $2 for each game Adam can take off me in Street Fighter.
Oh yeah, somebody sent me a Street Fighter. Was that you? Thank you.
That was
if it was, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
You gonna play me Street Fighter?
Fuck yeah. I'll play some Street Fighter. Hell yeah.
Stream it.
Yeah, we should. We should get Sitch in there.
Adam will take him on.
Oh my God, there's more. They're multiplying.
Yeah, I'm like, and you'll have a good chance too, because I'm not even like some Street Fighter guy or anything.
What do you mean? Of course
we play it.
I beat you in Portal, and that's your game. What are you talking about? I destroyed you.
You beat me in cooperative Portal. Okay. The Love Doctor 69. Let's see what I have to deal with, guys. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, did you guys see the Destiny Vosh Striker Allsup debate? Is it just me or is Striker garbage at debating? I think Destiny Vosh won pretty handily, but I do feel bad. Allsup had to pick up the slack. Stay healthy, boys. Love watching ya.
I watched part of it. Did you watch?
I watched the whole thing. Yeah. I watched the whole thing. I agree with you. It was interesting because I've watched it like 1.5 times. The first time I listened to it, I was like, holy shit, Destiny and Vosh like obliterated Striker and Allsup, which isn't surprising because Striker is a moron.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Striker did awful. No, I don't think Allsup did very good either. Second time listening to it, I listened to it a little bit more closely, and I still think Destiny and Vosh smoked them, but there was lots of little holes and problems with arguments that Destiny and Vosh were making that Striker and Allsup, I guess, are too stupid or too racist to pick up on. They're, well, look, they're both so
caught in their bubble.
Exactly. They're so caught on their white nationalist bubble that they're not going to pick up on the logical flaws that Destiny and Vosh might have been bringing up. Because, okay, so like, here's a good example of it. So because the debate was about whether there's systemic racism in policing or something in the justice system. And so it was either, I don't forget who, Vosh Destiny brings up this study as an example of that, which is that they say, okay, more black people, there's a study in North Carolina, and it said that more black people were pulled over than white people by their percentage of their population.
Mm-hmm.
And then Striker and Allsup say, well, that's because black people commit more crime on average.
Yeah.
And then Destiny and Vosh respond to that response by saying, well, according to the study, when the police searched their cars, even though they were searching their cars more, they found less contraband in the actual cars than they did in white people that they stopped. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they immediately say, therefore, that proves racism, right? Which is already, that's a huge leap of logic. You're making
that's like a complete non sequitur. What the fuck?
Right. Like it could be racism, or there could be other factors you're not aware of.
Yeah.
And I've talked about this at length. I don't want to go over again about the whole banning outdoor suspension problem. So
could be that the whites have better weed and the cops just confiscate it. They're like,
well, okay, but
just let them go with a warning. Come on, you don't know.
No, but the interesting is then like right after that. So right after they make that argument, okay, Striker and Allsup make the argument that stop and frisk and broken windows policing policies were effective because the crime rate dropped in New York. They said, okay, so before they implemented broken windows and stop and frisk, the crime rate was X, and then after it became lower. Therefore, there's been a drop in crime, right? But again, that's obviously a causation correlation failure, because as Destiny and Vosh brought up, they said, well, wait a minute, that's bullshit, because if you look at all of the crime rate in all of the country, it went down in the same time period. So obviously there's other factors in play. And then they call them out for making a causation correlation factor. So I just thought it was ironic that Vosh and Destiny were able to so quickly call that flaw out in their opponents while making a very similar argument for themselves.
Making the same exact flaw, obviously. Right. I think Jesus said it best when he said, Worry about the plank in your own eye, motherfucker.
I think that's exactly what Jesus said. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Orange Avocado for $5.56 says, speaking of systemic racism, Brett Weinstein on Joe Rogan has changed my mind on systemic racism in a more liberal direction. Long story short, past unfairness against blacks strongly contributes to inequalities that exist today, but the solution is not Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I think that's 100% true. 100% true.
Poe the person has appeared in our chat. And you've appeared just in time, Poe. I'm sharing your fan art now.
Poe the person. See, so Poe went the other direction and said, I'm tired of the sexy female stitches. Let's get some sexy twink male stitches. And so here it is, guys. Here's the sexy twink anti-spiral stitch. Thank you, Poe.
And this is she did me too. This is exactly the look on my face when I saw the twink stitch. I was like, wow, okay.
Shuri Barbie says, man, my art got covered quick. I sent Sargon something and he left it up for the entirety of his stream. Wow, Adam.
What?
Wow.
Huh.
That's because Adam is egotistical. He'll cover every inch of the screen except his own box. Okay. He has to be.
We all know why people are here, what people are here to see.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I will actually line the artwork up. I'm like letting them show large for a little bit.
Sure.
Here, so,
sure. Okay.
You want me to put it over here over the chat? Is that where I should put it?
But yeah, no, I agree completely with what Orange said. I think if you don't acknowledge how past unfairness basically created the situation that we're in, I don't think you're participating in the conversation. Like, that's not up for debate. What's up for debate is the solution to the problem. And I agree completely. Black Lives Matter is obviously not the solution.
The problem that I have with the white nationalist, race realist point of view is that they all want to pin it on genetics when it's cultural. Like, if you put white people in the same cultural conditions, like, they're going to form the same culture. It's just it's the conditions that create the culture. Like a poor community is going to tend towards a honor culture. And honor culture is going to be a fuck the police culture. They're going to perceive normal policing as slights and insults. They're going to resist arrest more, and they're going to be in the same situation as the black community. So it's ridiculous to say that the motivations behind blacks is anywhere close to being biological. It's not. Whites did the same thing 100 years ago when we were in honor culture in the wild west. You don't take me in, sheriff? Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. Paradox for $1 says Destiny plus Vash versus Alsa plus Striker happened. Actual Death Warriors versus Serfs happened. Peter Coffin dodged debate with Milo, simultaneously saying he doesn't want liberalism to be represented well because socialism, but we're doing some obscure communist videos. Sign me up. Paradox is mad. He's triggered. He's triggered.
Paradox is triggered?
Triggered.
Why?
Because he wants us to do Destiny versus Alship or Sean versus the Serfs. So
why?
Those videos are long, Paradox.
We just did them.
Very long
what are you talking
videos.
about? We just gave our feedback on them.
We might do Sean versus Serfs. I don't know. It's like an hour and a half, but we'll see. Sean Welch for $5 says, when I first heard Kanye was running for president, I wondered why, because he likes Trump and it's so hard to beat an incumbent. Do you think he's just trying to get a small percentage of the black vote to guarantee a Trump victory? I know Kanye used to be a big Trump fan, but I thought he kind of soured on him recently. Am I misremembering something?
Kanye's gonna win. What are we talking about here?
No, Kanye has zero chance of winning. But
you don't think Kanye can win?
No.
You're hurting my feelings.
Sorry, I'm sorry that you're an idiot, but no. But that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. DJ Crime Factory for $3 says, are either of you planning to vote Kanye 2020? Well, Adam, 100%.
Oh yeah, totally.
So there you go. I said if he picks up Elon Musk or Andrew Yang, maybe I'll consider it.
He's already got Elon Musk's full support.
No, I'm saying as the VP choice. Though someone said, do you have to be born in America to be vice president? I guess you do, because you have to be born in America to be president. So I guess Elon is out of the running.
Really? South African, huh? I think he's a naturalized citizen, though.
It doesn't matter. You have to be born in America.
That's racist. Sorry.
Taker 610 for $2 says, guys, remember the Jedi are not soldiers. They're peacekeepers, meaning they go around the galaxy raping everyone like UN peacekeepers. That is why Luke was disenfranchised in The Last Jedi. He exiled himself so he would only rape frog nuns and sea cows.
Is that how you keep the peace?
That is how you keep the peace.
You milk the titty of the sea cow?
Paradox for $1 says, Sitch is misremembering the Jeremy versus cosplayer arc. That's okay. That's, as I said, very possible. It was 2 or 3 years ago, if I recall. Jeremy at TradCon, I just wrote Jeremy to see if he wants to come on and explain Thought Slime sliminess. I guess not. He came on, they gave us $10, so
we'll take it.
We'll take it. Ollie Willie for $5 says, vote Yeezy 2020.
Hell yeah, I will.
DJ Crunk Factory for $3 says, whenever me and my homies go out to party, the girls are like, what's your name? And we say, Cheddar, Snowflake, and Bodicus the Crate.
Does that work?
We the Magic Crew. And they're like, what's your real name? And I'm like, what are you, the cops?
Hilarious. Oh, so good.
That's a good one. That was a good one. No one for $10 says, it's Dagmar1177 changed my YouTube name. Wasn't some of the Gamergate that Nathan Grayson gave Zoe's game a 9 or something, and he was on the Five Guys list? Yes, that was definitely part of it, which made people say regardless of the quality of the game, he would have a conflict of interest. Yes. I think a big problem with Gamergate was in the haste. Gamergate was before the SJW stuff was like a clear thing that people could understand. Very hastily, yes. So very hastily, the Gamergate movement had to define itself before it allowed its enemies to define it as being sexist, racist nerds. So they kind of fixated on ethics and gaming journalism, which to me is dumb because I grew up in the time period of like Nintendo Power, where all gaming journalism was just bought and paid for. So
yeah.
But I understand why it happened that way, and I don't blame the people involved. But
the Gamergate side was the one who was conceptualizing it as ethics and journalism, right?
Yeah, they were doing it to define themselves away from the racist, sexist allegations. Right. But in reality, I think how it should have defined itself was being anti-SJW.
Right.
So obviously that would be very difficult because Gamergate was really the beginning of people becoming aware of SJW shit. Because before then, it was only the Atheism Plus stuff, which most people weren't super aware of. Because no one cares about atheist Adam.
True.
Pharaoh for $3 says, Thought Slime is just projecting what he does onto Jeremy. Claims love pop culture, but only uses it to inject his politics and raise his social status. The left doesn't recognize quality, which is why all their art sucks.
Well, their art is only focused on social justice. It's not focused on actually being beautiful or meaningful.
Well, let's say leftist art. Let's not say the left. That's too broad. But...
Well, the progressives are the ones that are all obsessed with race, class, gender. Well, I guess the leftists are the ones that are substituting race and minority status for class.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good?
Paradox for $1 says, check your Twitter DMs to see if the quartering wants to jump in. No, he doesn't. Paradox. He did not. If he did, he did not DM me or anything like that.
Yeah. What are you trying to do?
Paradox is trying to set us up, apparently.
Why?
I don't know.
Send us some quartering, sexy quartering art first.
There you go.
You got to pave the way. We got to get into this slowly. What does he look like as a woman?
Exactly. That's the real question. Taker 610 for $2 says, guys, I remember discussing the Washington Redskins name with a roommate back in 2014. Now it's an issue again. Seems like people stop caring about these things for years and it comes back around. Should they rename to the Washington Sitch and Adams? Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, I think so.
The Washington, the Redskins
Sitch and Adams.
Change to the Sitch and Adams.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they would get accused of digital blackface then, which is.
Well, they're not going to wear blackface when they're playing Adam. Okay, they're just gonna.
Why?
They're
I want to
gonna
see
wear
the
red and
upside
black.
down frown on the helmet. That's what I want to see.
They'll wear. Oh, how awesome would that be?
That would
if
be
they
killer.
had a Sitch. They had all black helmets with like the Sitch eyes and mouth on the sides.
Oh,
and they wore red pants. Oh, this is perfect.
Red shorts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you can wear shorts with baseball because they're sliding.
Why
around.
not?
But, oh, they could wear. No. They'll wear like the long normal white pants, but they'll have like it looks like they're wearing red shorts.
Nude.
Like
yeah.
just the top part is red.
Nude legs.
Yeah. Oh, we're on to something. The Taker, Washington, Sitch, and Adams. So that's perfect.
Let's do it.
Do it. But we obviously want 50% of all proceeds.
We will send them a strongly worded email for our cut.
We need a cut of that, yeah. Sleepless Dreamer for $1 says, did you see Quentin's awful VoidCon video? It's pretty bad. We should watch it after. Oh, I did not see.
No.
I always forget that Quentin exists.
Oh my God.
So I should probably check that out.
I think I just followed him on Twitter just to see some hot takes.
I'm pretty sure he blocked me.
Yeah, you're getting blocked a lot. Your takes are getting pretty spicy.
Spicy. My virtual VidCon video. Yeah, fuck Quentin. Pharaoh for $3 says, we got to give them a little something, just enough to quiet them down, not enough to make the difference. LBJ. This has to be the strategy of the Dems since the 60s. The activists today are controlled opposition and useful idiots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I mean, well, maybe you can make the argument today. I'm pretty sure sorry, I can't even say his name. Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm pretty sure he actually believed in the cause. I don't think the civil rights movement helped them politically. They lost the South, basically, as response. So, a little Quentin drama. It's kind of funny. People were saying everyone knows Quentin only has Quentin's views because he's trying to get into Contra's pants. And I had a certain someone who I guess I will not name was like had some inside information because I always said Quentin
on the
was
topic. Really?
Yes, because I always said, and it's very obvious to me, Quentin was simping super hard for Jenny Nicholson. He was really trying to get in the Jenny Nicholson panties, not the Contra panties. And there's some
Nicholson.
She's like some female movie reviewer on YouTube. Okay. And so there were some people that were like friends with Jenny Nicholson, and they were like, yeah, it was really obvious and creepy. So Paradox for $1 says, Sitch, I think I love you. You're welcome. And not because of all the sexy Sitches, but because you picked up on the same things I did in the Alsop versus Destiny. I would add that the study Vosh cited about crime in New York was supposed to be all-encompassing, but nobody in the debate even checked if it included Stryker stats about black population decreasing. Vosh's study can't be all-encompassing if it doesn't correct for that one stat Stryker had. Destiny was reading studies as the debate went, but Stryker and Alsop didn't. I think there's a big problem with this debate format in terms of if you're going to have a debate like this on a topic, I think you should both sides should send each other the stats and the studies they're going to reference. Because obviously you can't expect a person to read the study during the debate.
Why not?
Because there's going to be like a 10-minute silence of like.
It's totally unfair. Here,
Right,
let me read this whole study. Let
me read this whole study to try to figure out like why I don't agree with it. It's basically what you're asking someone to do.
Yeah, it's total nonsense.
Zofrats for $2 says, I remember when you guys had a small stream talking about politics, and look at you now, kinky pictures in front of 700 people. I'm so proud.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Zo. Yeah, it's funny. She joined she DM'd me. She's like, I joined the stream right as you blew up the giant picture Vincent sent you.
Oh, nice.
It's like, what's going on here?
I pulled up Jenny Nicholson too, just so you could see.
There you go. Get her out of there. We don't want to see that.
Why?
We want to see sexy Sitches. We want to see sexy Sitches. We don't care about Jenny. It was like a one-off story, Adam. We don't care about Jenny. Get her out of here. We want to see more sexy, awesome Sitch fan art.
I forgot the name of the guy who likes her. That's like
Quentin.
There you go. Quentin Reviews. This is what Quentin Reviews dreams about at night.
Yeah, that's what he dreams about at night. In that outfit, too.
I know. That's why I pulled it up.
Machine Gun Hunt Gaming for $10 says, hey, boys, hope you had an amazing 4th of July. Since it's 2020, what do you guys think is going to happen next on July, I vote a vampire is going to appear in Egypt.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Just weird.
That's
weird.
True. I think Dio will rise again, and we'll have to send a group of teenagers and an old man to go battle him in Egypt. I agree.
Sweet.
I Varian Getarex for $2 says any Sean versus Surf stuff's coming. Maybe. We'll see. Jay for $10 says Autism Report is in. As discussed in the last stream, I went into DC with an American flag. Initially walked around for 2 hours around Northern Virginia to thunderous happy honking from cars nearby. Jay from another $10 says, to make it interesting, I then traveled for 4 hours to and fro with my bestie who was wearing a MAGA hat from Arlington, DC. Only negative comment was an audible, Joe Biden's gonna win, asshole. But see, look, I'm glad you did that, Jay. I'm glad you reported that, because it's kind of like a reality check, because sometimes we get too sucked up in internet politics and we see all these leftist, socialist assholes, and we think they're taking over. But then Jay walks around outside with a MAGA hat and a flag for 4 hours, and no one cares.
Yeah, that's
Everyone
good.
applauds. So
we really don't know until the election rolls around. Like, I don't trust any of the
Right.
polling data coming out now.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see soon. November's coming.
Well, I mean, look, even without the election data, obviously there's no communist person running,
Oh, yeah.
president. Because all the leftists, the only leftist that's on board with Biden is Vosh, because he's more about strategy than philosophy, which is interesting. But all the other leftists hate Biden. The Rooster for 199 says Virgin Adam still contemptuous on philosophy.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Philosophy.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madonna for $5 says, I think Steven Pinker has a formal accusation from one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Maybe that's why. Maybe, oh, I don't know that. Or maybe it's some other thing that is not relevant.
Yeah. Supposedly he was on the island. I remember seeing that. I don't know if it's confirmed or what it is, but it's pieced together. Just he matches the description. It's not actually, they don't have his name or anything.
The Rooster for 199 says, you two are my favorite left of center YouTubers. Oh.
Why, thank you.
Explosive X for 549 Euro says, what's your opinion on Brett's Dark Horse return of the Roman consuls plan? I don't think it's going to work.
I retweeted it in hopes. I mean, he was hitting Kanye pretty hard about contacting him, thinking, oh, this will work. Kanye for president.
Well, I will say the only reason I understood the reference of the Roman consuls plan is because of the wonderful YouTube channel Historia Civilis that talks about Roman history. Machine Gun Hunt Gaming for $2 says Smash community controversies. Thoughts? I have no thoughts. I haven't followed any of it because I don't care. But I'm aware that apparently there was a bunch of well, actually, I did get into an argument in real life with someone about this. I don't think I could even discuss it because it's too sticky a topic to discuss on the internet. But
too sticky, huh?
Yes, because apparently there's all this controversy with a bunch of I think I haven't been following it again. A bunch of Smash players were like using their fame to like have sex with people, including
what is the point of being famous if you can't use it to have
I don't
sex
know how
with
many
people. Jesus,
some of them were some of them were underage, so I don't know.
Oh well, obviously that's insanity. Like seriously, you're famous and you want to throw all that, like you have the opportunity to actually have sex with people that are legal, and you're
one of them, which was the one that was the most different and weird out of the cases, was there was a case of a 24-year-old girl, I believe, 24, 28 maybe, sleeping with a 14-year-old boy. So that's kind of strange. But anyways.
Okay.
Robot Menace for $10 says, watching with a delay, so a bit off topic now, but your Gamergate video was also my introduction to your channel, Stitch. Been watching since. Thank you. I think that was a lot of people's introduction to my channel. So.
Yeah, that was a great video. You kind of simplified it in a way that everyone could understand it. Even little old me.
Even little old Adam. Matthew Van Scoit for $2 says, please do a search for LBJ Texas Ku Klux Klan. All right. JFK file, 7 things to know from the document release. Check it out. Hales Brick for Joe says Adam Garci said no fireworks. How did? Oh, that's your mayor. I said no fireworks. How did that go?
Oh, Eric Garcetti. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone pretty much simultaneously just gave him the middle finger because I mean it was
true.
It was a fireworks bonanza yesterday for hours on end, 4 hours, 5 hours, kept continuing. It was great.
Awesome. Okay, we're done with the super chats for now. We'll get back to the video.
Well, hold on. I gotta actually turn
everything,
a fucking crap ton of stuff off here.
All the things off.
Here we go.
All the windows.
Here we go. Here we go. It's all coming down now. All our fun has ended. Boom. Look at that. I found it.
I request that you leave up over me the picture of the sitch with the thumb out. That's my favorite one.
The thumb out?
My favorite non-sexy sitch.
Hold on. Let's see. Why is your thumb out like that? What happened? You got it taken out in a car accident or something?
The character from JoJo, he has a power where he can like press his thumb down and make people explode and die.
Here, I'll just put it right here. I'll make it Thought Slime's background. How about that? There you go. He doesn't need that.
He doesn't need it. It's true. Or you could put I don't know if it's appropriate to have the Vince titties out the whole stream. I don't know if that's appropriate.
Why?
Think it's good?
What do you... Come on.
Am I a prude?
You're covered. You're completely covered. There's only a tiny, tiny little bit of nipple, which I'm going to blow up huge right now.
Okay, ready to go?
I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's finish this guy off. No ad hominem, though. You know how I feel.
Adam wants to finish him off.
No, you know how I feel when you... First of all, none of that homophobic shit, okay?
There was no ad homs. Were there any ad homs? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
Well, I did complain about the pasty, doughy white guy aesthetic, but that's not an ad hom. That's fucking true.
Yeah. Can't argue the facts.
Jesus, man. He lists off a series of traits that He lists off a series of traits that nascent fascist movements possess. The first of which being the cult of tradition. Jesus Christ, that sentence was harder than I thought it would be. The cult of tradition, mind you, is not of any particular tradition. It's tradition itself. It is not relevant to a fascist or proto-fascist whether different traditions are compatible or contradict one another. Taken as a whole, they reveal some sort of wisdom or esoteric mysticism that reveals a higher truth. Quote, each of the original messages contains a sliver of wisdom, and whenever they seem to say different or incompatible things, it is only because they are alluding allegorically to the same primeval truth. As a consequence, there can be no advancement of learning. Truth has already been spelled out once and for all, and we can only keep interpreting its obscure message. You might notice that...
So, is this like the most one-sided basic bitch interpretation of conservatism?
Well, is he articulating conservatism or fascism? Like what?
Well,
I thought that was like...
He's kind of like conflating them, right?
Okay, yeah. But that was straight out of like the fascist manifesto or something like that, right?
No, it was a guy's interpretation of defining fascism.
Okay. Some guy? Was the guy Mussolini?
I don't know, some famous guy. No, some famous, probably on the
leftist
scholar guy.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. He said it earlier. I don't know the guy's name. I don't care. But no, because he's going to conflate it to conservatism. So.
Yeah. Well, they're
the far right.
They're reflexively anti-tradition.
Right.
In the same way, like people on the right sometimes
are reflexively tradition.
Well, are reflexively anti-change.
Right.
Like a change can be good. We don't necessarily know. Like I said, you get laughed in the face by the academic agents of the world when you say, it does, like trying new things is a way to discover things that you might not have thought were a thing. Like the lead thing in gasoline. Who would have thought, oh yeah, lead lowers everyone's IQ by 5 points. Like
exactly.
Who would have thought that? Okay.
Oh, who would have thought germ theory?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
It's a new idea. or gravity or any of the maths and sciences.
Exactly.
These are all new ideas.
Exactly.
Challenging the established traditions.
Yes. But then you get things like Lamarckianism and stuff like that. And you're like, okay, well, that was an idea that didn't pan out.
What's Lamarckianism?
That's the other form of evolution that's like animals that stretch their neck a lot have babies that are neck stretchers. Yeah, it's completely bonkers. But
were you watching what's his name's video? He was just talking about that.
No, who was it?
As research, because I was going to see if we would do that video instead. Philosophy Tube made some video about like Charles Darwin versus Marx, and I was like, Charles, is he going to take an anti-evolution stance in this video? Like I was waiting for it, but it's just really boring. So
yeah, I don't watch Philosophy Tube.
Tend to combine a lot of cultures into one mishmash to claim all the stuff they like in history. Somehow, their ancestors were Vikings and Romans and European Crusaders at the same time. These groups fought one another. They hated one another.
Well, that's true. Brooks. That's why yeah, exactly, Brooks. That's why the whole white nationalist, magical monolithic white culture argument's fucking stupid and nonsense.
Yeah. They didn't see themselves.
Are you denying, Adam, that white culture existed? Adam? Are you denying this?
Just a question of definition. So infuriating, so maddening.
Adam, are you saying that British people are not white, Adam? Is that what I think that's what you're saying? Can you how are you saying that, Adam?
Bah!
That's my Brooks impression.
Shared race.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Well, Adam, I don't understand why. Why can't you just say that culture is white?
Or identity. They were bitter enemies. In the mind of the fascist, though, that contradiction strengthens this connection rather than weakening it, because you're arriving at the same esoteric truth across multiple contradictory sources. And that esoteric truth just so happens to be whatever it is you wanted to believe in the first place.
What I wish the people on the left, the thought slimes of the world, would admit is that culture at some level needs a shared narrative that we should be working on building together. Like this whole idea that we're just going to sit and go, your fucking narrative sucks, you're lame. Like you're putting forward a narrative as well, but I don't even I don't know that this guy knows the narrative that he's putting forward, that he's articulating. Like I don't think he necessarily knows the flaws in that narrative or even the strengths in that narrative.
Right.
It's just kind of unconsciously spewing it out into the world.
Well, and that's what's so toxic about if you're American, the sort of like anti-American narrative.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Which is like, yeah, obviously you should criticize your own country when it does things that are bad. Obviously, we don't want to be overly jingoistic, but there needs to be, as you said, there needs to be a shared narrative that everyone can bond their identity around. If you don't want them to bond their identity on race or gender or ethnicity or any of this other shit,
sure,
it has to be an American identity.
Yeah. What is it, Thought Slime? Tell us. What's the narrative?
Well, see, that's what's so insane about this is that they completely don't understand morality because they don't give the woke leftists don't give an in-group for you to bind yourself to.
No.
Except for their ideology. That's all you can do. And even then, that doesn't help if you're white and male and straight.
Yeah, because your days are numbered. You're seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
They're only keeping you around to bolster their status with some kind of potential Me Too story. That's all they're doing.
I'll be right back.
Take your time.
The second trait a fascist or proto-fascist may possess, according to Echo, is the belief.
Oh my God. The proto-fascist now. We have a new term, guys. If you're a white, straight male and you're not currently a fascist, you're a proto-fascist. You're soon to be a fascist. It's just a matter of time. Just let time. They know time is on their side. Just a matter of time before the mask will slip and you will be confronted for what is obviously an innate part of your nature. Never mind the fact that we're all social constructionists. We don't believe in innate parts of our nature. It's funny that he's pointing out the contradictions here. How he's saying, there's a bunch of contradictions in this fascist, proto-fascist philosophy. Here, let me point them out for you. Never acknowledging the contradictions in their own philosophy.
Belief that traditionalism implies the rejection of modernism. So it's hard to read a phrase like reject modernity, embrace tradition, without seeing it as almost a direct invocation of this definition, an explicit statement that they agree with Eco about what a fascist is and that they are that thing that it is. That's why they hate modern art, for example. All the best art has already been made, and rather than trying to improve on old techniques, the best we can do is imitate the great masters of the past, searching for new modes of...
Well, I would argue that the right doesn't like modern art because modern art really became about...
Is fucking terrible?
Well, the reason it's terrible is it became about social justice. Like, art has become about activism. You can't go. I mean, I go to the galleries and museums here in Los Angeles, and all the art is centered around activism. It's like progressive activism is in your face. You can't win contests without being a progressive activist. You can't get gallery shows. You're going to get shamed. Like, if you practice anything that can remotely be called cultural appropriation, you're going to be thrown out of. You're going to be thrown out of whatever show you can put together. So when art became about activism, obviously, since it's a completely different moral philosophy than conservatism, of course they're going to be against it. So it doesn't have to do with the fact that this is why conservatives tend to hate modern art. I don't think he understands that, though.
Well,
he doesn't know that art is about activism now.
Right. Well, it is now, but even before it was about activism, there was kind of following the normal, what we're talking about, change versus anti-change. There was a lot of like postmodernists destroy all rules of art, and some of that leads in good places, like Fight Club, right?
Sure,
postmodernist movie. But some of it leads to utter dog shit, like the people who just they put like the painting that's like just a white painting of nothing.
Yes.
It's like what is this? What is this supposed to invoke? It evokes fucking nothing. So
yeah.
So I sent it to you DM. Sure you Barbie. Sent me a picture. I think he felt bad that I was the only one getting
is it full
the sexy
mood
fan
yet?
art.
I can't share that.
You're not you have to look at you Barbie made a sexy Adam picture. You have to share it. You have to share it, okay? You have to
if I'm
up there,
contractually obligated to, I guess I will.
You have to put it up there and show the world.
Show the world? What my behind looks like in a G-string. Oh my God.
Is it there? Is it beautiful?
Not yet. So well, listen to you. Look at you.
I'm excited. I want
now you've got a spank file.
I want the world to see.
This is painful. All right, here I go.
Is it there? Are you going?
No, it's painful. You see me dragging the cursor across there? That's me dragging.
Do it.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad.
Is that not the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess so. This reminds me a lot of modern art. It's funny that we're talking about modern art now. This is trans activist art. No. All right, back to Thought Slime.
And also, Sure You Barbie wants us to look at it. He did a Robin DiAngelo picture. That's pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
If you want to, you can take off the horrible Adam picture. I know no one wants to see.
Oh, it's already done. It's already done.
Okay.
Continue with the video. I'll pull this one up too.
Expression simply degrades what has already been made, which contains all the beauty and truth you could ever possibly hope to discover. Who are you to think you could paint better than Da Vinci or write better than Shakespeare? They're also obsessed with the idea.
So
that's not it.
That's not it. Well, this is like the leftist view of it. This is like someone who doesn't understand at all the argument.
It completely fits into the whole dialogue that we're having here too, because the video games used to be about entertainment. Now they're not about entertainment. They're about activism. Like, and if there is a situation where, you have to choose between, this would be a little more entertaining to do it this way, but this way would be a little more activism. They go with the activism. Like,
right.
Fuck entertainment. Yes, that's what everyone's getting pissed about.
And I didn't realize that you did this. Yeah, people don't want the Sitch thumb photo like blocking the video.
Oh, they don't like that?
No.
Why?
I don't like it either. But I meant put it like on my side.
I know what you meant. Here we go.
Well, I don't want fucking ThoughtSlime to say, "Oh my god, he's threatening me with the picture of like a serial killer next to my face as I'm talking."
Here's what Sitch is doing right here. Look, I'll show you right here. ThoughtSlime. Look at his thumb. Look how it's broken. This is you. Wait. Wait till this happens. What do you think of that? How am I doing? How's the puppet? How's my puppetry?
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay,
Wonderful.
I'll put it over here.
No, but because my point was that ThoughtSlime doesn't understand the fear of barbarism at all. He doesn't understand the fear of like, if you degrade too many things, if you destroy too many rules, they're just going to lead to nothingness. It's not a question of like, you can never do it better than the way it is.
It's called anime. Look it up.
But this is what this really is. This is everyone has their own fears. So the left's fear is that things are too stifling right now, and the right's fear is that if you unstifle things, they're going to lead to chaos and anarchy.
Yeah, society's going to fall apart. Society would never fall apart. No, give us your guns and we're all safe.
I know.
Idea that modern art is scatological in nature, which is really funny because the only reason so much scatological modern art is still produced is to provoke that exact impotent anger.
Throughout history.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Right?
Yeah, and yet they complain. It's so funny because he understands that, but then he doesn't understand that when people do like the okay sign or do some other like joke that they get pissed off about.
To trigger you.
It's literally the same fucking thing.
It is. How come it's okay when you do it? Oh, I actually put the picture of me up again.
This reminds me, there was some PragerU video I put on our list of things to look at. I don't remember. It was like really stupid.
The PragerU video. Nice.
It was something that I saw and I'm like, this will trigger Adam. What?
Come on.
For once.
I am not a traditionalist. People call me I'm into traditional marriage and stuff like that because I feel bad for everyone that's locked out of the marriage market by the fucking bullshit that goes on now. It's the bleeding heart liberal in me, not my reverence for tradition, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
The primary purpose of art was to elevate people through beauty, artistic excellence, and emotional depth. To the left, the primary purpose of art.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's total bullshit.
Well, Dennis Prager is full on, bullshit artist.
Yeah.
Art, sculpture, and music is to shock. That's why so much contemporary art is meaningless.
It's so funny because it reminds me of, you've seen the movie Amadeus, right?
Hell yeah. Of course.
It was all like, people were like, oh, it's shocking that Mozart would like want to do his plays in German instead of, Italian or whatever the fuck. Or his operas, Like this is such a dumb argument. Like all the famous like classical modern artists that we think of, like, were doing things that were considered shocking, for their time.
Yeah, they were just different.
And involves the scatological, meaning urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces.
It long ago stopped being shocking to normal people that someone submerged the painting of the Virgin Mary in piss or put a urinal in an art gallery. But they can't just let it go because they think it's so...
Wasn't the Virgin Mary guy. Come on.
It was a cross.
Yeah, crucifix.
It's actually...
Learn your fucking modern art!
Well, this reminds me... I've been watching Community again because of the whole, like, them removing the D&D episode.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this whole attitude reminds me of the character of Britta, if you've ever watched Community. There's an episode where she becomes friends with a girl just because she thinks the girl's a lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out that the girl isn't a lesbian, and she's only friends with Britta because she thinks Britta's a lesbian. And they're both trying to like be like, they're both trying to be like the stereotype of like, look how progressive I am. I have a gay friend.
The woke
tokenism. That they're doing and they're both like, wow, other people are just so mad at the fact that a straight person can interact with a gay person. And it's exactly the same thing with this art thing. It's like, oh, really? You think there's a lot of conservatives walking around in art galleries like, oh, I'm so offended by like the pee or the poop or the turnal or the urinal in the art gallery. It's like, no, it's a bunch of people who are laughing to themselves like, this would piss off someone so much if they saw it.
Well, the Piss Christ was a jab at obviously tradition. Like the Piss Christ is the ultimate activist piece. Like, well, how can you say it's not?
I'll give Piss Christ something. At least it's a funny pun.
Piss Christ.
Yeah, so at least it's a pun.
So strongly confirms their belief that modernity leads to degeneracy. The reason people make these artworks is because they love piss. And if modernity is allowed to proceed unchecked, everyone's just going to be pissing on each other all the time.
Oh my God, it's almost like their straw man of you is the same of your straw man.
I know. This is what's so infuriating about both these people. It's like, oh, both of them straw manning each other's argument. Is anybody actually going to make an argument here that I can agree with? Please. Please step up.
We're going to live in a piss culture. Nostalgia is a powerful political tool. If you can leverage people's general unease with the forward march of time, the feeling that things used to be better, you can convince them that you can return things to a state of glory. You can bring back the good times. You could make America great again.
Got him.
It's worth pointing out, though, that the
goodness.
glorious past these guys want so badly to return.
See, this is the two competing narratives. The liberal progress narrative, which the progressives have, obviously. You know, things were terrible back then. Slavery, child labor, a 7-day work week. And then the liberals came in and liberated everyone from oppression. And then there's the Paradise Lost narrative. Things were so good back in the day. Everything was so simple. No degeneracy anywhere. A simpler time. One income could raise a family of 25. We all lost it in the modern era. Like there's bits of truth in each of those.
Right.
It's like, what narrative do you want to live by?
Well, that's the enlightened centrist, is understanding that that's the real.
Yeah, totally.
Is understanding that both these narratives have some kernels of truth in them, and that you have to pick them apart.
Yes. But don't you think we should be working on a narrative that incorporates all of that truth and just kind of gets rid of all of the nonsense?
Of course. 100%.
Couldn't we do that? Couldn't we do that?
No.
Could we focus on an American history that specifically highlighted, let's say, you know, the white people who worked on the Underground Railroad, like freeing the slaves? Like, couldn't those be the white people that we talk about, not just like the slave owners and shit like that?
Right. But you see what Thought Slime is doing here? This is why he's so dishonest, okay? So a couple minutes before this, he's reading the definition of fascism.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's defining it as being based in nostalgia. And then he immediately jumps to PragerU and all this other stuff. And he starts immediately, without telling you that he's doing it, he very quickly conflates conservatism with fascism, like in a single breath.
Yeah. He doesn't know he's doing it, though. Come on.
Well, no, he knows he's doing it. He doesn't think that there's a difference.
Totally. Yeah, that's it.
He thinks conservatism is fascism light, is how he would probably conceptualize it. Or conservatism is just a step on the road to fascism.
There's a lot of conflation between progressive politics and communism. On the right, that used to be the go-to conflation. But now I'm not sure it's a conflation anymore. And I don't know if it's me, like, falling into the same problem that Thought Slime is falling into, like you can't distinguish between the two, or just everybody in progressive politics who's like has a normal pro-capitalist take has been purged.
Well, no, well, it depends, because I think the problem is that it's a terminology problem. Because I mean, if you look at people who classified themselves as progressives in 2012, right? You had Obama. Obama, obviously not a communist, right?
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow has a serious case at TDS, but not a communist, right? She always considered herself progressive.
Sure, totally.
All those pundit people on MSNBC would used to call themselves progressives, but they're all very staunchly capitalist, at least that I've seen.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you should conflate progressives with communist at all.
Right.
But unfortunately, progressivism seems to be taken over by the woke shit, which you have to remember too that there's a lot of woke SJW shit people that aren't communists.
I'm wondering
like
if it's like
separate thing.
A rank and file thing, because it seems like on YouTube it's all. I mean, even
that's what we were talking about in the beginning, right? But that's what we were talking about in the beginning.
Young Turks leans more anti-capitalist these days than ever, more than ever.
That's what we were talking about in the beginning. It seems like there's very few voices of people on the left who are not communists on YouTube.
Yeah, there needs to be more of that.
I mean, like you have like David Pakman, who he has very severe TDS, but he's not communist. And then I don't know who else there is. There's us, I guess, if we're on the left. I don't know who else is. I don't know who else is like a classically liberal on YouTube.
According to the internet, we're like far right wing. We're like far right wing radicals.
I mean, it's just like David Pakman and Destiny. I don't know who else is on the left that's like anti-communist. But I don't.
Even David Pakman has made some pro-socialist videos. Yeah, I think he made like pro-Argentine socialism videos. I think he conceptualizes socialism as like universal healthcare. Right,
but that's not.
I conceptualize socialism as making property rights illegal.
Right. I think the problem though is and we've talked about this a lot. It's because it seems like the mainstream media already has like if you want to look for people that have like a moderate to liberal take of politics, you already have that. You just go anywhere in the mainstream media, right? It's saturated with that same, pro-capitalist left-wing narrative. So that allows the niche of communists to spawn on YouTube and Twitch. And I think if you only focus on YouTube and Twitch, it kind of creates a false picture in your mind of like, this is all that exists. When it's like, no. It exists on YouTube and Twitch for a very specific reason, because that's the niche that's available to that market.
They are trying to purge pro-capitalist progressives by calling them neoliberals, which is like...
Yeah, on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's no. Yeah, because that's what the communists think. The communists hate that stuff, right? They're call everyone they don't like a neoliberal.
Which neoliberal is laissez-faire capitalist. Like,
right, which is
no regulation.
Right. Which obviously there's no Democrat that's a neoliberal.
Totally.
Really.
Can you imagine Rachel Maddow? We need to cut these problems, this burdensome regulation. That's what we really need to do.
I know. It's really silly.
Rachel Maddow's like, we need more we need to put serial numbers on bullets. That's what we need to do.
Classic neoliberalism.
Turn to were largely imaginary. When was America great? Was it during slavery? Was it during Jim Crow? During segregation? During the war on drugs? During mass incarceration? And it's not like they like...
It's so... I hate this argument. It's so stupid because it's like there's no one except for Jesus, I guess. Even Jesus, and I talked about this last time, even Jesus had his moments of doubt, right? There's no country or person that existed as like the perfect paradigm all the time. There's always like they were doing really good stuff and they're also doing really fucked up stuff. Like, it's just the way it is, unfortunately. We're not there yet. We're not at the perfect utopia yet.
The Matrix comes out in 1999 and we think, wow, this is amazing. And then the prequels come out and we think, fuck! Oh, nah.
There you go.
It's never any good. It can't just be
go.
good all at once.
Perfect.
Like those things, though, you know, some of them do, especially segregation, or even just that they want to sweep them under the rug, although, again, they do also want to do that. It's that the past they're imagining is a contradictory mishmash of the best.
It's funny that he says it because it's really the communists and the leftists that want to bring back segregation. So I don't know what he's talking about.
I know. Yeah. They were all ready to throw their lot in with separate but equal, right?
Yeah. I mean, you saw it like at Chaz, there was like the garden for black people only, you know?
Oh my God.
Best parts of all of history and the best parts of now. The perfect world has.
And I think even like I remember at one point when I don't know if it's still there. I remember at one point when you go on like the Black Lives Matter official website, when you look through like their laundry list of like demands, they had a lot of them. Like there was like this separate but equal shit. It was like, we want to have like black controlled economic systems and like a black controlled economy and all this stuff. You're like, what? The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. There was one video I sent you. It was the Breakfast Club interviewing a conservative running for Congress, a black conservative running for Congress. Did you watch that?
No, I don't remember you sending me that.
Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I sent it to someone else. That would be an interesting one for us to watch because they openly, well, she's pro-life and she openly talks about pro-life being the way for them to not be the minority anymore. And I mean,
for who not to be the minority?
For blacks. She's like, you know, we keep aborting black people. We should be like 50% of the population. Yeah.
That's a shitty argument. It's a really shit.
For, to be in favor of abortion?
No. And to be,
or not.
You don't want society to be based around different ethnic and skin color groups trying to have as many babies to grab power.
I know.
Like, that's the shittiest argument ever.
I know.
Like, are you kidding me?
I know. Shared narrative.
Right. Like, come on.
Seems like a shared narrative is the way out, not a demographic battle for power. Like, it's we have to have a shared narrative. We have to have a shared narrative. Like, understanding this is important. Nobody seems to understand this.
It's already been revealed to us by tradition. It's our job to discover it through study of tradition rather than pollute it further with dangerous new ideas. Now, obviously, not all nostalgia is a sign of latent fascist sympathies. I'm not trying to imply that liking old stuff makes you racist because people were racist in the past. I'm just pointing out the observable fact that some forms of nostalgia are useful tools for the far right. So on the one hand...
And if I make the determination, that means that you're racist.
Yeah. Wow.
You have harmless nostalgia. I like old video games.
The nostalgia that I like is harmless.
Yeah.
The nostalgia that the quartering and other people on the right like is fascism.
Is evil. Yeah.
On the other hand, you have a dangerous nostalgia. My people were great once, until they were conspired against and humiliated, and we must return to our former glory through bloodshed.
Is that the quarter? Jeremy, I missed that one.
I missed that episode of the quarter.
What video was that? God damn, that's awful. That's awful.
But this is why this is so dishonest, because it's like the only people that say that shit are like the white nationalists, and then he keeps conflating them with conservatism.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not hard to see how the connection was built.
It's not hard to strawman a connection between these two.
Mm-hmm. I do like the 90s background though.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That 90s Trapper Keeper aesthetic. Yeah.
One thing that gets geeks in a snit is when people mess with established canon. You can't go back and change the way a character looks. You're not sticking to the source material. You can't cast a black woman as Mary Jane. She's white in the comic books. Cookie Monster doesn't eat vegetables. He eats cookies! In their minds, the very best version of the...
So, okay. Should we let him keep going before Maybe we should give his stupid idea.
These properties has already been delivered to us. It's not our job to change them or to iterate on them, but to simply imitate them in perpetuity.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is why he's an idiot and doesn't understand anything. Okay. That's why he thinks people are against the changes. He's like, oh, it's because of the nostalgia. It's because they think this is the most perfect form. Like the fascist. They think that Cookie Monster existed in the most perfect form. It can never be changed. Like, no.
Not true. Yeah.
Not true, idiot. Okay. The reason is because what I said earlier. It's because people look at changing Cookie Monster from caring about cookies to vegetables, or changing like Mary Jane to be black or whatever. They look at that as just another step. Another piece of evidence to show that the woke SJW side has gained another foothold in modern culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Deviations from established canon, deviations from the source material, represent a threat to the thing you care about, an attempt to change it, to subvert it. And this passion isn't archival either. I think it's an unassailable good to maintain an archive of old works. I think it's bad to alter those works when and if the altered version is the only archived one.
I mean, do you think this idiot would be in favor of changing, I don't know, the X-Men to suddenly being, X-Men was always something that was very pro-civil rights, right?
Yeah.
It was always about,
sure,
it
totally.
was an allegory for the civil rights. So should the X-Men be changed so that suddenly the good guys are all white nationalists and they all want their own separate, mutant state instead of bad guys?
Totally.
Or is that injecting politics where it doesn't belong in the story?
Oh my God. Can you imagine the heads exploding if like
right, like
all of a sudden X-Men is all ethno-nationalists?
Like, but it's very simple. Just take any, like, what if they made Captain America, they made him like super conservative, super conservative Republican or something. Like, imagine if they took any of these.
They turned Captain America into a Nazi, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know. There was some, but he wasn't really. It was some bullshit.
Nazi storyline.
But this is why this is such bullshit, because you could, they only mock it because it's all going in one direction. You could take any of popular media, any popular thing. Like you could take Ghostbusters, you could take Jurassic Park, you could take any of the superheroes, Star Wars, you could take any of that stuff, okay? And if you put it through a political lens in a remake and you made it more right-wing or more conservative, they would all be losing their shit and saying, this is proof that America's like controlled by fascist, racist, sexist.
Totally, yeah. Yeah.
No doubt, future generations deserve to have the original versions of things preserved for them for study. And just, to enjoy. I think it sucks, for example, that the original print...
So he kind of agrees with the conservatives here. That like, why change a good thing?
Well, he's saying it should exist.
Argument.
He's saying that the original thing should always be accessible, but it's fine for people to keep changing them, and like as long as the original things continue to exist.
Yeah.
Which again, there is a lot of leftists who are trying to literally destroy the original works.
They want to make it so you can't. I mean, the Community episode was erased from Netflix. So
right, exactly. Netflix
it's not there in perpetuity. What are you talking about?
And I can only watch it because I have literally the physical DVDs that I bought years ago. Right.
Yeah.
How many people? There's going to be a very clear future from now, where almost all media that you watch is going to be through a streaming service. You're not going to have a physical copy of it. So if Netflix makes a determination that some episode is problematic or some movie is problematic, it's like, well, good luck fucking getting it.
Yeah, becomes prohibited.
Right. Didn't they do that? And they do it with like Mike Cernovich's book. They're like, Amazon's like, we're not going to sell Mike Cernovich's book.
Oh, that too. Yeah, they totally, they took it off.
Of Star Wars were destroyed in making the special editions. And just to head this off at the pass, because I can hear you typing in the comments, I don't think that statues of Confederate generals have much cultural value, so fuck them, kill all statues.
Okay, but anyway, before we get into the statues thing, it's funny that he brought up the Star Wars thing, because that's the perfect example of change gone wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like everyone was fine with them updating the special effects and like the lightsabers to make them look better, but all the shit that George Lucas added, all the new progress and change that he added to the Star Wars things
Right.
were all fucking awful, and everyone hated them. And we're like, please just give us the originals. And it's like, oh, we can't because we literally fucking destroyed the original.
It's so funny. They want to take steps back. They want to effectively take the conservative position, but no, like he just took the conservative position, didn't he?
Yep. And then he goes on with this is why the statue thing bothers me, because it's a total straw man. It's like, yes, there's a difference between first of all, there's so much things here, so many like caveats here. First of all, no statue should be removed violently by force. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't like a statue, you fucking petition the government and you vote, because we live in a fucking democracy, and you get it removed through that. And if you don't, that means you don't believe in fucking democracy, and you're fucking anti-American piece of
property
shit.
rights as well.
Right.
That's not your property.
Just because you disagree with something doesn't mean you have the right to create a mob to violently rip it down. Okay.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Exactly.
Fuck you. The law applies to everyone equally.
Yeah.
All right. So that's number one. Number two, I agree. I think that people should vote to remove all Confederate statues because they're literally fucking traitors to the country that we currently live in right now. Okay. So fuck Confederate statues. But number three, so many of the statues being removed now are not Confederate statues at all.
Yeah.
Okay? Statues of George Washington, statues of the guy who wrote the fucking national anthem. Okay. Statues of Thomas Jefferson, statues of the Elk Club statue for some reason was burnt like the other day. There's so many fucking statues that have nothing to do with racism or the Confederacy that are being destroyed.
Sad. We're losing our heritage.
I mean, they just destroyed a Christopher Columbus statue, and now they're making noise about renaming Columbus, the city of Columbus, to be something different.
Oh my God.
They destroyed. There's a statue, I think, where is it? In like Milwaukee? There's a statue of the Fonz that they threw into the water. The Fonz. What does that have to do with fucking anything political?
Well, he's a white straight male, obviously.
I guess. It's like, it's just crazy. And this is a problem. If how can I trust a fucking word out of Thought Slime's mouth if he can't even address this? If he can't address the fuck ups that are happening with the statue shit? This is why, even if you agree with something like, I don't think Confederate statues should be available, should be up. Even if you agree with that, you still have to follow the rules of law, because when you don't, there's always these assholes who, as soon as you give them an inch, they fucking take it a mile and they start doing whatever they want. They start going for more statues, newer statues. You always have to be aware of the extremists, Adam.
Yeah, I know. They scare me. I'm terrified.
See, he even shows. Here's
but
Columbus.
That isn't the thing which usually upsets these nerds. What upsets them is usually some...
And I don't know. I can't... Someone's going to have to explain this to me. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out, was Columbus an evil racist slave lord or not? Because I see, like, it's like every day I see a new article saying the exact opposite of the other article.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're dueling articles now?
There's too many articles. Like one day, or too many videos. I'll see one video or article. It's like, Columbus was an evil racist slave lord who killed tons and tons of Native American people. It's just a horrible person. And I'll see another article like, well, actually, that's not really true, and all that stories are exaggerated. Blah. Like every day, just going back and forth. I don't even. It's like global warming. I don't even know. It's too much information out there.
You can't discern the truth.
I can't figure out the truth.
It's dangerous to live in this. Like we're talking about a shared narrative. How do you construct a shared narrative when, like, you can't even tell the fucking truth?
I know, it's crazy.
Some new thing that comes along and presents a new angle on a work of art that they liked in the past. Something which recontextualizes an older work, not something which destroys an older work.
So,
yeah,
this again is a straw man. Okay, nothing wrong with having. Well, I mean, there's something wrong if the new angle sucks, obviously, but there's nothing wrong with inherently having a new angle. Okay, on a piece of work. Like, for example, I'm fine within the new Spider-Man movies. I like the idea of Mary Jane being like that weird, autistic, sarcastic character because it's new, it's different. We've seen Mary Jane a million times, right?
Sure.
The way it is. Okay. That's
you
not
sexist pig.
Right.
You're like, I want a new Mary Jane girlfriend, psychological girlfriend. I want a different Mary Jane girlfriend.
I'm just saying, we've
had that boring Mary Jane.
Boring.
We've already had sex with it in our head a million times. Come on.
Right. I'm fine with it. But that's not the complaint. The complaint is them inserting bullshit
Politics.
in order for political.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, there's lots of terrible new takes. Because you know what's a new take? Snyder's Superman. Scott Snyder's Superman. New take. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, awful.
Terrible.
Rejected.
Take a look at how the quartering responds to Elmer Fudd not having a gun in a new Looney Tunes cartoon.
Not even the Looney Tunes is immune from modern-day retconning to appease 12 weirdos with Twitter accounts, right? And now nothing.
So I don't know why he's playing this at like 400 speed. So I know it's like almost impossible to even hear what the quartering is saying.
You want to slow it down for us?
Well, we can't. You can't slow anything down and watch together. But
I think we can. Here, look. We'll slow it down to 0.75. Oh shit! Did you
just break it, Adam?
I think we're still good.
This episode made with blast process.
Started it over.
What about all the millions of kids that see their fathers and mothers and brothers is immune from modern day?
Not something which destroys an older work. Take a look at how the quartering responds to Elmer Fudd not having a gun in a new Looney Tunes cartoon.
Not even the Looney Tunes is immune from
Didn't work. Still super fast.
Weirdos with Twitter accounts, right? And now nothing is sacred. The new series, Looney Tunes cartoons.
See, even he says, was you put it back at normal speed because it doesn't matter.
Okay. Even he says.
Yeah, even quartering says the first thing he says is even Looney Tunes is not safe from the Twitter mob. So he's literally telling you what his moral contention with this is. It's the fact that it's not
true. Very
it's
true.
It's not because that version of Looney Tunes was the best version to ever exist. Okay, it's because they're needlessly putting in some weird politics into Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, which I agree. Taking away Elmer Fudd's gun is fucking the dumbest shit ever. Literally.
Yeah, it's like characterization. He's a hunter. What the hell?
Yeah,
a hunter without a gun.
Right.
Yeah. That's like an e-thought without an OnlyFans account. It doesn't make it's not logical. It doesn't make sense.
It's like a thought without a simp. It just doesn't make sense.
Now nothing is sacred. The new series, Looney Tunes cartoons, which premiered last week on stream.
I love that he says nothing is sacred.
Yep.
Sanctity Degradation Foundation.
Right. Imagine how pathetic you have to be like, well, I'm producing a Looney Tunes cartoon, and I'm totally fine with blowing people up with TNT and dynamite, and getting people cut into pieces, but a gun, that's one step too far.
As long as it comes from the Acme Corporation, it's cool. We can do whatever we want.
So stupid.
Max will now not be getting my money, although I was excited to see the Snyder Cut. What about all the millions of kids that see their fathers and mothers and brothers go?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. That's the worst take I've ever heard in my life.
What's
he was
that?
Excited to see the Snyder Cut.
Oh yeah, I know. Let's let it pass. I like Jeremy.
No, Scott Snyder is a fucking hack. Okay.
His sisters go out hunting. I don't get what's next. Is Pepe Le Pew going to lose his spray because it's too much like chemical warfare or something like that? Is that what?
Do Pepe Le Pew's got a Me Too coming? That can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's just no way they could do the character at all.
The Pepe Le Pew character?
Yes.
Oh yeah, major consent issues. For those of you who don't know, because you're like young and stuff, like Pepe Le Pew is a comic, a cartoon character that is a skunk that falls in love with I believe it's a black cat that gets some
black cat
white stripe down it accidentally. So
so it looks like a skunk.
Right, but he's handsy with this cat, like very handsy.
He's very rape culture, I guess would be the correct.
He's gonna get some, one way or another. Seriously, he's gonna go full Cosby if he has to, but.
We're going to do now is torture. Pepe Le Pew's spray is torture, so we had to cut that from the show. Will not be in the first entertainment world, or not be the first in the entertainment world to eliminate these things from production. In 2016, the musical Hamilton chose not to use them during the performance at the Tony Awards in wake of another terrible thing that happened at the nightclub. Let's look at how the comments react. Is this
a...
What? Yeah, we should read that. There's a thing on the screen.
We had to cut that from the show. Will not be in the first entertainment world, or not be the first in the entertainment world to eliminate these things from production. In 2016, the musical Hamilton chose not to use them during the performance at the Tony Awards in wake of another terrible thing that happened at the nightclub. Let's look at how the comments react. Is this a...
Oh, okay. So
He read the whole article, but didn't want to read that last sentence. I wonder why. Okay, this is Thought Slime putting a thing on the screen.
Right. So Thought Slime's contention is that the quartering chose not to read the thing about the shooting at the end because it would ruin his narrative, even though he said something horrible happened, right? But I assume if you ask him, he would say, I didn't want to read that because I don't want the video get demonetized, because mentioning the name of a man shooting in a YouTube video is a fantastic way to get your video demonetized and sent to the shadow zone. So
yeah. Is this why Thought Slime just did this little text on screen instead of mentioning it himself? He's like, I don't want to get my video demonetized.
Ooh, maybe you're right, Adam.
That's funny.
Clever.
We're all playing the game here. Of course, we've said gun a million times already.
Well, these streams all get demonetized because it's less relevant for the streams because 99% of the money doesn't come from the ads.
It comes from our super chats. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys, obviously.
In wake of another terrible thing that happened.
Oh, look, he's showing all the stuff.
Yeah.
In wake of a terrible thing that happened. That's what we're supposed to do. This is after the nightclub.
What's really telling is he says in the video he doesn't even really like Looney Tunes all that much.
Like most kids in America, I grew up watching Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny, and all the various tales there. I don't remember them very much, but it's like if they're on TV, I kind of remember them. I always see an episode. I've never seen this when I was a kid. Not very memorable, but a good time killer. Maybe not always the best messaging, but it was cartoons, right?
This whole rant is just the knee-jerk impulse to anything from the past being changed. It's those deaths.
No, it's an impulse to reacting to another aspect of woke culture overstepping its boundaries.
Yeah, that's getting ready to tell you what you can say and do. Getting ready to infringe on your civil liberties, just like the Bush administration.
What if the new Looney Tunes featured an episode where Bugs Bunny started talking about how modern culture degrades society and that we need to go back to a simpler time?
That's great. That would be a winner. I would love that.
Or what if Bugs Bunny was like very pro raw American jingoist and Elmer Fudd was like a super lefty, like hippie?
Yeah.
You think Thought Slime would be okay with that characterization? Or would that be changing something, inserting politics into something where it doesn't belong?
Oh, that'd be awful. Come on.
Dastardly SJWs. They took away Elmer Fudd's shotgun in a cartoon I'd never watch in a franchise I don't care about at all. And how am I supposed to sleep at night? Is nothing sacred? If we live in a society that cannot respect Elmer Fudd owns a gun, then what's even the point? I thought that could just be the one thing that would let me keep the one thing that tethers me to this sin-cursed world, but they took it away. Now don't get it twisted, I love Looney Tunes.
She call him Straw Slime.
Straw man? Yeah.
For this straw man. And it's so funny. He's like, it's something that Jimmy doesn't even want to watch and will never watch. Which, first of all, obviously, when you're in your 30s, you're probably not going to be too invested in watching Looney Tunes
cartoons. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're like, I've seen all these when I was a little tight.
Right, but secondly, this is the bullshit argument, because this is literally the whole woke SJW infiltration of every form of nerd media. It's always like people don't care. The whole joke with Anita Sarkeesian. She doesn't like video games. She's not a gamer. She doesn't give a shit about all this stuff, but she still wants to insert her bullshit politics into literally every aspect of it.
Yeah. It's also the convert or die attitude that they have. No one would give a fuck about any of this stuff if you could just laugh it off and go about your business. It's like convert or die.
Well, and I bet that Thought Slime would be a total fucking hypocrite about this, because he would agree, I imagine, that Anita Sarkeesian is right, that all these video games and all this media had horrible misogynist representations of women in them that should be changed. So apparently politics does have effect, and culture does have an effect in children's entertainment, when it's things that he doesn't like. But then when it comes to things like replacing the gun in Looney Tunes, suddenly, that all just goes out the window. We all just ignore how changes affect kids in media and cartoons.
Of course.
Tunes, and I think it's a little silly that they took away Elmer Fudd's gun. I don't think Elmer Fudd owning a gun promotes real-life gun violence, because he's a hunter hunting a rabbit. It's all very silly. But on the other hand,
but he's not standing against it.
Nope. He agrees that it's ridiculous, but he can't because my narrative.
He basically agrees with Jeremy. That's hilarious.
I know.
He's like, it's silly that they did it. Let me bitch about the quartering.
Fascist.
Come on, guy.
I'm also an adult, and I have a job, and I don't care if they make a cartoon that I do not like. There are many cartoons I do not like. What I do about that is I do not watch them, and it is fine, and nothing happens to me. Jeremy is also an adult, physically anyway, and he doesn't even really like Looney Tunes.
That's a pretty good joke. I like that joke.
Physically, yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, physically anyway. I'm going to use that
we'll
joke
give it to
on
him.
you. Sitch is an adult, physically anyway.
Physically. Well,
So why is he even so upset about it?
It's a good joke, but it would apply equally to Thought Slime here.
Oh, totally. Totally. Thought Slime is an adult.
Physically.
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe physically.
This. The Germbo, the removal of Elmer Fudd's gun, is part of a larger pattern, one where creators and artists are needlessly kowtowing to the demands of a vocal minority of SJW interlopers.
Oh,
yeah,
so
now
wait a minute.
he's getting it.
Now he does understand. Wait, so if he
You're getting
understands it now,
warmer.
why was he literally lying and bullshitting about this entire fucking time?
You're getting warmer. Warmer. Warmer.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Almost
Jesus.
there.
Various SJWs aren't making these changes because they believe what they're saying. They're just trying to erase traditional imagery and traditional values by turning pop culture into insidious propaganda.
Well, okay, he sort of had it and then he kind of fumbled it. He was like running to the goal line and then he fumbled it.
He's like, oh shit.
Right. Because he's like, oh, well, Jeremy doesn't like it and these other people don't like it just because it's erasing traditional imagery. It's
Yeah,
like, no,
that's
it
his
has nothing to do
narrative.
with tradition. Okay. It has to do with the fact that they think it's stupid. They think that, we both think the direction of the woke SJW movement is a fucking dead end. It's leading us down the path of despair and destruction. You
Yeah,
don't want to
totally.
go there.
Yeah, you're saying cul-de-sac. Go back. Go back.
Yes, exactly.
We need to get back to the freeway. God damn it. We're in a bad neighborhood. Holy shit, we're going to die.
But yeah, keep telling us it's about the kids and not about pushing your own weirdo agendas. I'm sure people will continue to believe you.
He spends a considerable portion of this video complaining that one of the lead animators on this show made a drawing with a gun in it.
What's this here? This looks like a weapon. Why did you draw that?
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Okay. So
Describe that picture.
this is amazing. This is amazing. Apparently one of the lead animators for the new Looney Tunes cartoon
Right.
drew this
my
picture.
God. This is awful.
Okay. It's a picture. If you're listening to this, you're not watching it. It's a picture of a large fat pig dressed as a police officer. And
Right.
it says pig on it.
Mm-hmm.
And the caption says, "Can you find this little piggy's missing baton?"
Yeah.
And it shows that the police baton is shoved up the pig's ass
He's being sodomized by his baton.
by his baton. Now, the reason this is amazing to me is that, first of all, I mean, obviously I disagree with the idea behind this picture completely, but normally I'm saying I'm totally fine with people expressing their political opinion and keeping their job, right? I don't have a problem with that. But this is hypocritical.
Oh, big
Because-
time. Yeah.
If this animator hadn't drawn a picture
Right.
about this, but had drawn a picture of similar vein, say, criticizing the Black Lives Matter movement,
Sure. Totally. Can you imagine
Would
a black
he-
guy like that? Oh my God.
do you think for a fucking second that he wouldn't get instantly fired from his job at Looney Tunes?
Oh man. No, he'd get deported. They'd ship him off to some island somewhere.
And see, but this is the problem that these assholes won't address. Okay,
Totally. Yes.
that there is only free speech available to one side of the
Yeah.
aisle, the political aisle here, and not even not some one side of the political aisle, to one subset of the political aisle, to one very specific woke performative version of reality. Is the only side that can engage in free speech.
Right. This is free speech on another level here. This, I think, is what was so offensive to me in the beginning when he was talking about civil rights. The fucking Bush administration infringing on people's civil liberties. Like, yeah, you can't,
right?
You can't, you can't do this shit on the right.
Yeah, I want to see the Looney Tunes animator create the inverse of this for the right, and not get fired.
That's completely offensive to like law enforcement and shit like that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm in favor of him being able to do it though, but
here's a tear gas canister. Why are you drawing cartoons that may actually represent real life? That can't be. You should probably take this down.
J'accuse, you hypocrite.
And also, I imagine, I haven't seen the Quarterings video on this, I imagine that he made a broader point that we just made about the hypocrisy
totally.
of this.
That's the only reason to make that video.
Right. And he was just bringing up the, like, as sort of like a side note that, well, like, okay, well, he drew the guy with a gun. But yet, Thought Slime very dishonestly, I'm assuming dishonestly, cut out any of the larger context about why he's bringing up the picture. And it's just like, oh, he's just talking about this picture because he drew a picture of a gun.
Yeah.
Why is it that it's okay for you to draw a gun on your personal Twitter account, all the while obeying a mandate not to do so in a property you're working on for one of the largest media companies in the world?
So when I listened to this video while I was making the thumbnail for our video, and I didn't see that picture. So this argument that he's making is like completely bonkers compared to the argument that Jeremy's making, because the argument that Jeremy's making has to do with a free speech argument, and he's basically saying that, you know, what you do at your job and what you do in your spare time should be completely separate. That's more of a conservative argument than it is, like, it's the woke progressive side that wants to conflate what you do in your free time and what you do at work.
I got a little distracted because I made the mistake of opening Twitter.
Yeah, don't do that.
I have to read this to you. So, a guy named Joshua, his tweet says, "Them, Louis Farrakhan hates Jews. He's an anti-Semite." And then he shows a picture of Louis Farrakhan with this one, I don't know if you've seen this. There's like this one sect of Orthodox Jews that are very anti-Israel. Okay. Because they believe that Jews should only exist in Israel when the Messiah comes back. If Jews exist in Israel before then, they're going against God. These are I don't know if you've ever seen like the Orthodox Jews that go to like Syria and Iran and they like speak anti-Israel stuff. They're like the token anti-Israel Jews. Okay.
Crazy.
So this guy posts this picture of Louis Farrakhan with the token anti-Israel Jews to prove that Louis Farrakhan isn't anti-Semitic. Okay. So I respond to this and I say, yeah, that's cool.
Are you arguing on Twitter during the stream?
No. This is old.
Okay.
I don't know. This is from yesterday. I don't know why he just responded now, but anyway. So I tweet, I reply, yeah, that's cool. Now do the one where Louis Farrakhan preaches that all non-black people were genetically engineered by a mad scientist thousands of years ago to be evil. So he responded and he says,
oh no,
correction.
Oh, no.
He responded and said, correction. The scientist wasn't mad. He was wise and well aware that he was bringing into existence the Caucasian.
What? Is that what Louis Farrakhan believes?
That's what Louis Farrakhan believes.
That a mad scientist created white people?
Yeah. Well, not just white people, all non-black people.
Oh, okay.
So Asians.
Cool.
Middle Eastern people.
Nice.
They're all created by a mad scientist.
That scientist had his work cut out for him.
Right. So, Brother Joshua, I like that. His only correction is, well, he wasn't mad. He knew what he was doing. So thank you, Brother Joshua.
I trick my kids. I'm onto you. Your trial obeying
real life. That can't be. You should probably take this down.
J'accuse, you hypocrite. Why is it that it's okay for you to draw a gun on your personal Twitter account, all the while obeying a mandate not to do so in a property you're working on for one of the largest media companies in the world? You're trying to trick my kids. I'm onto you. You're trying to take their guns away so that the wascally...
What a surprisingly pro-capitalist argument from our
I know, that's
communist
what
thought slime.
that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, holy cow. Like, this argument totally negates cancel culture. Like, you're making the anti-cancel culture argument now? I thought you guys were in favor of cancel culture.
So communist thought slime is like, it's okay for you to stifle your free political speech when you're working for a company.
Yeah. Well, and that company forces you to do that, of course.
Your company forces you. Yeah. Pro-communist thought slime. Yep. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Wabbits can take over. Bit of a tangent here, but I don't know where else to talk about this. Before I move on from the Elmer Fudd video, I gotta bring this part up.
The new series, the character will carry a scythe. Won't that foster opinions of slavery? You know, the tool that people use to handwork the fields? What about that? I wonder if anyone's pointed that out. So now we have Bugs Bunny, glorifying that kind of behavior. Plantations. Why not have them use a cotton gin as a weapon?
What? What the?
I mean, I agree that's not a good argument, but I don't know what the context of the video is.
You know, Jeremy makes like 10 videos a day.
That's the context. He makes 10 videos a day. Yeah, that's true. Though, to be fair to him, there is already a lot of complaints about Bugs Bunny and racism, because he was always I always perceived Bugs Bunny as a Southern character.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And there was, he says cotton picking, right? Get your cotton picking hands off me. He said other problematic things before. So
I'm trying to. Using a cotton gin as a weapon seems very painful. I would suggest doing it. Yeah, it looks awful.
Dude, all farmers used scythes. It wasn't a slave thing. You know the hammer and sickle? The sickle represents farming because farmers use it. That could have been an analogy you made. You could have said it was communist. It represented communism. That'd still be shitty, but it would make sense. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, had to get that off my chest. Thanks for indulging me. The nefarious SJW eerily...
He had to speed up the Quartering's dialogue so he could get that joke in.
Right. So he could barely understand what he was saying.
I didn't get it. Went over
mirrors
my head.
Another of Echo's hallmarks of fascism. Obsession with a conspiracy to undermine you.
See? He's literally got the next sentence. He's like talking about the Quartering. Then he immediately goes, and that's the conspiracy of fascism. Like, it's so fucking dishonest. It's so disgustingly dishonest.
That's what bothers you most of all, right? I mean, that's what bothers me most of all, is the dishonestness.
Because you could understand the Quartering's argument, you can understand our argument, and you could disagree with it, and you can criticize it. But then that's not what they do. They just link it to some. They just link it to some untouchable issue. They say, "Oh, it's fascism. We can't even. I don't even have to contend with your argument because I just label it fascism. I just label it racism. I just label it sexism."
Yeah.
It's the same thing as like when I say something and you just say, "Well, that's just TDS." So you're just labeling the argument. You're not actually addressing it.
Yeah. Well, it really is TDS, though. But the argument
There you go.
I mean, you usually make a pretty good argument, but we all know it's driven by TDS, so that just makes it
We
invalid.
all know that no one has free will, and we're all secretly driven by our elephants, Adam. Okay. We all know that.
Well, this guy's a political entrepreneur. Obviously, he's making these videos to advocate something. I guess he's advocating the fact that he wants woke stuff in his. He's like, I like fandom. I want my fandom to be woke. What the fuck?
Yes.
Why are these people fighting back against the woke stuff? I really liked it. I liked it when Anita Sarkeesian was our superhero.
Lord and Savior.
Yeah, come on. What the fuck? Just accept wokeism into your...
Accept the Anita into your life. Just open your heart and accept it. Accept the Sarkeesian to tell you that you are sexist. Accept the Robin DiAngelo into your heart and tell you that you're a racist.
Yeah, do it. Come on.
Quote, the only ones who can provide an identity to the nation are its enemies. Thus, at the...
It's just like, I'm talking about the Quartering, and now I'm going to show you that he's an fascist.
Ooh.
I like that. It's not just a fascist. He's an fascist. It makes it sound even worse.
It does.
root of the fascist psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, possibly an international one. The followers must feel besieged. The easiest way to solve the plot is the appeal to xenophobia, but the plot must also come from the inside. Jews are usually the best target because they have the advantage of being at the same time inside and outside. In the US,
The Quartering's complaining about Looney Tunes change. Says nothing about the Jews.
Totally.
We all know that deep down.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a
about the
stretch.
Jews.
Does
Yep.
Quartering even talk about the Jews?
I don't think he's ever talked about the Jews or
Yeah.
anything like that. Oh, actually, no. I believe, if my memory serves, Thought Slime completely, slanderously, and dishonestly frames a tweet that Jeremy put out as anti-Semitic. But
Oh,
it was
really?
actually the opposite. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So
They
we'll
do
get
that
there.
a lot. They do
Yeah.
that a lot.
a prominent instance of the plot obsession is to be found in Pat Robertson's The New World Order. Hey, everybody, just... Okay, look, I'm not equivocating these things. Being an anti...
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It's always amazing when someone says, I'm not equivocating these things, and then that's exactly what they do. It's like, oh, see, I'm providing cover for myself.
What's the difference between equivocating and conflating? Like, we've been using the term conflating the whole time.
They're synonyms. I don't think there's a difference.
Okay, good. I'm not
Semite
conflating
is
the two. Yeah, you are.
evidently several orders of magnitude worse than being an anti-SJW or whatever. Jews are a very real group of people who suffer the very real consequences of anti-Semitism, while SJWs is just the label you apply to people that you don't like and aren't really persecutable in any organized way, because how do you even decide who they are? I'm not saying that...
Oh, yeah, yeah. Come on, we built a career on deciding who they are. They label themselves. I'm always conflicted on the SJW term because, I can use social justice advocate if you want, but so many of them use SJW, they call themselves SJWs. It's like, okay, what are we doing here?
Well, and it's funny too, because the same argument he made about like, oh, well, what even are social justice warriors? That's anyone you want to label. You could literally say the exact same thing about racism.
Oh, yeah.
Labeling someone a racist.
Totally. Yeah. Who are even
Jeremy
the
is
white
being
nationalists?
Semitic here. Jeremy's just being a buffoon here. However, this line of...
However, let me show you why he's actually a racist anti-Semite.
Yeah, secret racist anti-Semite. My goodness.
reasoning is extremely useful to anti-Semites. You prime people by saying that there's...
Oh, yeah. It's useful information. It's like the racists are going to come in and gobble this up, and then that's going to be the problem. You're feeding the race. Don't feed the racists, Jeremy.
A powerful group of people manipulating the media to erode your cultural values, your identity, and your past. Whether that be the nation or the Nintendo, it's being attacked by the modernist degenerates. Once you've accepted that this secret propaganda
Oh, my God. He's showing pictures of Anita Sarkeesian.
Yes,
And then-
one of them
yeah.
is the Jewish stereotype, yes.
Yeah.
apparatus exists, it's relatively trivial to switch who exactly you think is operating it. Also, Jeremy definitely was being anti-Semitic when he made this joke.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Here's a
I
tweet.
got
Okay, one of us has to
I know.
pause it. Okay.
I think there we go.
Okay. So, Mayor, well, first of all, let's hear what Thought Slam
Yeah, this
said,
is
so
totally
he categorizes it.
Hey guys, here's a funny joke for you. Should Jews exist?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
he totally
Totally lied.
mischaracterizes.
About the
Yeah,
context. Okay.
exactly.
So, Mayor Bill de Blasio tweets out, "My message to the Jewish community and all communities is this simple. The time for warnings has passed. I have instructed the New York Police Department to proceed immediately to summons, which are, gatherings of Orthodox Jews, or even arrest those who gather in large groups. This is about stopping this disease and saving lives, period."
Okay, this was Bill de Blasio stepping in it, going after the Jewish community because they were disregarding the COVID
The
law.
quarantine orders.
Quarantine orders. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And there were, at the time, there was like a video of them walking up children's playground areas and all sorts of other things.
Right.
And well, first of all, I agree in theory that you should have to follow quarantine laws, that even if it violates your religious shit, I don't give a fuck about
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Safety
you can
over.
talk to God. Yeah. You can talk to God anywhere. God exists everywhere.
Are you
don't have to
saying
get in a group of
safety
people.
over freedom?
Yeah, I am.
Are you saying safety and freedom come at a cost with one another? That
I know, it's
as one
shocking.
increases, one.
I know, it's shocking. And yeah, you can talk to God anywhere. Okay, God exists everywhere. He's
Totally.
an omnipotent being. Okay, you don't need to gather in a group of 20 people to talk to God. But so
he can even hear through masks.
Right, but the counterpoint, not the counterpoint, but the hypocrisy of this all, which is very relevant, is the fact that while Bill de Blasio is going after the Jews and other people are going after Christians and church gatherings, it's totally fine for thousands and thousands of people to fucking march in the streets, shoulder to shoulder, fucking giving each other fucking coronavirus, as long as you're protesting a left-wing idea that's socially acceptable.
I think this was long before that the protest came along, though. I see April 28th on this tweet, and I don't even know, was George Floyd a thing?
Oh, I guess this specific thing was before it. Yeah.
The hypocrisy is noted. Like all of a sudden, Bill de Blasio's like, now you can gather anywhere you want.
Right, but I remember very clearly that even after the George Floyd protest, he was still complaining about the Jews.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Specifically. Yeah, because I remember people being like, what the fuck? He's complaining about like 10 Jews meeting together when fucking New York Street is full with thousands of people shoulder to shoulder yelling and protesting. Like, fuck off. Jeez. So anyway, so that's the context. Mayor Bill de Blasio is coming after the Jews. So the Quartering's response to this is, what are your opinions on the Jewish question?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously, if you're not a dishonest hack, the context is Quartering is insulting Mayor Bill de Blasio for being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it's a joke.
That's the context of the joke, is saying,
yes,
wow, Mayor Bill de Blasio, you're coming out as an anti-Semite.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Thought Slime totally acts like, no, actually, it's the Quartering who's the one who's being anti-Semitic.
I guess you could read it either way. Like if you wanted to give it the ungenerous interpretation, you could be like, the Quartering is thinking like, oh, I'm anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic, maybe we could do a live stream together or something.
Right. Obviously, yes, you could interpret it that way, but obviously that's not.
That's not what Jeremy meant at all. Right. Yes, Jeremy's had no history of any anti-Semitism or doing anything like that. It's actually a fucking hilarious joke because Bill de Blasio, I don't even think Bill de Blasio is anti-Semitic, but just like it, the way it reads is straight out of, Stormfront. Yeah.
So this is so dishonest. I can't imagine for a second that Thought Slime is so stupid that he doesn't understand the context that the Quartering is. Like,
he might be that stupid. I don't know. Like,
no, I don't believe it.
You think it's totally dishonest hack? He's like,
I think it's totally dishonest. Yes.
I've had people do that shit with me before, and I think like, yeah, no, people get dishonest about it. I did a tweet that was kind of just a teeny tiny bit dishonest, and I was thinking, the tweet totally blew up. I was like, oh, I should do that more often.
Well, there you go. See, you're learning.
No, it was that tweet about because BreadTube says my dude all the time, right? I said, racists say my dude. It's like their secret handshake, and everyone was like, retweet.
Oh. So I saw.
It's totally dishonest. Obviously, I don't think. Yeah.
No, but I assume that wasn't dishonest. It was a joke.
It's a joke. Yeah, totally a joke. But it's a dishonest joke. It's like.
Well, it's not dishonest. You're mocking the concept because for some reason a lot of people, a lot of BreadTubers say my dude for some reason.
They do. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know why. I don't think I wouldn't classify like an obvious joke as dishonest at all.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what do you think? You could classify it that way, but yeah, this is totally dishonest. Thought Slime. Come on. I can't believe you're doing this. Like what? Yeah. What's going on? Like Bad home life? What's going on with you? Are you having trouble? Let us know. Come on, we care about you. We want to know.
He's a communist propagandist. He doesn't care about what is true. He cares about pushing his political narrative.
Yeah, but this is not a healthy way to live, man. Come on.
You know, he's like, oh, I just want to make it clear. I'm not conflating nostalgism with fascism. I'm not saying that the quartering is anti-Semitic. But here, let me take a joke out of context to make him look anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you're slandering people on the internet. Like, I don't understand. This is bad news. Like, what's going on here? Why is this a thing?
Has clicks.
Yeah. Well, we're not doing that. Leave Thought Slime alone. He's got family problems or something.
Hey guys,
oh my
here's
God, that
a
was
funny
perfect.
joke for you. Should Jews exist?
He totally takes it out of context too, like as he.
Well, you know, it's funny because he was just complaining. He's like, "How come the quartering didn't read a line from an article?"
Yeah.
And then he doesn't read the context of the joke to make Jeremy look anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. My sides are splitting open. I'm losing it over here. I'm laughing my ass off at your funny joke.
Now, see how indignant he is about this joke that Jeremy made?
That he took the exact opposite interpretation of.
Yeah. Here, let's go back to this other joke that he said nothing about. Where's that cop picture again?
Oh,
like he didn't care about that. Like, this is just a funny joke here, guys.
right. Yeah,
This-
the cop drawn as a pig with a baton shoved up its ass is just a funny joke.
I can't find it, but you understand.
Yeah.
Like the conservatives would be just as indignant about that joke, but whatever.
Right.
You know, what's good for you is not good for me. Obviously, different rules apply to us. Come on,
Of course.
we have cultural power here. Suck
Right,
it.
but that's always the bullshit narratives that they do.
Yeah.
Stop. My sides are splitting open. I'm losing it over here. I'm laughing my ass off at your funny joke. It's so
Dehumanizing the police. That's funny. Dehumanizing terrible stuff.
fucking funny. What a funny joke you made.
Well, and he totally, because Jeremy wasn't dehumanizing.
Jews. He was
wasn't
insulting
yeah,
Mayor
exactly.
Bill de Blasio for seemingly being anti-Semitic.
And just, I mean, I don't even think, like I said, Bill de Blasio wasn't even being
I don't think he is
anti-Semitic.
either, but-
Like, he's just, like, the look of it is, he is criticizing him for basically not taking his media training seriously, let's say.
I mean, I'll admit, like, it's weird that there were it seemed like there was multiple tweets of fixation on the Jewish community.
Really? So maybe he was being
I don't
anti-Semitic?
know.
do you
It's a little
think?
weird. It's like, you know, you can call it everyone and you can call them out specifically, but just to keep fixating on it, it's a little strange.
Well, he should have thrown some other community. I don't know. Maybe other communities were cool about it. I wasn't
Maybe.
in New York.
Look, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the fucking Hasidic Jews either. Like, it's kind of shitty, but it doesn't look good, obviously.
Well, they probably think they're immune to coronavirus. They're like, "Come on, we
Right.
got God on our side. We go the distance here. Of course, we're safe."
Right. Oh, here we have another
Oh,
out of
wait.
context tweet. And another dishonest tweet.
So fucking funny. What a funny joke you made.
God, he's so indignant. He's so indignant.
I know.
That's called sanctimonious, guys. Oh, so he doesn't show what was I don't get that.
He doesn't explain any of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
So the tweet is according saying, and there we have it, yikes. And he's replying to someone saying, fuck Hitler.
yeah, so we don't know the context of this. Back
I
and
looked it up.
forth. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what the exact fuck Hitler was, but it was very obvious that the and there we have it, yikes thing. It was like, he was saying like, oh, you're so brave, you know, for saying fuck Hitler.
Yeah.
Like he was mocking the whole, like, you know, whenever you say something controversial and SJW says, yikes, that's a big yikes for me.
Oh, yeah.
But no, it's fine. He's just anti-Semitic.
Memory is fallible. Each time you remember something, you alter your own memory of it until
You know what's hilarious too? This whole thing's about how like nostalgia is the evil right-wing fascist thing. What about all the communists and their nostalgia for some fantasy version of communism that they think existed at once but never did?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
They're literally existing in the same bullshit nostalgic bubble.
eventually your experience of the past is not.
I would say they're nostalgic for the civil rights movement, like desperately nostalgic for
Right.
all those gains that were made back in the 60s.
Nothing like the reality of the past. Also, each of us remembers things from our own point of view, and the past is rosier for some of us than for others. It's pretty clear to me that there is a pipeline from the anti-SJW geek squad to far-right xenophobia, but it by no means has
This pipeline narrative, man, they've latched onto this. They really have. Do you think the pipeline narrative is, it seems like it's a rationalization for deplatforming to me. It seems like that's
It's 100% what it is.
That's exactly
100%.
what they're going for. They're like,
I mean,
we have to take out a step
definitely-
in this pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying there definitely are people that go in that direction. You know, they get triggered by the SJW shit, right? And they just keep going further and further until they get to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the far right or white nationalism or whatever. That definitely happens. But the idea of a pipeline is bullshit because they act like, oh, well, as you said, they say, oh, if we could just remove the SJW stuff from the internet, like the pipeline would shut down and it would break. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. If you remove the anti-SJW stuff, if you remove the Jordan Peterson, you're removing the stopgaps in the pipeline.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. People are going to gather at whoever's talking about the truth, whoever's talking about their moral intuitions. And if the only people who are able to verbalize the moral intuitions that are anti-SJW are the white nationalists, you're going to create more white nationalists, not less.
Exactly. You got the streamline pipe. You got the old, the fast lane.
Yeah, this was so stupid. They think they're destroying a pipeline when all they're doing is creating a fast lane. And it's so funny because you can make the same argument with these fucking bread tube fucks. It's like, there's a pipeline on the internet that just goes everyone to communism.
Yeah.
Has to go that far to be dangerous. The pop culture garbage that these nerds obsess over are the products of a culture where certain people had power and others did not. These things were not produced in a political vacuum. We just took the politics within them for granted as, just the way things are. The choice to insert more people.
Well, no, it's because a lot of these things, the politics were very benign. It was pro-democracy, pro American liberalism, which everyone agrees with.
Totally.
Presumably in America, it was very benign. It wasn't like this woke performative bullshit.
Yeah, you weren't pitching the men and women are interchangeable stuff that people actually have a problem with.
Or, I mean, look at the Ghostbusters remake. Okay, perfect example. It not only was it, they're like, oh, well, we're going to remake Ghostbusters and it's going to be women, so it's all going to be girl power. But then they literally make the bad guy like a white male nerd Ghostbusters fan who's going to be angry about the change. Like, it's literally like, what are you doing?
Yeah, demonizing your audience.
People of color into superhero comics, for example, is no more political than the fact that for most of the genre's history, the overwhelming majority of popular characters were white. That too was political, just like this. This is just more thoughtful about how those.
Okay. It's not political. If you live in a country, majority of the population is some ethnic group.
Yeah.
And the majority of their media is going to be that ethnic group.
Yep.
That's not a political decision.
No, that's an apolitical decision. Like the political decision is, let's put a race that isn't even in the country instead. Let's appeal to nobody.
Those politics are handled and the effects they'll have on readers.
Remember when Russians were always the bad guy because there was this thing called the Cold War? So it was always the Russians that were responsible for everything, and everyone agreed, yes, they're the evil, they're the bad ones.
you could say that's like a political thing, but it's a political decision that doesn't divide the country.
No, it's I would argue that it's apolitical because everybody agreed.
It's
Everyone's
geopolitical, right?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, foreign country, but it's not political in terms of it. It's not a left versus right wing narrative.
No, not at all. Yeah,
Right.
both sides were united against the communist threat.
Right.
Bits of media by no means create these power structures. They were created by these power structures, but they do help to perpetuate them.
Though it's funny, now that you say that, if we had some comparable situation to the Cold War now, and you would have the woke people be like, you know, it's really bigoted to have the enemies be Russian. Like, this is very racist against Russians.
Yeah, no, they would. They're doing that with the flu thing, the Chinese flu. It's horrible because it's racist against Chinese people.
By refusing to acknowledge or change the problematic aspects of things we love, we demonstrate a deeper willingness to tacitly endorse those power structures, so long as they continue to give us what we want.
Stuff. Good stuff. Right?
Stupid. Shit.
Well, that's the, those power structures were designed to give us good stuff. That's the whole idea of industry and all that kind of stuff. So the problem with problematizing everything is that you can never get rid of all the problems. There's always problems.
Right. Well, you can't figure out what the real problems are and what's causing the real problems.
Sure, totally.
Just crying wolf 99% of the time. Just crying wolf constantly. You're never going to find the actual wolf.
Yeah, just bitching and moaning, basically. It's so funny.
Because it's all about power. It's all.
He's complaining about Jeremy bitching and moaning about taking out the gun. Well, he's bitching and moaning about having the gun in. It's like, come on, guys. Come on. Well, actually, in that exchange, he completely agreed with Jeremy. Yeah, we shouldn't bitch about the gun.
Someone said he was in some other video. He was bitching, complaining about some D&D YouTube group. You know, their jokes were too offensive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. You
how's he
hypocrite?
Like, it's so weird that he shows this extreme anti-cop joke.
Yes.
And then goes nuclear on the Jewish thing.
Right, when it's not even saying what
it's
he was
not
thinking,
even close. Yeah, it's not even close to the. If you're talking about extremes, it's not like nowhere near extreme as the cop thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's worth having racism so that we can also have Boogerman, a pick and flick adventure. Maybe that's just me.
Can you imagine though? Like, seriously.
So wait, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
He's saying, I think if we have to destroy old things for racism to go away, that's fine.
Yeah, but he's also making the argument that like the original Star Wars is racist.
Well, I don't know if he's saying that, if that's the argument he's making. He's just saying he's willing to sacrifice the original Star Wars in order to eradicate racism.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no.
It's crazy.
I think that I would trade Boogerman to get rid of racism. That would compromise is very good to me.
Can you imagine that this is your world? You're like, if only we can get rid of nostalgia, then racism would be no more.
You just got to think racism is just this huge thing. It's so weird because it is such a religion now. It's like the racism is everywhere.
Behind every tree, around every corner is a racist lurking.
Racism of the gaps. It is. Racism is everywhere.
Thank you, Devin Tracy.
Yeah. Hope he comes back.
Hello and
so I think that was it.
Yeah, pretty much.
It.
Now it's
You want to put like a not horrible picture to look at so we don't have to stare at this?
Oh yeah, face. I got one right here. It's my sitch. No, I got super chats. Or do you go into super chats?
I was going to read super chats, yes.
Okay, so
anyway, so that's the terrible fucking video. Where are we? Sanity Now for $5. Sanity Now for $5 says, "Are we approaching a South Park singularity in which there's no difference between the show and reality?"
Yes, 100%. Great super
I think
chat.
it's true.
Like, I totally
think that's
agree.
very true. Yep. Sad. Gregory Lines for £50. Thank you very much.
Wow,
Gregory.
that's amazing. Thank you.
Says, "Holy heck, I didn't even realize this was live. Normally listen to your ranting on the drive into work on Monday morning. Since I'm in the UK, I'm going to need to commission an art of a sexy sitch for this moment."
We got you covered. Yeah.
Got you covered.
Sitch's OnlyFans account is going off.
Believe it. Writer John Buck for $2 says, "Sitch, it's not an ad hom if it's true." That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Truth.
It can be an ad hom though if it's true. Come on.
Well, it wouldn't be an ad hom fallacy if it's not relevant.
Oh, that's
if
true.
It's relevant to the conversation.
You shouldn't listen to this guy because he's a doughy, like, white male.
Well, they think that's relevant. They're like, well, since he's a white cis male,
yeah.
I'm assuming, I don't know if he's gay or straight, but since he's a white cis male, then apparently that means his voice is less relevant in the conversation.
Yeah, you've already had your institutional power for centuries. Step off.
Time to step off. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, "Adam spewing truths, except about the Chrono Trigger music. I went to Denver Art Museum last week and everything was centered around Black activism."
Yeah, see, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You're right.
Once you realize that, the world completely makes sense.
Shinso Beam for $5 says, "Art as we remember in history is still around. Memes are the emotional art. Character commission art is the portrait for the modern age." That's true.
This is also what's dangerous about the social justice stuff infecting everything and turning every vocation into activism. I know you remember the Jordan Peterson stuff where Jordan Peterson talks about how in the West we have this thing where we form different competence hierarchies around different vocations, right? So, you know, we have the entertainment industry and we have sports, which is another form of entertainment, obviously. So I think he mentions podcasting on the Joe Rogan. There are all these different forms of places where people can compete. Well, what happens when every single one of those competitive environments is judged on activism? Then all of a sudden they're all the same vocation, basically. It's like how much can video games promote social justice? How much can movies promote social justice? How much can sports promote social justice? You know, how much can journalism promote social justice? How much auto assembly can produce? Like, seriously, it's coming.
Literally everything has to be infected and be about social justice.
How much can physics promote social justice? Like, that's how much can glaciology promote social justice? Like, this is what was impressive about the grievance studies hoax papers that James Lindsay and company came up with, because they exposed all of this. Now they're judging glaciology on how much it promotes social justice instead of how much it explains about fucking glaciers.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. And that's what people are reacting to, because when they see something in media being infected with the woke shit, they go, "Oh, yes. Nothing is safe. It's just like this fucking corruption that just spreads into everything."
Another competence hierarchy that's not finding the competence of glaciology, but finding it just virtue signaling.
The competence of virtue signaling woke bullshit.
Yes. Virtue signaling woke bullshit, exactly.
100%.
Competing on a completely different playing field, and they don't even realize it.
Yep. Thought Slime on Twitter, "I hate looking like a dude. Watch it with him calling him cis." What? Is he criticizing us? I'll check it out. Anyway, Shinso Beam.
I don't even know.
Maybe.
I don't know that.
Shinso Beam for $5 says, "Art as we remember in history is still around. Memes are the emotional art." Oh, I read that one. Imagine, you think 20 years from now we're gonna put memes in like a modern art museum? The best memes of a generation. Pragmatic Culture for $10 says, let me just say, as an actual reactionary tradcon, these guys have never read any literature by reactionary tradcons, aka fascist. So every time they misuse those words, it physically pains me.
We have talked to Pragmatic Culture. Both of us have.
No, he means like Thought Slime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
But I haven't really read any of that shit either. I mean,
go talk to Thought Slime. You tell him that he's misappropriating the label away from the true believers. Okay.
What happens if I follow Thought Slime right now? Do I get an insta block? I need to like consider this. Here, I'll bookmark one of his tweets so I can.
There you go. Stuart King for $5 Dingo Dollars says, all Sup and Stryker's argument for New York crimes drop from 1991, the outlier to 2013, was a 2003 stop and frisk policy, and black people leaving, they got blown the fuck out. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad argument that they were making. I was just saying that that Vosh and Destiny were making a argument based on similar logic in terms of the car stopped argument that they were making. You can't look at a correlation. This is a problem. This is a problem with the woke divists. Okay. They'll look at a study, or they don't even look at a study. They'll look at the outcome of something. They'll say, the outcome doesn't match the proportions of the ethnic group in society.
Right.
And then they automatically assume that means
racism,
that it must be racism.
Sexism. I mean, they do. This is the wage earning gap. Like they think the wage earning gap is evidence of sexism. No, it's not.
That's the perfect example, right?
Yes.
And if you really want to solve a problem, you have to understand the problem.
Yes, exactly. You got to dive in. You got to do the deep dive. The deep dive.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, don't you remember the Dave Pacman video? Stalin was right-wing socialism video. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. He went all the video conflating right-wing authoritarians. Yeah, that was a very stupid video. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So even he's socialist. Like we had two, now we're down to one.
Well, was he saying that Stalin wasn't socialist, or was he saying that authoritarian socialism, should be considered right-wing?
Yeah. Well, that's a tricky part.
Whatever. I don't remember. It's not that important. Fuck them. Doesn't matter. Latari for $5 says, does I like old video game nostalgia is okay statement apply to Custer's Revenge? I don't think so.
Is that a game? So.
It was like this really old like Atari or even before game. Where it was like a guy, you're like raping Indians or something. It's like,
what? Holy cow.
But it's like
problematic.
Atari. Yeah, but the graphics of it, it's like, it's like blocks. Like,
the graphics of it.
Like if you type it in Google, you'll see like the graphics are like ridiculous. It's just some
good.
Like block people rubbing parts against each other. But obviously the concept is very bizarre. Corey Roberts for $5 says, if the right wing weaponizes nostalgia to promote corrupted traditionalism, the left weaponizes perception of the future to promote corrupted progressivism.
Yeah,
very true.
Do.
Very true.
We're living in the age of Trump. We're all on the edge of fascism.
Mm-hmm. Vagabond666 Gmail for $2 Aussie bucks says, our powerful past was stolen. You mean we was Kangs? That's a good point. We was Kangs is a fascist, corrupted, nostalgic idea. Very true. Very true. Taker610 for $2 says, statues on springs, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I like that idea.
Taker said, was it last week or the week before? Said he wanted the statues to be on springs, so when you try to pull them down, they just boing back up and knock everyone off.
Did you notice that Thought Slime used the sound that the statue would make in his video?
If it was on springs, you mean?
Yeah, he used the doing sound.
He used the spring sound. That's
he
true.
did.
He knew what was up, Taker.
He did.
Latari for another $5 says, obviously the RoboCop statue would have stopped them if it had been finished in time. That's true. That's true.
Oh yeah. We need a RoboCop statue. That'd be awesome.
They would destroy the RoboCop statue, the monsters.
There's a surfer statue in Santa Cruz It just so happens to be a studly white straight male, and I wonder if,
I think it sucks, for example.
sorry.
I
wonder if they're going after that statue. I was thumbing through. I was trying to look for that fucking cop.
Jonathan Harden for $20. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Says, I remember Trump asking how far will people take the statue ripping back when it was just Confederate statues, and John Oliver said, somewhere, and look where we are. It's why I'm wary of defund the police, because again, how far? No, I agree. And I noticed, it was like yesterday or something, I saw a clip of, I didn't know who it was, I didn't recognize him, of someone on MSNBC, and they were saying all the same bullshit, like SJW shit, like all the same like talking points about the racism that the subconscious racism that's affecting all white people, and all white people are part of this society and therefore partake in white supremacy. Like, I'm hearing all this like nonsense shit on MSNBC, and I'm worried because I'm like, we heard that bullshit on YouTube like 3 years ago.
Right now, it's on MSNBC.
Now it's on MSNBC.
Like the mouthpiece of the Democratic Party.
So does that mean that we're going to hear like bread tube shit in 3 years from now on MSNBC about like anti-capitalism? Maybe not, because obviously the corporations have a, don't want communism for their own reason, but I don't know. I'm a little worried about it. So we'll see. I
don't know though. Like, why a corporation just wants to make money? The best way to make money is through monopoly. Like the communist nations are that's basically how they operate, with monopolies.
Right.
They give the business, like in China, they give the business to their political party affiliates. Sure, they don't care.
Well, we'll see. I guess we'll find out.
It's fucking scary, dude. It's totally scary.
Yeah, Joy Reid is hilarious because she's like the worst. She's one of the worst. And it's so funny because she had, if you remember, someone dug up, she had these like blog posts from like the early 2000s where she was being like really homophobic. And then she fucking was like, those are fake. And people were like, what do you mean these are fake? These are like from your blog. She's like, no. Someone hacked the blog like and made them like, so they're real, but like someone hacked them. I didn't actually write that. I was like, everyone's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? You fucking lying piece of shit. You can't even say that. She couldn't even say that her views changed or something. No. She's like, somebody hacked the past and created fake blogs to put them under my name. Like, oh, fuck off.
That's scary.
Get out of here.
That's scary if someone's willing to openly lie about that shit.
It's crazy. And they fucking, her bosses just ate it up. If she was white, she wouldn't have got away with that. They would have fucking.
Oh my God! Are you saying that some people get special privileges because of their skin color? What are you saying, Sid?
Megyn Kelly got fired from MSNBC for questioning if it was ever okay to do blackface if you like the person. And
sure, totally.
Them. Okay. So
another woman like basically writes homophobic blog posts, and she can lie indiscriminately about it.
The worst lie of all time. The most obviously bullshit lie ever, too.
Yeah. Huh. Funny how that happens, huh?
I know. Roland Rush for $1.99 says, how dare you? Snyder's Superman is the best film Superman. Ooh.
What?
Ouch.
Is that Batman versus Superman? Is that what we're talking about?
That, and there was the one before it.
Oh yeah, that one's even
worse.
Where
he snaps Zod's neck. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Snyder sucks. I can't think of a movie that he's done that has been good beyond meme potential.
Spoiler alert. Doesn't he just like let his dad die when he could have easily saved him? I was like, what the fuck?
He does.
That's like the worst.
He lets Kevin Costner die. What a piece of shit.
Because he tells him, like, as soon as your dad is telling you, no, son, don't save me. You're like, fuck you, Dad. I'm saving your ass. Right? That's the American thing to do.
Snyder wanted Batman. He wanted a flashback.
Oh, I know.
Of Batman being in prison getting raped.
What? Oh my God.
And you're like, what the fuck? Like, he's like the literal definition of an edgelord. He is Mark Miller edgelord, but a filmmaker.
Wow.
I do not agree with any of his creative decisions whatsoever. At all.
Yeah, bad news.
Stuart King for 5. Aussie Buck says, weren't gamers accused of being sexist/racist way before Gamergate? Why did Gamergate cause this toxic reaction? Was it because of YouTubers and political figures? I don't. Gamers weren't. I mean, they probably were accused of being sexist or racist, but it wasn't like it. You didn't have an industry, right? You didn't have a group industry of people calling them sexist and racist. The reason for the Gamergate reaction was because you had simultaneously, it was all like in 1 and 2 days of each other. You had basically every big video game publication came out simultaneously and wrote an article about how all gamers were sexist and misogynist. That's what caused the reaction.
Yeah, false accusations.
Right. And the thing that was ironic about this is that 99% of the people didn't know anything about Zoe Quinn or any of that shit. And they were only alerted to it because of all these articles accusing them of all being sexist. So,
yeah. How do you feel when you wake up in the morning and there's like all these articles just accusing you of the most horrible things? And you're just like, I just like games.
Right.
What the hell? What did I do? Why am I being attacked?
Gamergate was the first time that there was like a media reaction of like journalists all going after like a wide group of non-political people and accusing them of being racist or sexist in order to promote a narrative. That was the first time that ever happened. And it was really, and then it turned out that most of the people that wrote those articles were all friends with Zoe Quinn, and that's why they were writing the articles.
They're just doing the favor. They're like,
right.
I'm just helping a friend out. Are you kidding me? Fuck these gamers. I got to help my friend.
And that's what was so disgusting about it. It was so obvious that they were using the accusations of sexism just to deflect away from people talking about their friend.
They were weaponizing false accusations.
Right.
Oh my God.
Speaking of cancel culture not being real, Zoe Quinn accused someone of sexual assault. That person got fired from a video game company that they had been working on, I think, for most of their adult life, and they committed suicide.
I know.
Cancel culture isn't real, guys.
So
the Hills for $2 says subtle piggy propaganda. Yeah, very subtle.
That wasn't subtle. That was not subtle. You had a cop being sodomized by his own baton. Not subtle.
Not subtle. Mark Collins for $5 says, Thought Slime is dog whistling for patriarchy. Metroid is one of the most sexist video games of all time. The prize for beating it was Samus in a bikini. Oh, that's a good point. That's an excellent point.
Should we look that up just for research purposes?
Yeah, you can look it up for research purposes. That's true. The prize for beating Metroid is seeing the strong, independent character you didn't know was a woman being sexy and sexualized. Very true. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $2 says, Thought Slime looks very piggish.
Ooh.
True.
Yeah.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, I can't take any more of this soy boy. Vosh may be a degenerate and a commie, but at least he's fun to laugh at. This guy is just pathetic.
We're going to get him on sooner or later.
Thought Slime?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Listen to you.
Ugh.
Oh my God.
Even Becklin for $14.99 says, never been able to catch you alive. Love Sitch's incurable TDS and moral inquisitor behavior. Love Adam when he challenges Sitch. Take it easy and have some money.
That's basically our business model.
Yeah, that's true. That's not untrue.
I love challenging Sitch. Are you kidding me?
Well, Adam literally gets off. He literally gets an erection telling people that they're wrong. So
you're not supposed to. That's my secret. I haven't.
Oh, was that
I haven't
a secret?
said that. I used to say that a long time ago, but I'm trying to keep it low profile now.
Okay. See, the real thing that would get the real thing that would get Adam's red sword tight is not a femme sitch whispering ASMR. It was a femme sitch saying something that he could tell her that she's wrong, that he could mansplain to her. That would be the real thing.
Oh yeah, I love doing some mansplaining.
The Hills for $5 says, as a farm boy, I'm offended to be lumped in with a communist smooth brain. I bet he doesn't even know what you use it on. Oh, the scythe, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you use it on like wheat. That's all I know. So you have to like scythe wheat or something. I don't fucking know. Alex Karras for $10 says, unwelcome to the church of our trans or of the perpetual virtue signaling. You're only welcome if you submit. It's probably funnier as a picture and not a message.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never submit, guys. Never submit.
No, never submit. Adam, how do you solve virtue signaling in DaVinci Resolve?
Virtue signaling?
Yeah.
Delete.
The Hills for $5 says, is there a link to all these femsits pictures? I need them for research.
Oh my.
Am I going to have to make like an Imager account that has like, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make an Imager gallery of all the femsits pictures or something, just so you guys can have them for research purposes. Haven Becklin for $4.99 says, Sitch values security over freedom. Makes sense given his stance on the Second Amendment. Might as well be against the First Amendment just to make it nice and even. Oh, look at Haven strawmanning me.
You're not against the Second Amendment.
No, I'm not. But I'm in favor of gun registration, so I guess people interpret that as being against the Second Amendment.
Gun registration is not that bad. I don't understand. I mean, you register your car and shit. I guess they're saying
everything else in your life.
Well, I guess they're against it because they don't want the government to like have a list.
Have a list that they can come and confiscate your guns.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
As Scott Adams has pointed out, that's already going to happen because they'll just go to the list of people that are part of the NRA. So
yeah, you're already
on the list, Francis. 95 Key for $5 says, how long until the stream is wall-to-wall femsitch? No answer is soon enough.
Oh,
it's not going to be that long. It's coming. It's coming.
It's inevitable.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, I just lost it. Let me scroll back up. Okay, here we go. Base Sitch coming out against Jews being Jewish. The Jews certainly never encountered dis-ease in their history. Nobody gets to flex for them. Well, first of all, I am classically, I've always said this, I am against Hasidic and Orthodox Jews. I'm against all religious extremists, even if they're Jewish. Weird. So fuck them. I don't like religious extremists. But is that true that there's never been like an outbreak of disease in Jewish community? I'm not sure if that's true.
Really? Huh. I guess I was right about the God thing.
I know that a lot of kosher laws were like based around cleanliness. So I'm sure that they were doing better against diseases than most because of like the Jews were in favor of like washing their hands and shit before other people were. So
yeah, right. Come on.
I mean, they didn't use soap, but like the concept of like washing your hands with water. I don't know how much that does without soap, but Haven Backlund for 499 says wouldn't classify Jones as being dishonest. Jones.
Is that his name? Thought Slime? Jones?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Meanwhile, on Sitch's Twitter, rees about Trump tweets and jokes in speeches 1010.
Yeah, Jones. You do that a lot, right?
Well, when did I complain about? I'll complain if Trump says something fucking stupid. Obviously, I'm not gonna be one-sided. I'm not gonna spare anyone. Why should I spare Trump from a critical lens just because he's your boy? Okay.
Yeah. But don't criticize just to criticize. Come on.
Well, of course, I'm gonna criticize when it's something valuable. I don't remember the last time I criticized Trump on Twitter, so I'm not sure what they're referring to. The Hills for $2 says, my dudes with racist intent.
Oh, no.
There you go.
There it is.
There it is.
Gotcha.
Ton Lito for $10 says, the tactic of using someone's real name rather than a preferred pseudonym comes from an anti-Semitic tactic of the Stalinist era. Really? That's interesting. Is Thought Slime nostalgic for a more anti-Semitic time?
Probably.
I mean, probably. If he's not going to give the quartering the benefit of the doubt, why should we? Hobbit Spartan for $10 says, I remember when Destiny debated a red-headed commie, a perfect example of how leftist thrives off nostalgia. Example, genocidal famines, psh, get out of here. We made the AK-47 trains and tractors. Yeah, no, exactly. They have their own nostalgia about communism. Stuart Keating for 5. Buck says, if having the ethnic majority represented in media isn't political, then does it mean don't make games political equals stop showing too many minorities? No, it depends what the point of showing the minorities is. If you want to have a representative sampling of your population in media, I would say that's not necessarily political, just to have a representative population. Even if you want to have more diversity in media in order to provide positive role models for different ethnic groups, I don't know if that's necessarily political. But if your idea is, I want to shove as much non-white people and non-white males into video games because I think white males are bad and the cause of all problems in our society, I would say that's a political move.
It doesn't seem like, I mean, I grew up forever ago, and it wasn't like black people were banished from movies and shit.
No.
Like, every fucking buddy cop in the world was a black guy and a white guy. Like, what the hell? I don't get this whole, like, they act like we've never had black people in media. It's completely untrue.
Not true, yeah.
Yeah.
It all is, again, as I said, this was my first Dog Whistles video. It all depends on how people feel about the intention of why it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Whale Ears for $10 says, notice how he made Booger Man into a ridiculous game that he shouldn't have really spent his time playing, and then he said he would gladly give it up to stop racism.
Yeah, obviously he's justifying it.
A hero. That's a good point. I totally missed that. You're right. Stock for $5 says, communists project their anti-Semitism onto others to hide their own. Citation, Vosh. That's true. Remember when Vosh was all like, Sargon, the things you're saying is just one step away from becoming anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, Vosh over here is like, I think Israel should be nuked.
Yeah.
Who's one step away from anti-Semitism? Who is it again? Is it Sargon? Or is it the guy who wants to nuke the country of Israel?
Not a good look.
Not a good look. Paula Too Good for $2 says, you guys should get Settlers Lament on. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is?
No. We haven't had a guest on in a long time.
A YouTuber. Check out his channel. I will check out his channel. I'm not familiar with who that is. Getting on guest on's a lot of work. And me and Adam don't like work, so.
We hate work.
We hate work.
We're lazy.
We're lazy fucks. Haven Backlund for $19.99. Thank you very much. Raptor Jesus says aluminum companies in the 40s had a monopoly on aluminum in the U.S. They were being outcompeted by companies selling weak steel. Monopoly being the be-all, end-all is a fascial, I don't know how to say that word, view of economics, a false view of economics. I thought you read Thomas Sowell.
I did read Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
I didn't memorize it, though. Which
Facile.
Thomas Sowell is that?
I've
read Basic Economics.
When were we talking about monopolies?
The book that will red pill you on monopolies is 0 to 1. Who's the guy that wrote 0 to 1? You know.
No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, I think I drank too many beers yesterday.
You've lost some intelligence points.
I have, definitely.
0 to 1. Blake Masters and Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel, that's it. Is it Thiel or Teal?
I don't fucking know. Who cares?
Read that book. Sitch, I want your feedback on that book, because that book had me questioning reality.
Why, it's like a pro-monopoly book?
Yeah, kind of. It kind of is, yeah.
Okay, so the problem with monopolies is it's like the same problem with monarchs, right? It's like, yeah, if everyone's acting, if you have the just ruler, it's fine. But the problem is you typically have the just ruler. You have the corrupt asshole.
The problem,
do things for his own power base.
That argument doesn't work, though. Like,
why does that not work?
Because no man rules alone. Rule number 1. No man.
No, that's
rules
exactly.
alone.
Wait. That's exactly why there's never or rarely a just monarchy, because no man rules alone.
Never. Yes.
Right. Because they have to have, since no man rules alone, they have to constantly pay off all the people below them to maintain their power. So.
Exactly.
Right.
And you can have one just person as a stretch. Like
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You're not going to have every single person underneath them
Right.
be just. Come on.
No, not
Come
gonna
on. We've interacted with enough social justice warriors. We know
Right.
they don't have the best of intentions.
That's why I've always said it was basically the founding of America was basically like a miracle.
A miracle. It was a miracle. Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah. We got lucky.
We got very lucky.
They explain that luck in the book that I always talk about. I won't mention here, but do you remember what the luck was? Which seemed, it's so funny because this is perfect for a movie.
No, what was the luck?
Well, in a movie when something horrible happens, but it ends up to be the best thing to happen to you in the end, that's called irony. That's so beautiful. Irony is like caviar for the mind. It's like, oh, this was a terrible thing that happened to us, and it ended up being good in the long run. So the Spanish landed in South America, where they had the Mayan and Incan, was already a hierarchical structure with the elites. So all they had to do was basically chop the heads off the elites and take over. They didn't have that in America. They had the Native American Indians who were they weren't a hierarchical structure. Yes, I know everyone's like, but the tribes were hierarchical.
What does it have to do with like the Constitution?
Well, when they landed, this is in Why Nations Fail. When they landed in a place that didn't have a society that was built around elites and working class, or fucking plebs, basically. It was just elites and plebs. They couldn't chop the heads off the elites and take over. They're like, oh my God, we're actually going to have to work for a living. This fucking sucks. And you had to bring in incentives. You had to actually incentivize people to work because they could just run off and live with the Indians and not do anything. They'd be like us, just lazy.
I see what you're saying. Because they came to like a blank slate, is what you're saying. So they could just create whatever.
Well, no, they basically had to incentivize people to stay and work hard. And the 13 colonies basically had to develop, through an evolutionary process, the only people that lived were the people with a strong work ethic. Strong work ethic, lived and reproduced and ended up surviving in the hellhole that was America. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
true. Yeah, most of the people died off.
And we established that pattern. I mean, they even lay out some of the people who took over, actually rose up the competence hierarchy, where the Spanish conquistadors took over was more like a dominance hierarchy. You do what we fucking say or we're going to chop your heads off. He was like, okay, stop. They kept sending, because the model that the Spanish put forward was, we're just going to get a bunch of gold and ship it back to Europe.
They weren't interested in building a country.
I can't remember. Help me in the chat if you remember who the guy was, but some guy was in some colony. I think his name was James, and he was like, stop sending us goldsmiths. We don't need any more fucking goldsmiths. We need people that know about farming and fucking building things. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He was like a survivor. He was like, we need to figure out this fucking crop shit. Okay, we're dying over here. Yeah.
Stuart King for 5, Aussie Buck says, if a racial group commits X percentage of crime and then is stopping and searching that racial group X percentage of times considered racism, justified racism, or whatever.
Oh, man. That's so horrible.
I mean, I guess, if you were stopping the person based on their skin color, it would be racism, even if has some justification for it, Sure.
Yeah,
I don't remember what their exact argument was in terms of the stopping stuff. Because they would say, well, like, oh, wow, I don't know if you heard that. It thundered really loud.
Yeah, what was that? I was like, oh my God.
It was thunder. Yeah. But it was God. He was very angry with this question. Or she. I don't want to be sexist. But no, I'm assuming what they would say is, no. Cops aren't pulling over black people because they see them and they say, oh, black people commit a disproportionate number of crimes, so therefore I'm going to pull someone over. I'm assuming the argument would be more like, well, black people, if they are disproportionately doing something wrong. That's why they're being pulled over a disproportionate amount. It's the action that gets them pulled over. It's not their skin color. I'm assuming that's what the argument would be.
If they're exclusively pulling over gangsters and a disproportionate number of gangsters are black, wouldn't you get the same outcome?
Right. When you say gangsters, you don't mean like the rap version. You mean like a literal person.
Yeah, like a gangster. So like someone who's obviously doing illegal shit.
Right.
Like
but the question is, how would the police know that that person is a gangster to pull them over?
There's this thing called like gang signs. There's like certain.
Right. Sure.
I mean, they study this stuff. Yeah.
Right.
They know who the gangsters are.
Haven Backlund for 199 says, I have a right to bear arms, not to drive. Duh. That's a bad argument, but because obviously I'm not saying you should take away your guns. Gun registration is not taking away someone's guns. The argument is, well, it could lead to potentially taking guns away, which to me is not even a slightly persuasive argument, because I don't see how anyone's going to take your guns away when it's literally the Second Amendment.
I'm against that registration when it is going to cost somebody who needs a gun $1,000. That's my problem.
Well, it's not the cost money. The whole point of it would be,
but the whole point of it will eventually cost money. That's how they're going to make their money.
First of all, I'm pretty sure guns are already taxed to hell anyway. So I mean, you could lower some of that tax, but no, the whole point of it is that you want to keep guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens and not in the hands of people committing crimes with guns. And you want to figure out where the people who are committing crimes with guns are getting their guns at, because generally, they either a small minority of sellers sell the majority of illegal guns, or they have the straw purchases or whatever. So you want to shore up those avenues. You can't just not do anything. The problem is that the opposite side of the issue has no solution and doesn't want a solution. They just say, oh, it's just the way it is. Just give more guns to everyone, and that will somehow solve the problem, which I think that's just stupid. That's not going to solve anything.
Well, the other side, though, is not compiling good statistics. Well, I guess neither side really wants to compile the statistics because they're worried the statistics are going to be against them.
Well, neither side wants to address the real issue, because you have the right doesn't want to address the issue whatsoever, and the left wants to focus on the mass shootings, which is why they focus on the assault weapon stuff, which I've always contended is a horrible waste of time. And
we figured out how to fix the mass shootings.
Well, I don't think there is a way to fix mass shootings.
Yeah, we figured it out. It's called like, don't let the kids go to school. Like, we haven't had one ever since this coronavirus.
There you go. You figured it out.
It's like, get rid of school. Problem solved.
Figured it out.
Well, I mean, why? If they just want to get rid of the guns, then maybe just getting rid of the school is equally viable.
Don't get rid of the guns. Get rid of the school.
Yeah.
I like it.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. The Rooster from 199 says, monarchs are based. What a bad take, Sitch. Uh-oh. Am I going to have to take your wrench away, Rooster? We're strictly anti-monarch here at Sitch and Adam.
Yeah.
Strictly
pro-democracy.
Yes.
Democracy.
Democracy now. Haven Backlund.
There are huge problems with democracy. That thing I listened to with Jonathan Knight today, he was talking about the problems with democracy. So, ouch. You just can't win.
Democracy is like capitalism. It's not perfect, but it's the best we got so far.
Yeah.
Or whatever, representative republic, whatever.
What? Yeah. Oh my God.
Haven Backler for 199 says, reread Thomas Sowell, Sitch. Oh, reread Thomas Sowell, period. Sitch actually read Sowell. There you go.
I'm gonna look up this Thomas Sowell books because I've read a bunch of them. Basic Economics is the most boring book you'll read in your entire life. Sorry, guys.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, keep going.
Actual Justice Warrior. Wait, is this the actual Justice Warrior? I can't tell from the icon.
Oh, it looks like it, doesn't it? Holy cow. He's the expert.
Hey, Sean, it's going up. $5 says New Orleans had gun registration. They used it to confiscate lawful gun owners' guns during Katrina. It's not theoretical. It's on video. Really?
And that's when you need the guns the most. Like, are you kidding me? Come on.
That's pretty fucked up if they did that.
That is awful. Yeah, exactly.
I'll have to look into that.
I kind of feel like the gun, with the looting and stuff going on with the Black Lives Matter protests, I feel like the gun issue is kind of settled. Like, nobody's going to be against, no one's going to be like gun control crazy now that they realize they need them.
Right.
Yeah, discrimination and disparities. I've read A Conflict of Visions. I've read Basic Economics. I'm not sure if I've read Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. I guess this guy's got a shitload of books. I want to read Black Rednecks and White Liberals. That sounds right up my alley. Yeah, you should read some Thomas Sowell. You'd probably cure your TDS.
Give me the audiobook and I'll listen to it.
Okay. That's illegal. I would never do that. I'll send it to you later.
Of course.
Okay. Just keep it a secret.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, "Congratulations, Sitch. You finally did it. You finally called it Dingo Dollars. I'm so proud of you."
Dingo Dollars.
Dingo Dollars. I finally remembered.
When are we going to
Dingo Dollars? Didgeridoos. The Wooster for $4.99 says, "Read Democracy, the God That Failed" by Hans Hermann Hoppe. It will change your life. Democracy is actually a really bad form of government historically.
Yes.
How dare you?
Well, no.
How dare you criticize America?
Luckily, our founding fathers knew about this, and that's why they did the whole checks and balances thing. They were like, okay, this democracy thing could get out of hand. So we need other branches, other institutions in government to keep that shit in check. And they came up with a perfect system of government that has allowed us to rule the multiverse.
Exactly.
For 200 years and counting.
Paradox for $1 says, "If we were going nostalgia mode, I'll share my stories. I got introduced to Sitch browsing channels Sargon watched. Don Lemon's debate was my first Sitch video." That was a good one. Adam, I found through Jordan B. Peterson's compilations he later shamefully deleted. I mean, he bent over and ... It's true, he did.
What was it? Hold on.
It's just and ... He's leaving it to your imagination what you bent over. You bent over for Susan's red YouTube penis, basically.
I was looking. I had a picture of me bent over, but I might have taken it out already because it was so shameful.
See, the videos that I make that introduce people to me are still available. You can still watch the game.
Oh, God damn it. I have a Think Club archive channel. You can watch my fucking stinking old videos. Nobody gives a fuck.
DJ Crook Factory for $3 says, "I actually really dig Slime's dweeb early 90s video game music. Gotta love it. It's nostalgic as fuck." See, but it pisses me off because he's appropriating it for his communist bullshit rhetoric.
Appropriating
Patrick
it for
$1
evil.
says, "Columbus was not a slave owner and was not involved in mass killings. The dates and populations of the natives that people quote are often out of date to the point of them being 20 years after he's dead." And then there's a link to The Truth About Columbus. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I've heard so many conflicting narratives about whether Columbus was really evil or not.
Why don't we just make him LGBT and then we can solve all the problems?
Columbus was born female and transitioned
there you
to
go.
be male
Exactly.
at some point in her life or his life.
Yeah, she was the first transcontinental trans.
The first transcontinental trans. I love it. Hummer Rodriguez for $5 says, "That reminds me, Animaniacs is getting a rerun in Mexico, and Twitterinos got so offended they want to cancel it. Twitterinos are so out of touch, even in a country with so much bigger problems like Mexico." I know, running around, you're worried about like drug cartels and stuff, but it's like, nope, gotta worry about Animaniacs being problematic.
That's so crazy. That's bizarre.
I don't even remember Animaniacs doing anything that would be that problematic either.
Well, how can you try to escape this colonialist narrative when you're literally doing the same fucking thing? You're trying to like airdrop your values into another country.
That's a great point. Literally, the woke brigade pushing their woke shit on all the countries is a form of colonialism.
Big time.
Yep.
Like you fucking contradict your own narrative, assholes.
Paradox ended for $1 says, "Up until that Jewish straw man, I was willing to give Thought Slime an ear, but now I have to ask, if this guy can't even read 2 tweets about Corona and the Jewish conspiracy coherently, why do we even need to give him the time of day?" Because it's fun.
It's fun, yeah. This is comedy.
Taker610 for $2 says, "Adam, you should do a stream dressed as Dr. Disrespect. I think you can pull it off. Of course, you'd have to wear the Tesla shorts to complete the look."
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be here. Let me order those now. Order.
Uh-oh, you're gonna be real upset and depressed, Adam. The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, "Wow, I looked up Thought Slime and he's making $5,300 a month on Patreon for this disorganized video with almost no editing and tons of bad faith. You know, leftists keep saying there's no money in acting like a leftist. I can't help but disagree."
Wow. Yeah. God, that is depressing. That's sad.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for another 150. I know, it's so sad. It says, "Please talk about some lefties claiming that both cancel culture doesn't exist and cancel culture is just people being held accountable. Every time I see it, I want to explode. Also, Thought Slime considers themselves non-binary, but they use he, him. Of course, Thought Slime is non-binary. He's a white guy, okay? He needs something. He needs something to give himself a little bit of protection from the anti-white male mob.
I'm out here, just a straight white male, trying to survive. Please give me some shield. Non-binary.
Anything. Wait a minute. I can be non-binary, but not change any part of my behavior or sexual orientation? Perfect.
Exactly. Made to order. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's my theory about 90% of all non-binary, 99% of all non-binary shit is just an excuse for white people.
Oh my God. You're so, that's
pretend not to be cis.
That take right there. That's completely
true.
Is it? Anti-LGBT.
Oh, there you go. Nathan Margolis for $1 says, "Are you familiar with the God of the Gaps theory? The left uses the same theory just to prove racism instead of God." Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That was apparently Devin Tracy's creation, the racism of the gaps. Yes, I think that is a perfect way to conceptualize it. The racism of the gaps. Horseshoe on Head for $3 says, "Black culture isn't even black; it's Southern redneck culture." There you go. Explains all the moral lynch mobs. Schools do not highlight the positive parts of Black history in the U.S. when they are assimilating. They were earning more than whites during Jim Crow. Carjackers for Jesus fanboy for $1.
What? Oh my God! Carjackers for Jesus fanboy.
Yep.
You can watch my old video on. I think it's on Adam Friended Secret Channel. I'm trying to do this Dr. Disrespect impersonation here, but I don't think I have the red headphones though.
Says, initially when Joya Reid was accused of homophobia, her argument defending herself was, "I have gay friends."
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Is right.
No! No! No!
I forget what that's from, but which is funny considering how the "I have black friends" defense is always scoffed at. Of course.
Yeah.
It's funny.
We just scoffed at it.
Hummer Rodriguez for $5 says, "You're right. They act as if there was never diversity well represented in media before 2014. Have they never watched The Jeffersons?"
Oh,
That's
I know.
From the 1975 or The Prince of Bel-Air. That's from the 1990s.
Moving on up to the top.
I Love Lucy. Was that the first instance of an interracial couple on television?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Didn't even speak English when he was angry.
Taker 610 for $2 says, "Did you catch any of EFAP yesterday? That video?" No, I saw they had Armored Skeptic on, and they were talking about some Lord of the Rings video.
Really?
I didn't watch or listen to it at all. So I saw it. Well, it said like the title of their EFAP was something like, it seemed like the person that they were watching the video was complaining about Lord of the Rings being bad. But then the title of the video they were watching didn't seem to be about that. So maybe that's why I didn't watch it. I was just like, oh, what?
We never mentioned like the big story about Greg and June. We never mentioned it.
They broke up. I mean, what were we supposed to talk about?
Well, I don't know.
We're not like a drama channel. I mean, I don't know what.
Shoe's back on Twitter.
Shoe's back on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah. She deleted her, or I guess you set it to delete you and you reinstate it, but I'm going to do that.
You can close your Twitter account.
Let's delete our Twitters and come back. That's bad. I feel used.
You should.
I had sad feelings that someone's Twitter account was deleted, and now it's back again like it never happened. That's wrong. Yeah. Don't you feel it's a little bit wrong?
I feel so betrayed. I feel so betrayed.
I do. She used I committed emotional labor for for Shu.
Oh, I didn't realize that Tim Pool joined the stream.
Oh
I
yeah.
wasn't looking.
Come on. Dr. Disrespect did, now Tim Pool's here.
There you go.
They both luckily do Adam Friended impressions, so you're lucky.
We can only hope. Alex Cares for $2 says, read Streamlabs, please.
No,
did, Alex.
We're never gonna read Streamlabs.
He's just triggering me. Adam, how can you use DaVinci Resolve to read the Streamlabs?
I need a better comeback for this. We need to write something. If he's going to continue to do this, we need a fucking snappy comeback, because this off the top, what the fuck? DaVinci Resolve doesn't do any of this shit.
That's the joke, Adam. That's the joke, old man.
I'm getting taken advantage of here, though.
You are. I like it, though. As long as it's you, I like it. The Hills for $10 says, you should reply to one of overly sarcastic videos on Mary Sue's or the one on robots with Jay Exley and EFAP. They make good videos, but those ones triggered me. You know, I didn't know that they did one on Mary Sue. I've seen some of overly sarcastic videos about like history and like myths, and I always thought they were pretty good. I didn't know that they did a Mary Sue one, so I'll check that out.
Yeah, we could argue about Mary Sue's.
We could totally argue about Mary Sue's.
My first encounter with a social justice warrior was actually in coverage for one of my scripts, but I didn't realize that it was a social justice warrior at the time. Yes.
There you go. Sebastian Service for $10 penguin says, I command you to have a hot take on Sargon's future hot take on Molebug. Also check out the Formalist Manifesto.
Formalist Manifesto.
How am I supposed to create a hot take for Sargon's potential hot take on Mencius Molebug?
Yeah, I don't know if Sargon's even into Mencius Molebug.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with whatsoever.
Let's move on to the hot takes.
I believe someone asked him about it when he was on stream once, and I don't remember what his response was. I think it was, I don't know anything about that.
True. No
anyway,
more super chats. I already took the thing.
There we go.
Now.
So, as you said, let's move on to the hot takes.
I'm looking for my Tim Pool. There we are. My Tim Pool with baby laser vision. I like a lot.
So, I guess first, we talked to, AIU got his channel deleted. Stefan Mono got his channel deleted, which obviously we don't support. It was very bizarre and fucked up. But I don't know if there's a lot to say about that beyond that.
Yeah.
Scott Adams. We have to talk about this. Scott Adams, who we talk about all the time here on Sitch and Friended. Okay. Talk about Scott Adams all the time. And we've said consistently we like a lot of things he says, but then sometimes he says some crazy shit, right?
Yeah, some really offensive shit if you're like an artist like me. I hear you giggling. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Adam just gets totally triggered.
Oh, it's worse. It's the worst. Not only that, so we both listen to Scott Adams does a daily Periscope that we listen to really regularly. It's to the point now when Scott Adams makes fun of artists, like we're not even listening together, and Sitch is fucking giggling about it. Like he's like, oh, Adam's totally triggered over this. Oh.
Every time Scott Adams complains about an artist, I just laugh. So, Adam's gonna talk about this. I'm gonna talk to Adam, and he's gonna be like, "Fucking Scott Adams."
Why are you laughing about my pain? I don't get it. Friends don't laugh about friends' pain.
Well, apparently, you don't know the male mind very well.
You're like, Adam's triggered.
Adam's triggered. Hey, you always laugh at me being triggered. It's only fair.
I do when Trump does something that I think it's the same exact thing with Trump.
Yep.
When Trump does something, I'm like, oh God.
Exactly.
The TDS.
So for the, I guess we'll explain really quickly for those that don't know. Scott Adams has a theory, I guess, that all artists are irrational and stupid and don't know how to like properly understand information, whereas lawyers and economists do.
Oh my God. I hate that he lumps the lawyers in.
Yeah. So that's what triggers Adam so much. Anyway, so what Scott Adams tweeted out, which I think it's some very stupid person. Well, maybe I won't even get into that. Some very stupid person got mad at me for something. But Scott Adams tweeted out what I think was the most egregious thing that I've ever seen him tweet out or say, which was, if Joe Biden is elected, there's a good chance you will be dead within a year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, followed up with saying, Republicans will be hunted.
Did you listen to his argument, though? His argument was actually pretty solid. I was like,
so, well,
okay.
Wait a minute. So I saw that and I said, that's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That anyone would say that. But I held off, and Adam will remember, because before I listened to his Periscope where he explained this concept, I responded to Adam and I said, is he being sarcastic?
Yeah.
Because it seems so out of left field. It's a very bad take. And so I listened to Scott Adams' take on Periscope. And at first, it was very weird. Because at first, his defense of that statement was kind of twofold. It was, I was being purposely hyperbolic in order to troll people and gain attention. Which
success!
I think which is a success, but I think is amoral or immoral. Is immoral. But Scott Adams, one of my big problems with Scott Adams is that he generally will often kind of dismiss morality as not important. he's like, I'm only talking about what's persuasive. I'm like, oh, I mean, I understand that like on a descriptive level, but it's a little dangerous prescriptively. So he was basically saying he admitted to being, in my opinion, immoral purposely in order to draw attention to himself. So that was the first part of it. The second part of it was that he originally said, he kind of made a weird left turn where he said, even if Trump was reelected, Republicans would still be hunted in the streets. Mm-hmm. And he said the only person that would prevent Republicans from being hunted in the streets was Kamala Harris.
Oh, I know. That was, just ignore that last part. That last part completely destroyed any semblance of an argument.
Well, you can't. This was his argument. You can't
no,
forget it.
You can't dismiss the bad parts.
No, wait. This was part of his argument. Okay,
I know, but that's the crazy part.
No, so this is what's so interesting, because he makes this argument. He says he makes this very seems like crazy, super right wing conspiracy argument that if a Democrat wins, Republicans are going to be hunting the street. But then it turns out when you hear the longer context, he's like, actually, the only person that will save us from this is Kamala fucking Harris, which is funny because he has his own personal reasons for why he wants Kamala Harris to be president, which is because he predicted that she would win the nomination originally. So,
yeah.
But so that was his initial theory on this whole thing. So I was like, that's super weird and shitty, but whatever. But then the next day, he sort of reneged on his explanation and then kind of changed it to, well, no, if a Democrat wins to be president, they're going to allow Black Lives Matter and anarchists and Antifa people to basically roam the streets hunting Republicans and then allow people to be fired just for being Trump supporters, just for being Republican. Was his argument.
Well, my take is, and I think your take is probably similar, is that if a Democrat wins, cancel culture is probably going to just go away.
Right. Not go away, but I believe if a Democrat, we've talked about this a lot, people said that Trump should win to combat SJW shit. And I always said that's backwards. The SJW narrative is a victim narrative. It's based off of the perceived lack of the perception of being a victim. Okay. And having a person like Trump, who's very contentious, is the perfect avatar for them to say is the proof that America is a racist, sexist country.
Well, and someone that they could point to and say, we're victimized. This is the age of Trump.
Right. Exactly. And so I would assume, we could be completely proven wrong, but I would assume that if any Democrat was president, it would hurt the cancel culture and hurt the SJW narrative, because no longer could they point to being victimized by the president of the country.
Yeah. So they just forget about it, basically.
Right. Well, it's not that the woke SJWs will still complain about it, but they won't have all the moderate TDS Democrats will ignore them, because the thing is, the mainstream media for the most part is controlled by liberals, liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
And so they're fine with attacking the concept and institutions of America as long as that concept and institutions of America represent Republican governance.
Yeah.
Right. But the second that it represents democratic governance, they're going to suddenly stop talking about all the SJW attacks on the government.
It's the exact same thing as deficit spending with the Republicans. Like deficit.
Right, exactly.
As soon as Democrats are in office, Republicans, deficit spending, deficit spending, deficit spending. Oh my God, it never ends. And then as soon as they take power, what? Deficits don't matter.
Yeah, just suddenly everyone stops talking about it. Yeah, it's a great comparison. So, but that's why so Scott Adams' point to me is completely backwards. The idea that if a Democrat wins the presidency, that's going to give carte blanche to people for businesses to suddenly begin firing everyone just for being Trump supporters, which I see zero evidence of any of that.
They're going to be like, oh, you voted for Trump. Oh yeah, you made that mistake. That's okay. A lot of people did. We're past it now. Now we have Joe Biden, the Rock of Gibraltar, the picture of sanity.
Right.
Oh my God.
My big problem with his tweet wasn't the fact that I think he's wrong. It's so contentious the way that he phrased it.
Oh, he's doing it on purpose too. He's like totally stoking the oh my God, the fear button. But he wants people to turn out and vote.
We should, he does. And I guess that leads perfectly into the Jonathan Haidt thing, because Jonathan Haidt said that Trump's conversation or speech, I guess, at the Mount Rushmore was triggering the authoritarian intuitions in people. Was it Karen Stenner? Is that her name?
Yeah, Karen Stenner's the authority. Karen Stenner wrote a book called The Authoritarian Dynamic that Jonathan he quotes from a lot, but she estimates, and she's done surveys of people where most people are just, live and let live until they perceive the nation is under threat. And that's when this authoritarian dynamic thing comes into play. To hear the standard SJW talking points, like they act like authoritarians or jackbooted thugs, like they could never be just live and let live like that. It would be impossible for them to live a normal life like that. She's saying no, they're like, what's that movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Like they're everywhere. You just don't know it.
Well, she's saying she's saying a lot of people have the potential to be authoritarian. They just have to be activated, which I agree with completely.
I wonder if I'm that way, to be honest with you. I keep thinking, I wonder if I'm being activated. Stay off my lawn.
Activated. His enlightened centrism is slowly fading away into authoritarianism.
Well, I'm just you could make an argument that I am a degenerate. Like I'm kind of I'm just very liberal. I want to do things that you shouldn't do. So the idea that I would be an authoritarian, like crack the whip. No, we got to get the country into shape. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Doesn't make sense, no. But so I understand. First of all, I didn't think Trump said anything very contentious at the Mount Rushmore speech. I read all these articles saying like, "Oh my God, he was like saying the most racist things ever." So I was like that's just like wow, like so I go and listen to the whole speech because I'm like, wow, what did he say that's so crazy? And I listen to it, I'm like, oh, he didn't really say anything very contentious at all in my estimation.
Sitch is very patriotic. That speech was very patriotic.
Well, it's very like, very standard shit, right? What you expect.
Listen to him trying to downplay it. Sitch was singing the Star Spangled Banner by the end of it. He was like, nah.
No, I didn't find the speech compelling. First of all the exciting incendiary stuff is like the first 10 minutes, and then after that, it gets very boring. But no, just because it was just the typical like, he's complaining about protesters tearing down statues, and he's complaining about cancel culture and SJWs, and then everyone's like, oh, he's saying that like all the left is this, right? Which maybe he's doing a little bit, but I don't know. That's not really surprising to me. That's kind of the way politics has always been. So maybe I'm just numb to it, but I didn't find what he said very contentious. I don't think people were kind of dishonestly doing another fine people thing where they're like, oh, he's just, if you're against the protesters or against tearing down statues, that means you're racist. So I don't agree with any of that. I do understand Haidt's point because he's sort of right that there was some sort of like triggering of the authoritarian stuff, but I don't disagree with anything that Trump specifically said about being against tearing down statues or any of that stuff. So
I don't know if you know this, but I think we might have another Me Too catastrophe on our hands with Trump.
What do you mean?
I think Trump might like waifu Sitch. I think he might be getting.
Are you saying that Trump is going to retweet a picture of waifu Sitch?
No. I put up a picture. Someone else did another picture.
Oh my God.
Of you getting Me Too'd by Trump.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Uh-oh. Watch
hilarious.
out.
Is that Shoryu Barbie again?
Man, Sitch is looking sexy.
Shoryu Barbie's just pumping them out.
I know. This is
pumping them out. Wow.
This is crazy. Oh man.
That's a pretty hilarious picture. I look like the chick from the Looney Tunes, like the red-haired chick. This offends me. This picture offends me on all levels.
I know.
Disturbed.
You made
so
me
disturbed by this picture. Anyway.
So back to the serious stuff.
I guess we're done with that topic. Yeah. Adam got distracted, but so.
No. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I'm like, we're in a weird situation because we're on our intuitions are on the left, yet we're patriotic, which I was super excited. There was one year that the Democrats, it seemed like they got the patriotism thing. I think it was Obama versus Romney. And at the convention, like they marched out a bunch of pro-military Democrats. And I thought, finally, they fucking get it.
Right.
Like you can't just be, your brand can't be hitched to anti-Americanism. Like at some level, people want to believe that they're a part of something special. So, but this whole anti-American stuff that the left is engaged with now, I think is going to really hurt them in the next election. So, and Trump obviously played on all of that on the 4th of July, which is a great time to do it. Yeah.
It's good persuasive politics.
You have someone who we joke about. Obviously, we don't think Sitch really has TDS, but obviously he was moved by the speech. Like, well, you
I wasn't moved at all, but I thought the speech was boring. But
okay.
The Love Doctor 69 all day says, "Oh God, that looks almost racist." That's true. I didn't think about it, but like the black skin with the red lips.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Makes it look like a mammy face.
We didn't do it, obviously.
No. But I'm not. My character isn't black, so it's okay. I like some of these comments. Zombie Squad says Sitch has huge assets.
Yeah.
And as Lukov says, he's not even grabbing her in the right place. That's right.
No, that's where her nipples are. He's spreading them apart.
Trump is supposed to grab you by the pussy.
Oh yeah, you're right. This looks like fake news to me. Fake news.
Stuart King says Scott Adams is just jealous he's not being groped by Trump.
Yeah,
I agree.
True.
I agree with that. Should we talk about the bounty hunt, the Russian bounty thing? I think is an interesting story. I know Adam doesn't really care about it, but
no, let's do it. Whatever.
So we talked about last week. There was a story in the New York Times about claiming that U.S. intelligence services knew that Russia was paying off people in Afghanistan to kill U.S. allied forces and even U.S. soldiers, and that Trump was briefed on this. So this was the New York Times article said. And then Trump responded by saying that that's fake news. He was never briefed on this. And I said, wow, someone's got to be really fucking wrong in this story because this is like a huge story. So it turns out we now know what happened. Okay.
What was it?
So apparently, in the written briefs, the written intelligence briefs given to the White House, this information was in there that said that they had one organization said that they had moderate belief that this was going on, that Russia was paying off some Russian government backed asset was paying off Afghani people to kill off U.S. assets. And they found, they had found and interrogated multiple different people who had money on them, who were committing violence against American allies, and they had apparently got this information from different sources, independent sources, through interrogation techniques, et cetera, et cetera. It also found some money being funded in some ways. I mean, it looks suspicious, whatever. So the CIA thinks that this is happening. They put it in a written intelligence briefing to Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Trump doesn't read intelligence briefings.
No, of course not. Why would you?
Much like Adam, he has someone read them to him.
Come on, you gotta have your super chat reader. That's how it works. You're in a position of power. Of course, you're gonna have a reader.
Trump, much like Adam, has a reader. Okay. But here's the problem. This is where you get into weird boys in Brazil shit. Okay. The reader doesn't read the whole report to Trump. The reader makes a decision about what information out of the report to read to the President of the United States of America.
Sitch, I'm starting to worry about our relationship here. You're not doing this to me, are you?
So the reader, because Trump doesn't fucking read, and since the president of the country doesn't read intelligence briefings and has someone read them to him, that person decides not to read the whole briefing. They leave out the part about the Russian bounties, and our president doesn't fucking know that this is a potential thing that could be going on.
Minor oversight.
Okay, this is the world we live in right now, and this is compounded by the fact that apparently the same on the timeline of events when the CIA was trying to tell Trump this was going on was around the same time that Trump was levying for Russia to be allowed back in the G7. So I'm just saying,
God.
It's fucking
oh my God.
You're the president. You got to read the fucking intelligence reports. Okay?
Oh,
I read all through all this bullshit, and I'm just an asshole.
Yeah.
Or have someone. Here's what you can do. If you want to save time, have someone read them, and you record it, and you listen to it, like in an audiobook format, while you're doing something else.
Yeah, you know. When you're grabbing chicks by the pussy, you got your audio book on.
When you're tweeting at 1 o'clock in the morning, you could be listening to top secret intelligence briefing.
Well, you can't do that. Next thing you know, you tweet it out about the top
you accidentally tweet it out. You're right. You'll accidentally tweet out some intelligence information. So.
You're like, oh shit, delete.
So that's where the Russian bounty story is right now, which I find very fascinating.
I finally figured out what Kofifi means.
There you go. It was a code word. It was a top secret code word.
That's probably the missile launch codes.
Right. And the last thing I guess we'll talk about is, for some reason, some asshole was like, we haven't heard from Jordan Peterson in a long time.
Oh yeah.
I think it's time to call him a Nazi.
Oh my God, this stuff drives me insane.
And isn't it? This stuff is crazy.
It's slander. It's horrible. It's horrible slander. Like, imagine the first story you read on Jordan Peterson is this fucking story.
I know. Yeah.
Confirmation bias kicks in. Like you're never gonna walk that shit back.
No.
Yeah, it's awful.
So it was some publication. I don't even remember what it is. I'm trying to look through my thing. I don't remember what publication it was. Some publication published an op-ed. So at least it was an op-ed where basically it was called exposing Jordan Peterson's Hitler revisionism or something, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
This guy who's claiming to be some sort of Nazi historian or some sort of World War II historian basically takes all these quotes Jordan Peterson has made about Hitler and completely takes them out of context to make it look like Jordan Peterson's pro-Hitler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the person he looks up to.
Right. And I'm like, this is the guy who has a YouTube video that has millions of hits on it called "Hitler is More Evil Than You Think." Okay, and in this video, this author of this paper fucking saw this video. Okay, this is why you know he's a dishonest piece of shit. He saw this video where Jordan Peterson talks about how Hitler is so evil that he decided, instead of trying to win the war, as the Germans were losing World War II, okay, instead of transferring resources away from killing Jews to helping the war effort, he did the opposite. He transferred resources away from the army to killing more Jews and Gypsies and other ethnic minority groups.
Right, which was a huge strategic blunder.
Right, which obviously, why would you do that? Like if you were trying, even if you were super racist and trying to win the war, right, you would win the war first and then ethnically cleanse when you have the time afterwards. But even Hitler was so chaotic and crazy and evil and all this stuff. This is Jordan Peterson's take, that he didn't do it. He did the opposite of that. Okay.
This actually goes to my argument that there is a universal morality that's tuned towards goodness. That the Nazis... I often argue this against, when I'm arguing objective morality, that the Nazis, it would be impossible for the Nazis to win the war because they had
because you believe in your magic objective reality. I got you.
He's so evil, man. You pitch it. Come on. I'm pitching a reality where morality is all, like, the superior ethical system is always what you would conceptualize as the superior ethical system. Like, everyone wants to come along and say, but what if the Nazis won the war? Like, what if that ethical system won the war? Then you would have to concede that that ethical system was better because that ethical system produced a winner. Yeah, that's what they always want to say.
Argument.
No, it is a great argument. The Nazis, just in case you understand, the Nazis lost the war. Yeah, okay. And they lost the war for this, because of this terrible ethical system that they had. Anyway,
my point, my more important point than Adam's fanciful, mysterious, magical, objective morality point, okay? My point is that no one who is an honest person can watch Jordan Peterson for 5 minutes talk about how Hitler was more evil than you think. Talk about how even if you were a racist, Hitler would still be considered evil, okay? No one can watch that video and then somehow magically create the illusion that Jordan Peterson is actually some sort of Hitler apologist.
Yeah.
At all. No one can do that.
Unless you're just, quote mining for your Jordan Peterson hippies.
Right. And the guy, I got into a long, protracted argument with the author.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the best part.
Okay.
It's always actually funny. Confronts him.
Yeah, because usually most journalists are smart enough to never engage in any of this stuff, right?
Right.
But this guy is, I guess he's not a journalist, he's just some historian. It's probably the first thing he's ever published or whatever.
Oh,
probably. I'm guessing. I have no fucking clue.
But he's got Jordan Peterson derangement syndrome, so he's dipping a toe into the...
Right.
Interesting.
I'm trying to find... I don't know. There's a very long Twitter chain, so I can't find it. But
why
anyway,
do you think he hates Jordan Peterson?
I got him to admit that at one point, because at first, this is what was very dishonest about this guy who wrote this article, okay? Because when I tweeted this out, multiple people started arguing with him, and he's arguing with multiple people in the same thread.
Really?
So at first, he's like, I'm not saying Jordan Peterson likes Nazis or Hitler. I'm just saying that he's being, he's taking the sea lining, the bullshit approach. He's like, I'm just saying that he's being irresponsible with wrong historical information. That's what this guy's saying at first. But then at some point in our argument, he drops his mask and he's like, don't you think it's weird that Jordan Peterson is referring to Hitler as efficient and all these things that could be conceived of positively? I don't think I've ever heard Jordan Peterson say those about Stalin. So no, the author of the article was 100% trying to create the narrative that Jordan Peterson is some sort of pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler apologist.
Yeah.
So fuck you and fuck your lying piece of shit. And I hope Jordan Peterson sues the publication for basically
someone needs to do that. Yeah. Someone, lawsuits need to drop for people to stop doing this shit.
Right.
Someone needs to lose a lot of money. But wasn't he making the argument that Hitler was inefficient though? Seems like.
Well, he was efficient at chaos, inefficient at winning the war.
Oh my God.
Right.
Hilarious.
So.
Well,
no, see, because
so he
Jordan
wasn't
Peterson
calling
has
him
said,
efficient at all. He was
right,
calling him inefficient.
Well, yeah, and this is what's so disgusting because there are quotes of like Jordan Peterson talked about the literal fact that you have to be wary because of like the Karen Center thing. That you have to be wary because there's authoritarians waiting to be activated.
Totally.
And that he said that Hitler was basically, it's kind of funny. He this was obviously before Trump became president. I think that Jordan Peterson was saying this, but a lot of people on the left attribute this to Trump. Is that Jordan Peterson characterized Hitler as someone who just listened to the mob and reacted. Like it wasn't necessarily that he had his own ideas. He was acting as like the animus of the mob manifested into like one hateful entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so apparently categorizing Hitler as literally some sort of like amalgamation of evil from like the angry mob somehow is dismissing Hitler individual evilness as a person or something.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It's totally fucking crazy. It's totally insane.
Sorry, guy. You're just a hater. I bet he has some trans daughter or something. Some reason why he hates Jordan Peterson. There are a lot of people that hate Jordan Peterson because they're friends with a trans person or they have a trans daughter or stuff like that. And they totally savaged him in the media as being anti-trans over the pronouns disagreement, which was really a free speech issue.
Well,
which
and
just fucking sucks.
Jordan Peterson did a bad job on this too because he never had a problem calling someone who's transitioning he or she. His only problem was the non-binary pronouns.
Oh yeah.
And he needed to make that clear because the dishonest bullshit is that the woke leftists will just label, since they label non-binary as trans stuff, they can just label that all as transphobia.
And nobody's going for the non-binary shit.
Right. And that's the thing, because when you say someone's a transphobe, you say someone's against trans people. You say that to 99% of people. They're thinking that means you're against like Caitlyn Jenner or something like that. They don't know that you're talking about some made up non-binary pronoun bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Thought Slime. He's trans.
Yeah. And finger quotes.
Well, he says he's non-binary. Didn't we establish that in the stream?
Someone said he said he was non-binary.
So technically he's trans. He's LGBT.
There you go. Technically Thought Slime is trans.
Man, that's so crazy.
I know. What a grift.
Talk about like obscuring the truth. So like everybody can be LGBT now.
I know.
Without being straight, you can be LGBT.
That's what I'm saying. And you could be, it's like being non-binary is a perfect grift because you can be like, oh, my sexual orientation is literally the same as a straight person and I identify as he or she, but I'm non-binary.
How offensive is that though? Like you go through all the trouble to gain basically civil rights for LGBT people, and then all of a sudden everybody comes in and appropriates your identity for personal political gain. Come on.
I know.
That's so offensive.
It is very offensive. I think, didn't Philosophy Tube, isn't he also like quote unquote non-binary?
Really? Oh man.
I thought so.
Man. Yeah. And most of it seems to be white straight males too. What's going on there?
Because they need a shield. They need protection. You know, they don't want to be labeled as racist or sexist. Like say, oh, I'm not privileged. I'm non-binary. How dare you?
Well, I'll go. Like he's saying he's willing to give up his priceless video game or whatever it was. I guess we kind of gave up our political affiliation because we're kind of politically homeless.
Yeah, but he said he was willing to give up his nostalgia to fight racism. Okay, right. We're not capitulating. We're political homeless because we're not capitulating. It's
yeah, that's true. It's completely opposite, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're like, fuck you.
Exactly. We're like, fuck you. We're not going to go on this fucking crazy train that you're driving off the edge for.
Well, I think I'm more offended by the fact that they're appropriating LGBT. Like that's like, well, I don't want to say stolen valor, but I mean, it is kind of in the same vein as trying to appropriate somebody's identity for your own because it makes you look good.
Right.
How does it not?
Andrew Cruz says businesses in Canada have to say they believe in diversity and equity in order to get COVID money. Wow, that's fucked up.
Whoa.
Canada sucks.
Yeah.
Canada's fucked. Sorry, guys. You guys are fucked.
Anything else, or we have a few super
Stuart
chats
Keating
to clean
for
up, right?
$5 dingo, 5 didgeridoos, 5 Outback bloomin' onions. Says, if a game was comprised of characters who are mainly non-white and trans, so they have a role model, would you consider that political? I think many will. I would have. This is too general. I'd have to. It's very like, I don't know. If you had an entire game of non-white trans people, you'd be like, why are there so many non-white trans people like interacting with each other? Unless that would make sense in the context of the story, right? Because like that's what, like
a city of non-white trans
this population. Like I don't know. Like you could see. Here's the way I've always said. This is the way that the diversity and inclusion should be done. Okay, it's fine if you're a video game or story or movie or whatever, you want to have a non-white trans person be the main character. That's fine. But I think the true way to have the enlightened centrism, the true enlightened way to be anti-racist, anti-bigoted, would be the fact that the person is non-white and trans would be completely irrelevant to the story.
Yes.
That would just, it wouldn't, no one would bring it up. It wouldn't be relevant. They would just do it'd be a normal story that just happened to feature a character who is non-white and trans.
You can't do it though.
Yeah, but that's part of the problem is that they never do. It's like not only is the character have to be non-white trans, but it has to be like, this is the point of the story. It has to be totally fixated on some part of their biological identity.
You can't do it because even if you just had the, like what you're pitching, I understand, but you can't do it because it would confuse the audience. They're like, why is this person non-white and trans and they're not even saying anything about it? It makes
sense.
absolutely no sense.
This is going to get brought up, I'm saying, but it's just like, for example, the first season of the Flash show before it became bad. I mean, I guess it was never good, but before it became bad, like the asshole police chief guy was gay, and it only gets like brought up like very occasionally when he says something like a line he'll say that where instead of saying my wife, he says like my husband, and it's like no one dwells on it. It's just like part of the background,
right?
He can still be, and that character can still be an asshole. Too. And that's another problem is that usually the character that exists as the minority trans character or whatever has to be like the virtuous Mary Sue character.
Right.
You know, they can't have any negative aspect of their personality, which is another problem.
Yeah. Because
you want all your characters to be flawed generally in some way. Sebastian Service for $5 penguin says, check the channel called Settlers Lamont for Sargon's. Oh, I read it incorrectly. He said, check the channel called Settlers Lamont for Sargon's future hot take on Moldbug. Oh, I see. I understand.
We'll watch that video.
Says,
yeah, let's watch it.
Yeah, the Wooster says after that for $4.99 says Sargon is doing a stream tomorrow about Moldbug with Charlemagne and Settlers Lamont. You guys should check it out. Sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Interested. Fires Night for $2 Canadian says, are there modern artists or real art? Are they modern artists or real artists? Exactly.
Yeah.
Modern artist is in satire quotes. Lornas for $5 says Sitch's reasoning. Oh shit. Just fucking scrolled away. Okay. Sitch's reasoning of Trump winning equal more SJWs is equal to giving up the bootay because they might do it by force. Just capitulate, guys. What? Do you get that?
No.
Sitch's reasoning of Trump winning equal more SJWs is equal to giving up the bootay because they might do it by force. Oh, you're saying it's like a rape thing. Gotcha. No, that's actually not my argument, but.
Well, I'm not making the argument that you shouldn't vote for Trump because everything will be hunky-dory if
no, you should
Trump
vote
is
for
no longer
whoever
president.
Aligns with your political values and morals. Sure.
Yeah. I just think the argument that Scott Adams is making that if Biden takes office, that all of a sudden every Democrat is going to have a vendetta for anyone that voted for Trump is just bonkers. Like the only reason they're making this argument that Trump is a racist and you're a racist for voting for Trump is because they don't want you to vote for Trump again. And they're like, this is a purely political argument. I'm not even convinced they believe it. Like they just like are making it to shame people.
I think lots of them have convinced themselves to believe it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. But as soon as Trump is no longer in the picture, they're going to be like, it worked. Okay.
Right.
We're done. What's next?
DJM Voices for $10 says, I think the take on cancel culture fading if Trump loses is wishful thinking. It very might well be. It could easily just embolden SJWs to pull the same nonsense whenever a Democrat loses. When do they ever just take an inch? I mean, yeah, it's always possible, and that would be the very detrimental cycle if it turns out like, yeah, once a Democrat wins, they kind of go away, but then when a Democrat loses, it kind of comes back. I'm not sure.
That is a cycle.
I'm not sure that, yeah. But the thing is that, like, usually with this stuff, it's like, it's not, I don't believe in the conspiracy, like the George Soros conspiracy or stuff. Like, usually there just has to be the right circumstances to kind of create a scenario. So, I mean, look, but it is entirely possible that it's wishful thinking. It's entirely possible that, Biden will win and it will not change anything in terms of SJWC. I don't know. I'm not really banking hard on it one way or the other. Lucifer 199 says, Heights being a cuck here, Trump's speech was based. There you go. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, cowards get it the worst. Of course, they're going to freak and flex all their might. They lost. They lost before they achieved real communism, even. Well, a lot of the communists hated Hillary. They said she was a total neoliberal warmonger. The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, Sitch and Adam, you two should respond. You should have responded to TJ Kirk's video on the riots. More entertaining and worth it than the Markiplier video. Oh, well, I responded to it anyways. Bah ha 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 ha. Hashtag shill for the win.
Do it up, man.
Check out the Dark Conservatarian video. That was a response to TJ Kirk's. We almost did that. TJ Kirk had a terrible pro-burning
riot take. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very terrible. I don't remember why we didn't do it. We did something else instead.
Well, it's good to know if you feel like burning down TJ Kirk's house,
I
guess he's he's in favor of that.
95 Keep for $5 says, my wall-to-wall femsitch wish is finally achieved.
I took them all down just for the closing.
Also, Sitch, look up Messianic Judaism. It's the enlightened centrism of Judaism. Really? I've never heard of this. Messianic Judaism. Messianic Judaism is a modern syncretic religious movement that combines Christianity and, most importantly, the belief that Jesus is the Jewish Messiah with elements of Judaism. Oh, so isn't that just Jews for Jesus?
Yeah. Why aren't you a Jew for Jesus? You should go Jews for Jesus. I have a lot of Jew for Jesus friends.
Don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah.
Oh, yeah, that's trouble.
I think that's the problem. I think that's the main contention of the religion. So
people always ask me why I'm not Christian, and I tell them, I don't believe in God. But they don't seem to care. So.
They don't see it's true. They don't seem to care. It's a good point. I'm so disappointed. I wanted so badly. I was so prepped. There were these people that want to have a stream where they were going to try to debate Adam into being a Christian.
Yes. Yeah.
I was so excited for that.
Never happened. Couldn't get them to realize that we only stream on Sunday.
I know.
They kept wanting to pick
I guess we were streaming on the Lord's Day, Adam. We should have known.
Yeah, we got in trouble.
Winter Wolf for $5 says, yes, Pac-Man is my favorite allegory for the crowned Spanish Empire.
There you go.
I like the idea of this would be a great grievance study hook.
Totally. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, dude, why aren't we fucking academics?
You can make Pac-Man an allegory for anything you fucking want.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
We could have PhDs in 2 months. Let's do it.
The Dark Conservatarian for $5 says, by the way, got introduced to the show through the No BS stream. Very funny shit, man. Sitch, you obliterated him. Thank you.
But wait, I obliterated him too. Just months later and much nicer. So I get absolutely no credit whatsoever.
You get no credit, Adam.
Although Caleb did reach out to me. Caleb from the New York Times article. Well,
we had him on. Yeah.
Faraday Speaks, I think it is.
Faraday Speaks. Yes.
He was happy with my performance, but I still managed to fuck up somehow that he wanted to give me a hard time about.
That's funny. We should talk about. Weren't we supposed to do like a stream on your channel where like you and him talked about it, and then I was also there to make fun of you?
His
I thought
internet.
that was the thing.
Yeah, his internet is like he has bad internet right now. He's gonna get better
Oh,
internet, and we're still gonna do
okay.
it. So
Still want to do that. I'll never back down a chance to gang up on Adam.
yeah, it's great.
To gang bang on Adam.
Oh my God.
The Rooster for 199 says, when you're president, you don't need to read Sitch. There you go. But you need someone to faithfully read everything to you. Okay.
Yes.
I don't trust someone to make their own fucking judgments about what shit to leave out.
When I'm president, should I make Sitch my trusted advisor? Should I trust him with that sacred role? Will he read the right stuff to me, or is he gonna?
I don't know. Right.
Is he gonna make my decisions for me by picking and choosing what he reads?
I mean, isn't that's literally the classic stereotype of like the corrupt monarch, right? You have the advisor chooses what information to share with the rulers so that they.
This is the argument that I'm always making against Scott Adams, because Scott Adams seems to think that the vice president has any power that the president doesn't give him, like.
Well, it depends
explicitly.
Right, but it depends. Yeah, it's given explicitly by the president, and it depends on each individual president. Right?
Sure, but he keeps making the argument that Kamala Harris is going to be vice president, therefore vis-a-vis.
Well,
she's going to run things behind the scenes. That's not a thing.
Well, okay. So I think the better way to phrase this is he thinks that if Joe Biden is mentally incapacitated, that translates into the vice president having power, but that's not true. It would translate into the Secretary of Staff having power.
Yeah, or the wife. He can't come out, but he said, nuke him.
Right. It would translate into the cabinet having, the power, not necessarily the vice president. So.
Not only that, the cabinet is the one that's supposed to. So we looked it up because we were curious about this situation. The cabinet is the one that is supposed to depose the president.
I meant chief of staff, not secretary of staff. But yeah, continue.
Chief of staff, yeah.
Right.
So, but so if this happens, if the president has a mental, is mentally incapacitated, the cabinet is the one that has to unanimously vote to give the power to the vice president. Do you think the cabinet, who is effectively going to have the power, is going to vote unanimously to give the power to somebody else? Hell no.
Wait, is that true?
They're going to be manipulating him
to give the vice president power?
Yes, and there's also there is some other clause too about how the House of Representatives or the Senate, I can't remember which one, can also do it, but they have to nominate some undescript body to actually take the power to do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's only if it's like you're saying if it was officially determined that the president was incapacitated, right?
Sure, but I mean, come on, in this day and age, how do we officially determine anything? Like,
but the idea would be more like, right. But Scott Adams was more like saying, Camilla will be the shadow president, right?
Yeah, which is the bonkers part. How is that the vice president is so far away from decision making? Like they have the same power as the Queen of fucking England.
That's not untrue.
Yeah.
Right. That's
so
true.
I've been saying this on Twitter, and people have been saying, "What about George Bush?" I'm like, come on now. Dick Cheney was like,
each president can individually decide to give the vice president power.
Sure,
but it's entirely upon the president's discretion. Because I believe, Bush and Cheney had a lot of power. I think even Biden had a lot of power in the Obama presidency. So yeah.
I don't think Biden had a lot of power in the Obama presidency. I think like Obama made it seem like he had a lot. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
I think he was talking to him like once a month.
Is he in that? Possible.
Is he? Let's see. Let's pull up the famous picture of them taking out Osama bin Laden. Is he even in the room? I don't even know.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I know Hillary's in the room because she's fucking chief. She's like the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, yeah.
Oh, Biden is probably, he's at the fucking Hilton. At the fucking, he's across the street. I don't know. Look it up. I'm curious as hell now. But yes.
Well, see, but that already speaks to it that we don't remember, right? Like
totally
he's not important enough to remember if you. Yeah, he was in the picture.
Is
right?
he?
He's sitting next to Obama. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got to get
But we don't remember because it wasn't even important.
Right. Dick Cheney, you'd remember, because he'd be like, Bush would be in the back corner of the room, and Dick Cheney would be like
in the front of the room.
So famously, Dick Cheney, I don't know if you know this, Dick Cheney. So President Bush, when he was a candidate, said like he was going to put together an exploratory committee to figure out who would be the best vice president for him. Do you know this story?
I do know the story, yes.
Okay, so Dick Cheney is in charge of that exploratory committee. Okay,
to figure out who
to figure out who
W should pick as vice president. Dick Cheney's in charge of this.
Now you do the math on this one, guys. Are you following us here?
Dick Cheney says, I looked for months, and well, I just couldn't find anyone, so I think I should be the vice president.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So yeah. Dick Cheney obviously had a lot of power that he took for himself. You don't know that Kamala Harris is going to do that. Is Kamala Harris going to do that?
I have no idea. Yeah,
is there an exploratory committee right now to find Biden's VP that Kamala Harris is in charge of?
Right. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Lord of the Rings for $2 says, can Sitch link confirmation of the bounty intel? I don't think it's been confirmed. It was, I don't know, some article I read. It said the CIA claimed they had medium confidence in the bounty story, whatever the fuck that means.
Medium confidence?
Medium confidence.
How are we supposed to have any confidence in it? Like if it's medium confidence?
Well, the point of the story, or at least the point that I'm focusing on, isn't really, I'm not going to claim whether it's true or not, because I don't know. The claim of the story is that the president should fucking know that this is like a possibility, right? As long as it's not some far out thing, as long as your intelligence agency has a medium confidency that this is probably happening, the president should at least know that it's a potential, right?
What's the confidence of that? Oh, it's like medium. Why the fuck are you telling me that?
Yeah, even if he didn't believe it, he's just so someone needs to tell him this. Just say like, look, we think this is a potential thing.
Keep it to yourself.
Just fucking know about it. Brian K. $5 says, the good Dr. Peterson did a podcast with his daughter, Michaela, last week while they are in Serbia seeking treatment. He's doing much better as of late. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. You didn't watch that?
I saw it. I saw that it existed. I didn't watch it, no.
Not a true Peterson fan.
Oh, I know. Did you watch it?
I did, yeah. Of course.
Was it good?
Yeah.
There you go.
Obviously, it's good to see he's still fucking alive, dude. Oh my God.
I know.
Major trials and tribulations.
That was another thing that was so disgusting about this too. It's like he just got out.
Oh, I know.
So much like medical problems or whatever, and this guy's like, "You fucking Hitler apologist." It's like, fuck, like what? What the fuck, dude?
Talk about hitting a guy when he's down, for heaven's sakes.
Right. Is that your cat?
You love it, don't you? She might not be. I feel like I should come in, and she might not be around much longer. It's kind of sad.
That is sad.
She's having health issues. I feel like I should introduce her to like she's been a part of the show now for months.
That's right. Every time we just hear the yelling. Brian K. for $5 says Peterson was clear about using preferred pronouns like in the CBC interview, but C16 passed and Lindsay Shepherd was a struggle session over that video. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Even he said that if an individual person came to him with special fucking pronoun, he might
he'd consider it
an individual level. Yeah. So
John McWhorter
in the conversation.
John McWhorter confronted Jordan Peterson at one of Jordan Peterson's talks about that, and I love John McWhorter because he's technically an anti-SJW, even though it's so weird. What is John McWhorter? Because he is an SJW, but he's an anti-SJW.
I'm not super familiar with him, so.
Okay. He confronted Jordan Peterson during this talk and took the complete SJW position. Like you have to validate people's pronouns in case there's a there. And
Jordan, I do remember this.
Yeah. So Jordan Peterson completely eviscerated him. He's like, I never thought of it this way. Like I learned about type 1 and type 2 errors in like forever ago in college.
Right.
But like he just pulls out, well, you got yourself a type 1 and a type 2 heir there. And you've chosen, and I'm not saying this is wrong, but you've chosen to make one of those heirs consistently. When I'm saying, you know, as a smart person, you should be able to pick and choose when the, you know, that white straight male who's just trying to use non-binary as a fucking human shield. Jordan Peterson wants the ability to be able to say bullshit. And I think most of us do. Most of us want to be able to say, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Terradome 3000 for £4.99 says, just dipped in to say hi. And oh God, what happened with the art? It's gone from David Lynch high art to porn within a week.
What?
And
it's
look,
not that bad. Come on.
I like it that way.
Yeah.
To be honest, I like it that way.
We might stop at the full frontal nudity, but we might not. You don't know. You never know with the show.
I like the porn art. I like the JoJo anime art. I like the meme art.
Oh yeah. One of our fans is sending me a JoJo thing. I'll be able to show it on the air soon.
Who's sending you?
I'm helping him clean out his attic. And I get something my wife is probably gonna give me the side eye for.
Oh God. Stu King for 2 Aussie bucks says, is Lauren Southern in the Lightened Centrist Club? I don't know. Has she made another video besides her coming back video yet? I haven't been following her at all.
She is in the Enlightened Centrist Club. The coming back video was an Enlightened Centrist video.
Wow.
I'm surprised you didn't. Wow.
I'm holding. Look, she made noises, okay, but I want to see like
noises came out of her mouth hole.
Noises came out. She made noises with her mouth hole. Okay, I want to see results.
Yeah,
okay? I want to see. When she makes her first video that's like about a topic, then I'll judge. Okay. Then I'll judge.
Super Dingle is the one that's sending the thing.
Super Dingle.
I don't know if
I'm
supposed to.
What is it a picture of?
It is. Oh, I showed you the picture. Come on, don't do this to me.
What?
We argued over Japanese names being impossible to. Is it it's the main protagonist from Kill la Kill.
Oh, I thought you said JoJo.
I did say JoJo, but I fucked up. It was Kill la Kill.
Oh yeah. I know you sent the girl.
Yeah,
the girl from Kill la Kill. Yeah.
The underage hottie that's half
the underage
hot
girl
I should not
Kill.
like. I totally denounce myself.
There you go. You totally denounce it, but you want a giant poster wall scroll for half naked. So there you go.
Well, I'm just going to tell my wife that she's 30. They just draw her that way. She's 30.
Of course. The Hills for $5 says, I just want good gay characters that isn't sad like Brokeback Mountain or Cal Arts cartoon. Yeah, no, I hear you.
Or Philadelphia. I mean, come on. Or fucking Harvey Milk. Jesus Christ.
I think it's okay if it's like based off of a real person, like Harvey Milk.
I'm just asking, why are all the gay people like dying or being killed by somebody? Come on.
There you go. Vagabond666 Gmail for 2 Aussie bucks says, seen Brett Weinstein's Unity 2020 idea. Yeah, someone else. We talked about that a little earlier. Maybe it was last week. I don't know. Right? And I said fat chance.
Oh, nice way to fat shame. Like
I'm sorry.
Our political movement. Jeez.
There you go.
What does that mean,
I don't know.
fat
I
chance?
understand. I like the idea of his Dark Horse Unity 2020 plan. I just don't think it's real. Like I don't think there's like a chance that fucking hell will ever happen. But I like the concept behind it. It's a nice concept.
Swing for the fences.
Roman console plan. Right.
He was on. They had him on Fox News with it.
That's right.
Which Trump had to hate.
Trump saw Brett Weinstein advocate against him for presidency
on Fox News. Yeah, you know, he called the network immediately. What are you doing, Fox News?
Tucker, what are you doing, Tucker? I like that we can't do a Trump impression, so we just do like a JFK impression.
What are you doing?
President Trump.
I'm gonna listen to Trump more. We got to get our Trump. Come on, we're getting close to November. We should be on the money here.
How do you do a Biden impression? His voice isn't like very distinctive at all.
You got it. It's the expressions. You have to say the like.
You just have to say weird shit. That doesn't make
exactly.
sense. Yeah. Right. That's true. That's you got it.
I mean, we're very intelligent. It's hard for us to just do gobbledygook.
Right. Anarcho Equitarianism for $5 says, I'll try to put it as neutrally as possible. I don't actually say pop, but I find it very hot conceptually. And 2 liters are about as big as they come. That's pretty funny. There you go. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, commies hate Biden, but who are they voting for? The only commie that I've heard that says they're going to vote for Biden is Vosh. Every other bread tuber says they're not voting.
They're not showing up. So there's a Joe Biden insult bot on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
You're a hooting at a wrong owl, you nursery rhyming can o' beans.
Yeah, it just like puts together random fucking phrases and shit.
Keep it in your hat, you old dribble mouth milk licker. Go candy a yam, you two-faced spit licker.
That's pretty. Whoever created that is fucking genius.
You're all strawberries and no preserve, you foghorn blowing Charlie jumper.
There you go. We should have had this ready for Thought Slime. We could have just kept insulting him the entire.
Oh, this is great.
We'll remember that for next time. Utter nonsense for $2 says Thought Slime makes centrists go full tradcon. I know, it's terrible.
You're not a tradcon.
I know, not even close. Mike Yingling for $1.99 says, when is Actual Justice Warrior going to be on stream? I don't know.
When you make it happen. When you.
One day.
We're looking at you. You can make it happen.
Terry Dome 3000 for £4.99 says, Adam, you get my DM on Twitter. Also discuss Jurassic Park from a centrist viewpoint. It's all about chaos versus control.
Yeah, totally.
Did you get his DM?
I don't know who he is, so
Terror Dome.
Maybe not.
Jack,
I did, yeah.
Jack.
I did.
Okay.
Is that a Fight Club reference? Or is Jack your real name?
Maybe Jack was the Twitter name. I don't know.
I don't know that I can talk about Jurassic Park from a centrist perspective. I do. Yeah. We should go back. Isn't somebody reading a book in that? Can we go back in and make the book Jordan Peterson's An Antidote to Chaos? Because I think that would be like the ultimate meme right there.
I mean, I never read the book. I read this book for Lost World. And I'll say it wasn't in the movie. Obviously I saw Jurassic Park movie. It didn't seem like it was very deep on the themes. It seemed like it was just like an excuse for dinosaurs to run around. So
I love it.
It was good. The first one was very good. Stuart King for $2 Aussie bucks says, come with me, boys and girls, nonconformist. That's right.
Come with me, boys and girls, nonconformists around the world. Let us explore the internet. You didn't link my video. Everyone was like, they loved my based video, and you didn't link it in the last thing.
I forgot.
That's why people were pissed. That's why people were pissed.
Remind me, Adam. Obviously, you didn't care because you didn't remind me.
Well, I feel funny reminding you. It's like, you know,
you should feel funny because you're the sidekick.
No, I know. Well, no, I feel more like it's like, mommy, please, like, pimp my shit for me.
Exactly.
I think I've actually had the link up in a Word file open on my computer for a whole week.
Oh my God.
I can paste it into the chat right now. Here, put this in the fucking description, dude.
I'll do it with this video.
Oh, this one says. Yeah, exactly. Slut shaming is awesome, but I put one too many. I thought there was 2 M's in shaming. So fix my typo.
Shaming. So it was slut slamming. Shamming.
Exactly.
Slut shamming. That's a lot of damage. Lord of the Rings for $2 says unconfirmed intel could fill the Grand Canyon.
Oh, totally.
Well,
you know,
I assume 99% of all intel is unconfirmed intel, right?
You could write it on what's like the thinnest paper stock and still fill the Grand Canyon with it. I'm sure there's lots of it. Yeah.
Sure. The Hills for $5 says, Adam, look up Zach/Psych Pebbles Trump impression. He does a good one and explains how to.
Oh, good. Yeah, we'll do it.
I know Zach, or I don't know him. I know of his work. So check it out.
There's a verbal cadence that most people do that once you figure it out, you can do the impression of them.
Right.
And getting it that close to their voice is not as important as a verbal cadence.
No, you just need to get the right cadence. Yeah, that's true. JJ Chiga for $5 says, anyone see the clip of the lady yelling at her coworker for letting their friend's non-white kid sit on their lap? She said it was racist.
Yeah, we talked about actually doing that video, but
yes,
we went more for the lulls. It was too serious.
Yeah. It's almost the problem with there. So there's like this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that video was that so much of the people yelling racism and complaining was based off of some other meeting and interaction we don't see.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you have to do those homework to figure out what the fuck they're even talking about. But
yeah. Well, no, it was obvious a bunch of bullshit. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but it's like you don't understand the context of what they're fucking talking about.
They started talking about microaggressions. I brought up microaggressions, and somebody gave me a hard time about like 2017 called, and they want their argument back. I'm like, What are you talking about?
Yeah,
people make the microaggressions argument all the time.
Yep, they sure do. Contrast for 139 says, Adam, you are now Roger from American Dad. You must take up multiple personalities with costumes each stream. I see you're now Tim Pulrino. Please do Hannah from Dumb and Dumber, and I mean Hugo and Jake.
Oh
yeah. Hugo and Jake person. Then ContraPoints and lingerie. Cheers, cunt.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? How much trouble would I get into for like doing ContraPoints and lingerie?
You could do, I think this is a great idea. Next stream, you should be Jake.
This is a terrible idea.
You should be Jake, and then next stream you should be ContraPoints.
Just the fact that you like it proves that it's a horrible idea.
Oh, wow. Wowzers. Okay, it's okay, guys. I understand he's a little triggered. His transphobia is a little triggered. Horseshoe on head for $1 says, shoes single? ? Where do I simp?
Yeah.
There you go, horseshoe on head. You're halfway there with your name.
I mean, we could have a full TradCon discussion about the whole fact. Didn't Sitch or not Shoe? Didn't Shoe just turn 30 and Armored Skeptic basically monopolized all of her 20s, put her back on the market at 30?
I don't think she's that old. I think she's still in her like 20s.
I disagree. Shoe.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Shoe
I thought Greg was like 35, and I thought there was a significant age gap between them, but I'm not sure.
Born.
But I don't really care about talking about
June 22nd, 1991. 29 years old. Does that mean she just turned 29? Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Where do I simp? Do you guys hear about Will Smith? No, I wanted to call him a Czech. What? But Jada is a 40-year-old SJW Karen, so maybe he's probably getting hella kills. Not more than Tim Pool, though.
Who? Tim Pool's raking in the girlfriends. I think that's what they're talking about.
Oh, okay, right. I don't know. Is Jada? I mean, I saw that. It was. What's his daughter's name? Will Smith. What's Will Smith's daughter's name?
I don't know. I mean, I should know. He's like friends of mine and stuff, but
whip your hair, lady. Willow. Yeah, I know that Willow and Jaden were complaining publicly, demanding that YouTube take down Shane Dawson's channel. Because
really?
There was like this old video of Shane Dawson like masturbating to a picture of Willow was like a joke.
The movie Willow?
No, Willow Smith.
Oh, Willow Smith. Okay.
As like a joke, and they're like, this joke is inappropriate, and I'm sexualizing my sister, and blah, blah, YouTube, how dare you? So I know about that. I don't know about what the mom was saying about that. Paradox for $1 says, Trump grabbing TDS Sitch's nipples. Boy, I think you just double lost to this awesome circle game. She looks like she's loving it. The white power hand gestures. Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
I will not be sexualized and objectified in this way. How dare you?
Doesn't
Paradox
mean-
$1 says, this Jordan B. Peterson as Hitler journo is going to advertise Jordan B. Peterson to the alt-right once more. I mean, up until now, they hated him, but he's making a strong case for them. Also, I watched Jordan Peterson's interview on Michaela's channel. He's a lot better, but still not top form. Get well, doctor. DJ Crunk Factory for $3 says, great show, guys. Thank you. Taker610 for $1 says, Riley Dennis is a trans non-binary lesbian woman. Translation, he's a straight dude with hair extensions. Wow. There you go. Is Riley Dennis even still around? I haven't heard about Riley Dennis in like 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone just like forgot about Riley Dennis. Let's see.
Well, maybe we did. Probably huge right now.
Riley Dennis is still making fucking videos.
Yeah, see, we forgot. It wasn't everybody. It was just us.
Well, it's funny because I'm looking at her videos. Like, whenever she talks about, like, her opinion on something, no one gives a shit. Like, they get very low views. But when she talks about, like a cartoon like the Avatar show, she gets a lot of views. So I just think it's kind of funny.
When she talks about what?
Like Avatar The Last Airbender or something.
Oh, yeah. Why we love Uncle... Is that
Uncle Iroh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Black Lives Matter, justice for George Floyd, 9,000 views.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter, 9,000 views. Uncle Iroh, 200,000 views.
You have more subs than her.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
And I started my channel after
yeah,
her.
of course.
That's true. I started my channel after her, and I haven't made a video in a long time.
White straight male patriarchy right there.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, so yeah, that's interesting. Riley Dennis is still fucking around. Holy fuck.
How to get through long-term isolation quarantine.
Elucid's 47th
I need to watch this. I got to figure this out.
Elucid's 47th proposition for Riley Dennis' girlfriend's hot, though.
Fireworks. That's how you do it.
There you go. Lucid's 47th proposition for 147 says, thought slime made me regress back to Egyptian theocratic monarchism. Our society has fallen into the underworld. The lack of piety in our society will lead to great countries like the U.S. being left in ruins. There you go. We're going back, guys. The true nostalgia. Going back to the Egyptian theocratic monarchism.
That pipeline just got, like, temporal.
Sure did.
What the fuck?
Actual Justice Warrior for $2 says, I was banned from the show, guys. Adam told me so.
Yeah,
Adam.
damn right. Damn straight. Fuck that guy.
Why did you ban Sean from the show? What
He
happened?
has more subs than me. Of course. Like, I'm not going to let him on. Let him on here? Come on.
Does that mean we have to ban Sargon now, too?
What? Sargon has more subs than me?
He
Really?
does. I don't know. Did you not know this? Uh-oh.
I didn't know that.
I mean, that's a new rule. Apparently, Adam has a new rule. Okay, only people
okay.
with less subs are allowed on.
No, obviously he hasn't been banned. That's a terrible thing to say. I wouldn't ban anyone. Of course he can come on. Not now. We're almost done.
Right. Anyways, I think that's it. I think we're done.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and watching this horrible descent into the underworld with us. The literal look, Thought Slime is literally in the underworld. He's in a fucking sewer. Is that like, there's your Jordan Peterson symbolism. Thought Slime literally exists in the underworld.
Crazy. Why would you want to live in the underworld? I wouldn't want to live in the underworld.
Because you're a degenerate.
I want to live in the above ground world where lasers exist.
The above ground pool laser world.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, It's beautiful.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for sticking around on this crazy fucking journey with us. And thank you all so much for your very, very generous super chat donations. I hope you all had a wonderful, wonderful 4th of July.
I gotta just take a sip of water here.
And stay safe. Stay safe.
I'm warming up. I'm getting ready.
Adam is warming up. Okay.
Bye-bye.
I don't like it. Gotta do it.
What?
again.
I got to do it over again?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Well, see, as Student King said, we're at 5 hours and 57 minutes. Okay.
What, I got to stretch this out?
So I want a 3-minute bye-bye. We'll look at the Quentin next time sheep. It's like a 40-minute video. I can do it right fucking now.
All right, I'm done with you guys. Bye-bye already.